Yeah. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah, I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. I had to elevate. I'm way up, way too fly, yeah, I'm feeling myself. Ain't no chance I'm coming down, no. Got a soul view to myself, yeah. Why would I give it up? Why do they wanna come take my place? I work too hard for it, don't need a replacement. This my vocation, now I got rollies all in rotation. Hop on a jet just to take a vacation. Remember the moments was trapped in the basement. Now the hard work is all taking me places. Starting all black like we trapped in the matrix. Bet on myself and go ball out in Vegas. Living a life like I'm rich and I'm famous. Don't see the grind that I know that it came with. Oh. I ain't make it this far for myself, yeah. I had to prove to everybody else, I had to set them straight, yeah. I had to ball, so I had to renovate. I know they hate when you elevate. The second of losses, I'm handing them out, yeah. I had to go delegate. It feel like I'm floating, I'm lost in the moment, I swear I could levitate. They never believed that I would really fly, I had to go demonstrate. I had to set them straight. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. Yeah, they hate when you elevate, elevate, elevate. They hate when you elevate, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Why they wanna put me down?
Yeah.
So much drip, yeah, I almost drowned in it. I can't come it down, yeah, I'm way too fired up. I can't slow it down. Ooh, yeah, yeah. I see the flashing lights, make sure the fashion right, yeah. I'm in my bag tonight, yeah. Ooh, I might just pull up a foreign. Watch out, the engine is roaring. It's too loud, you can.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Salute, 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 salute. Happy Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. Clap it up one more time. Salute to everybody in the building, man. Yeah. Feeling good this morning. I'm feeling good this morning. Guys, went out this morning, bought out a couple of pistols, went to the outside range, took wifey to the outside range, and you got to make sure, you got to make sure wifey know how to use the artillery in the crib. And it's been a while since I've gone to the range, probably about a good 2 months or so. No, actually, what am I talking about? This is the first time I've gone to the range since the winter has been crazy enough, right? And, you got to stay working. You got to stay working. Make sure that you still got it. Make sure everything is still working. It was good, good stress relief. And, wifey got to go out there. It's amazing how, well, I guess you'd call my wife the casual shooter, right? She's not out there all the time with me at the range, but I worked before in the industry, in the firearm industry, and I worked at gun stores and shops. And I've been in it for a minute, right? I'm pretty good at the weapon game. But that being said, I've taught a lot of people how to shoot. I've instructed people, been paid to literally do this, right? And it's so hilarious though, because the actual men, I'll keep it 100. The guys always kind of come in with a little chip on their shoulder, you know what I mean? They want to show they know how to handle the weapon. They know all the safety, and you don't need to go through certain steps because and they shoot like trash, right? But the females, the women, always have this humble spirit about them, always ready to learn, always ready to do those things, and they always just like wifey was just hitting. I almost feel like going to grab the target, just bullseye, bullseye, bullseye. And granted, I got optics on my weapon, so it makes it a little easier. But still, it was a good time. Let off a couple rounds. I don't know how many we did, but it was a good morning. That's why I'm late, by the way. I guess I'm over here copping the plea and apologizing. This is my way of, I guess, I'm apologizing about why I'm late. I was out and about doing stuff. Sometimes you got to make the time, right? You got to make the time because your day gets so packed. You feel like you ain't got the time. Sometimes you just got to jump in the middle of your day and just disrupt the algorithm a little bit and just make some time for the things you want to do, right? It is what it is. But I wasn't going to leave you guys hanging. We're a little bit late, but we're here to build on this boxing, man. Salute to everybody who is in the building. Of course, sometimes I got to remind you guys, remember to please hit the like button as you come into the room. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take a moment to go ahead and do that. We've had a great week of boxing content, talking about everything going on in boxing. You know, you guys know this is my Friday, I guess the end of the week, or maybe I don't know how you want to look at it, but I go to work tomorrow, right? So won't see me again till maybe Saturday. I might call the fights, or worst case scenario, about Tuesday, we'll be back on here building again. But a great wrap-up day, right? Today's a great wrap-up day. We've talked about Devin Haney and Brian Norman Jr. We've talked about Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. We talked about a lot of different things. We talked about the heavyweight division. We talked about Deontay Wilder. We're going to talk today a little bit more about Floyd Schofield and Tevin Farmer. And pretty much today, probably talk a lot about the 135-pound weight class division a little bit, maybe a little bit of the 140. And we'll do whatever else, right? You guys are in the building. Please feel free, by the way, anytime you feel like there's a topic or something that you want to talk about that we haven't addressed or whatever have you. I think I got a pretty good finger on the pulse of the algorithm for the most part. I'm always ready to be educated, but would love to share my perspective on the topics that maybe you guys think we haven't talked about. You guys let me know. But of course, we'll be opening up the panel a little bit later, and we'll get probably the usual suspects of being in the building, sharing their opinions and perspective of what's going on in boxing as well. Salute to everybody in the building. I appreciate you being here. You could have been anywhere else in the world, but you're here with me, man. And I appreciate it, man. I don't ever want you guys to not know that. Shout out to SOB TV. First one in the building says, salute Clay. Blesses my brother. Salute to you, SOB TV. Good to see you, man. Melly Mel in the building. Salute to you. Big Tim 45 in the building. Anton Zegler with the salams, man. Welcome salam, family. I'm so happy to see you in the building. Hope you are healthy and good spirits. I'm not sure if you're working, but if you are, keep them wheels turning. Be safe out there, man. Make sure you get back home to your family safe, man. Appreciate you. Sonny Augustine in the building. Ross Clot, Mr. Your favorite fighter's a bum in the building. Salute to you, man. He said, I'm G-Pop King. Anton, you let me know. I'm going this Saturday to a defense guy. Oh, yeah, no doubt, man. No doubt. Listen, man, you got to stay on point, man. With the way things are going on in the world today, this isn't a political channel, so we don't sit here talking about politics, but the world is becoming a little bit more violent, a little bit more volatile. We've got a lot of extremists, radicalized people with their mindset on certain things and the way they express their anger and deal with their frustration and rebel sometimes involve putting you and your loved ones in danger. So, always be prepared and always be able to protect your family if it comes down to it, right? We don't want that to happen, but worst case scenario, what wise man once said, I'd rather have it and never use it than need it and not have it. And that's a fact. Roscoe says, Clay at the gun range shooting like an OG for Menace to Society. Never like O-Dog, never that, bro. Nah, man, we knocking stuff down over here. We really a whole problem out here, low key. You know what I mean? I don't want to, you know what I mean? We really a whole issue out here, bro. We definitely all about quality and not quantity, right? We want to make it. We want to make everything count. It is what it is. Shout out to my brother Ray Davis in the back. I see you, Ray, about to pull you up in a minute. Thor Hero in the building, man. Salute to you. Call me a boxing guru. Oh man, you making me blush, bro. You making me blush. Go on, bro. Come on. I do know a little bit of my stuff, man. You guys are what make it possible, though, man. Always bringing up keeping me up to speed, what's going on. I'm just sharing my perspective on the same thing that you guys are looking at, right? Maybe a little closer to the game. Maybe I might have some inside things going on a little bit, but for the most part, we on the same page. Trust me, brother. Trust me. Devontae Bone in the building said, let's talk Keith Thurman. We can talk about Keith Thurman. Why not, man? That's 154-pound news right there. Keith Thurman, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about Keith Thurman because believe it or not, Keith Thurman is part of the algorithm now, right? Especially what's going on when you're looking at the Virgil Ortiz story, when you're looking at Tim Tszyu, when you're looking at Sebastian Fundora, when you're looking at all these different things going on at 154 and you're trying to figure out with Jerron Boots Ennis, and he's right up in there, man. He plays his part for sure. He's trying to shake it up a little bit as well as he's on his last chapter probably of his career trying to make it count. Salute to Mr. Big Plate Bray in the building, of course, and it is what it is. We're going to talk about a lot of boxing. Let me pull up my co-host up in the building here. Ray M.F. and Davis in the building. What's good, Ray? What's good, Ray? What's good, Ray? You definitely muted, brother. That's a fact.
Because you was playing them beats and I was in here.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know if you was going to pull me up while I was in here rapping the verse. So I was like, nah, let me put it on mute.
Oh, that song, man. I love that intro song, bro. I love it.
You remember we changed it up? And I was like, nah, you gotta go back to that.
Yeah. It was gonna be I had actually I was starting to bring in like music that they were actually copyrighting me for, right? And you know, every now and then you want to shake it up, but this song right here does resonate with the spirit and with the birth of this channel. You know what I'm saying? It does resonate. So when I hear it, you know, it really just gets me amped up, and it reminds me, you know, what this is all about and where this come from. You know what I'm saying?
Up, bro. Look,
yeah.
Talk about that thug mentality, right? Coming up.
Right. That's a foundational thug mentality. That's that grit right there. That song right there. The words, you know what I mean, resonate in my spirit. Yeah. What did the country Wayne say? It sizzles in my spirit. You heard?
Okay.
Sizzles in my spirit.
I'm with it if you are, man. Salute to everybody, man. Listen, some great news. What's up, Thor Hero? Peace. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. You know what I mean? Ross Clyde always want to be the bully. You know what I mean? Because everybody a bum. We know he's a bully. You know what I mean? But it's respect to Ross Clyde, Antoine Ziegler. Salute, my brother. You know what I mean? Keep the wheels turning, as Clay said. You know what I mean? Mr. Big Play Bray. Always hit me up on the gram. Salute, my brother. And who else we got in here, man? Devon Trey Bone. Let me actually get that right. You know what I mean? Big Time 45. Salute. Clay, man, what's popping, man? You dropped like 5 videos last night. What's going on with you, man?
I try to catch up a little bit on the content, man. I don't know.
You a machine, man. Bro. You a machine.
Maybe. I can be a machine when I want to be.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, that's between you and you. I'm gonna leave that there. You know what I mean? Yeah. Keep that in the household. But at the same time, listen, man, I was like, yo, this dude is dropping video after video. I couldn't keep up. You know what I mean? I'm out there at my kids' baseball game last night. We was coaching. Got home late. So when I got home, I'm like, damn, Clay dropped a video? Then another video popped up. And then I looked and I went to the channel. I'm like, yo, this guy got like 5 videos posted. Man, I got to watch them all. I'm trying. I think I fell asleep on the
third. I think I did 3 or 4.
You did 4. I'm be honest. You did 4. I fell asleep on between the third one, like right at the beginning. I was out. You know what I mean? Just worn out. But yeah, man. Just to say, man, keep doing your thing, man. Keep pushing. You know, I always got your back, man. I'm always in support of you. I'm pretty sure you know what I mean? The Rainy Maniacs in here are all with you. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? The combat team. You know what I mean? We all here. So as long as we here, we're gonna rock with you, man. And keep pushing, man. You know what I mean? You do your thing, you deliver the content like you're supposed to. And
I appreciate that, man. I definitely appreciate that, man. I don't know. Today's show is going to be kind of a little bit of a, off the hip, a little freestyle, a little bit. No, I don't want to say freestyle, but not as organized as normally. I mean, it's a culmination. We had such a huge show yesterday, 5 hours, and we talked about a lot of stuff. I really, a lot of good content yesterday. And I really appreciated, I also appreciate how this community kind of just puts their differences to the side and allow the boxing conversation to move forward and doesn't hold up the conversation with personal issues. I appreciate that in the community because I know a lot. Listen, man, I know how the content creation space is when it comes to boxing, and I know how groups and tribes and there's almost like a gang mentality at times, and instinctively people want to attack each other based off of whatever ideas they support or fighters they support or whatever have you. But I appreciate when it comes here, it does seem like people are able to put that to the side and allow the boxing conversation to move forward, and that's a great thing. You know what I mean?
I'll be honest with a day like today, I should say, we need B. Norman Sr. or Bill Haney to roll up. Listen, I'm calling Bill Haney, beyond. He said say it 3 times. We said it. Roll up, you know what I mean? Or B. Norm Sr., man. Roll up, man. Let's get some action. Let's talk.
I'm actually working on that. Believe it or not, I am working on that. And I think that I'm working on it. Just to tell you, I am working on that.
Yeah. Well, we know behind the scenes stuff, interview wise. I'm talking about just pulling up on just. Yo, what's up?
Okay.
Yeah. Just pull up. Let us know. Let us know what's going on out there, man. Because respect is a big thing out here in these streets, and I think that's one of the most epic announcements I think I've heard since I would say Canelo Bud, maybe. You know what I mean? Maybe even before.
It's definitely a big one, right? It's definitely a big one. I mean, I think you know, it was a fight you didn't know you wanted until recently, right? You didn't know that you wanted it. You didn't know that it was gonna impact that way until about 3 weeks ago when rumors started going up. But really, right after Brian Norman Jr. did what he did against Jin Sasaki, it became like, hold up. And then, you know, you saw how Bill kind of worked with Brian Norman and how they were on the same page. And you know what? I'm appreciating the respect that's there, but at the same time, the shit talking is beginning.
I always say, Clay, and I think we talked about this man shit, right? Nothing wrong with you got to have respect for your fellow men, your comrades, you know what I mean, across the room. But at the same time, ain't nothing wrong with gamesmanship. That's part of living, man. You know what I mean? Just as long as y'all don't get emotional and all up in y'all feelings, you be all right. You know what I mean? Make it a party. You know what I mean? There's enough money out there to go around. There's enough audience for us to go around. And you're gonna have give and takes on both sides. So that's all about the respect of what I like with these two fathers here, and the fact that they respect each other for being fathers in the game. No nonsense clause, as I would say. So much respect to both of them. Big up to them for making this happen. If it goes through, I know it's at the first steps, but big steps to them, man. I'm glad.
Listen, man. It seems like there's no reason for it not to happen.
Right.
You know, you never know, like, you know, so for sure you don't want to count your eggs, but you know, it does seem like both these guys are on the same page. And once again, you know, Bill Haney in his own right just should always, you know, be celebrated for what he brings to the game. He gets under the skin of whoever he gets under the skin of, but ultimately moments like this, for example, there's an argument there to be said that Bill is taking the hand of Brian Norman and you know, that team and bringing them into another conversation that they've been trying to find their way into, and they've been doing the work, you know. As far as inside of that ring, the work is being done, right? But they kind of just needed that opportunity to get on that big stage. And, you know, this Jin Sasaki move was a great move for them. Yeah. You know, granted, on the back end, people were questioning Brian Norman's betting on his son the way he did, and kind of like, you know, being a little messy with the negotiations with Jerron, and for that to not end up moving forward into an active fight. A lot of people thought that he shot himself in his foot, but hindsight shows that he bet on his son and he didn't commit to anything he's going to stick to. And I think people don't understand that at times, that, you know, if he would have maybe taken a deal that he wasn't in agreement with, or, you know, was beneath the value of what he thought his son was worth, you know, today's price would have been yesterday's price, right? So the price of the fight going away and ultimately, you know, gone away for now, right? We know Jerron Boots Anderson, Brian Norman is not on the menu. It's not a fight that's going to happen right now, as Brian Norman is moving up to fry a quote unquote bigger fish right now. But we'll see that later. But ultimately what it did do was it gave him an opportunity to get it on his own, right? He didn't have to ride any coattails or clout chase. His son went out there, did the work in Japan, knockout of the year, shook up the casual boxing fan boxing space up. Hardcore boxing fans, I separated just to say the hardcore fans kind of knew the forecast of Brian Norman Jr. and knew what to expect from him, especially knowing that we saw Boots getting ready to probably make a move. We knew that he was probably going to be that guy in the welterweight division. But what a way to introduce yourself as that guy in the welterweight division by knocking somebody out in his own backyard. The guy doesn't remember what's happened for like the last 6 weeks, right? So, I mean, that's a knockout. If you want to know what a knockout is, go watch that video. But now must see boxing, and I think the collaboration, or, you know, the recipe spells a recipe for something legendary, because you got Devin Haney, somebody who's known for his movement, and, you know, he's coming off of his history, what he dealt with Ryan Garcia, and everybody's questioning that chin. Well, who more equipped at this point? I mean, and I've thought about this, Ray, right? Who more equipped at this point to put Devin Haney's chin in danger than Brian Norman Jr. at this point, right? So this is the super ultimate litmus test for Devin Haney for what they think he's weak on. And then in turn, on the Brian Norman side, him fighting against flat-footed fighters, fighting against a Giovanni Santillan, fighting against a Derek Cuevas, fighting against a Jin Sasaki, fighters that are going to stand in front of him. We've seen what he can do in those situations, but has he really been properly tested with that slick fighter who's not going to just necessarily stand there in front of him, and he's going to have to, be cerebral in this fight? So this is the ultimate test for him. This might be the best fighter that could be in front of him, because I don't know if you agree with it or not, but Jerron would have probably stood there in front of him as well.
Yeah.
It would have been a great fight, but this test shows, and it's going to force Brian Norman to show us some wrinkles in his game, right?
It's funny you say that, because when I was talking to somebody, I'm not going to say who, and I was telling them how I think Brian Norman has a higher percentage of knocking out Jerron Boots Ennis than he does Devin. It sounds crazy, but Devin uses his range, and he knows how to stay on the outside and box, regardless if y'all call him a runner from his last fight. I mean, it is what it is. But he's been doing this before the last fight, so in boxing well. Whereas in the case of Boots is going to stand there. He's going to try to be slick in the pocket. He's going, there's nothing wrong with that. But what is Brian Norman like? Brian Norman likes those guys that stay right in front of him. So, is he going to hurt? Can he hurt Boots? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Boots got pushed back a little bit by Karen in one of those shots. I think in a couple of punches. I would say one particular time I seen him get hit, and I ain't gonna say he wobbled him, but he pushed him back a little bit because he didn't expect it. So if you get hit with the unexpected, what happens? It can be lights out. So I think Boots has a good chin. So I don't know if Brian can knock him out. Anything's possible. Brian says he can, but I think it's more likely the way they fight, the disruption of that fight. I think Brian Norman has a better chance of knocking out Boots than Devin, and that's no slight on Boots. I think that's just a possibility of me talking. That's not me saying it's going to happen. So please don't put words in my mouth.
Right.
I'm putting odds and favors, basically.
Yeah. And Anton Ziegler says it's kind of confusing, though, because Brian Norman Sr. is saying Bill is lying, and Bill doing Bill. It's hard to tell if they're going to fight. Well, I'm going to be real, Anton. I've seen those conversations, right? And there's no confusion there, but what's happening is negotiations is happening, right? And where Bill is willing to make the fight happen and pushing for the fight to happen. And I'll be honest with you, as much as Bill has sold this fight, as much as Bill has put him on the hit list, there's really nowhere, there's little room for the Haneys to wiggle out of this without looking horrible. That's why, first of all, they've never shown me that they try to wiggle out of any smoke. They don't have a history of doing that. But on top of that, even if there was some second thoughts going on over there on that team, they've sold the fight too much. There's little wiggle room in there for them to move out of this situation. Right. I think what we're seeing here, when you hear somebody like Brian Norman talking about how the negotiations is going on, is exactly that. Is that understanding that there's definitely a third party involved in there. And there's definitely, on Brian Norman's side, a promoter called Bob Arum and Top Rank, whoever represents their interests, that are going to make sure this deal makes sense for everybody, not just Brian Norman and Bill Haney, but everybody, right? And I'm talking about Top Rank, right? So where Bill Haney and Devin have a little bit more freedom, they don't operate off of having to please so many people. They're really comfortable. If you hear Bill Haney and Devin Haney say that they're available, that they can make the fight happen, they don't have to get permission. They don't have to move around like other people do. So Brian Norman is seeing and watching this develop, and really watching probably the negotiations happening between Turki Al-Sheikh and the Ring Magazine team and those people that are maybe potentially negotiating with his representation. But at the end of the day, as long as the fighters are wanting this to happen and they're pushing from there and they're not trying to get out of this, more than likely, I think this fight is gonna get put together.
Yeah, it's definitely hit. I think it's going to be a done deal very soon. Just once they find a location and the right people to match up, promote the fight, definitely a done deal. Another thing, like you said, you've never seen. Anytime Bill ever said he wanted a fight, they got and they wanted it, and they even didn't get the fight. Whatever, they pursued fights. They've always pursued fights. They never backed down from a fight. That whole Shakur thing, I think somebody mentioned it a couple of weeks ago. That wasn't Bill and them backing down. Bill and them made an offer. They made a clear offer, and the offer was countered 3 times, as Bill said. You know what I mean? There was no denying it from the other side. And if you look at it, Clay, if I'm not mistaken, it was an interview with Shakur that said, you know what I mean, he kind of kicks himself in the foot for not taking that fight for what it was.
Now, Shakur always says Shakur always says that he doesn't regret it because he doesn't operate in regret. He feels like everything happens for a reason, but he does.
Should have took the opportunity for the belts.
No, he didn't say he should have took it.
I thought he said he should have took the. I thought it was one interview. He said that I had an opportunity to get all the belts right there. I mean, and then thinking you're right. He said I don't regret not taking it, but I did have the opportunity. Not, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't feel like he didn't take it. He feels like Devin moved in a way that he just didn't predict Devin would move as fast to go to the next opportunity like he did. He thought he'd give more leeway to negotiations. He thought he'd give more. He was kind of shocked. Like he thought when he moved it to the purse bid that there'd be a little bit of a negotiation there, and whatever came out of that, he would have took that to make the fight happen, even if it was arguably lower or whatever have you than the original offer. But when he saw Devin and Bill kind of like be like, I ain't got no time to play, they kind of were ready to go, and you kind of like pushed back and they moved on. He's like, you know, he had a damn moment, right? Damn, they did. All right, man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, it is what it is, but but they ain't never dope no smoke. They ain't never run for nobody. He always calling people out, man. You see his list. He put a wish list out. It became a hit list, as Clay would say, and Bill called it a hit list. So, you know what I mean? They want these fighters, and they put it out there that they want to fight everybody on that list, whether they want to step up to the plate or not. That's what he said. That's what he wants. Shakur's on there. Keyshawn's on there. Boots was on there. Brian Norman accepted the challenge. Tank was on there. Who else he had? He had one dude. I don't even know. There's a couple people. I think Homeboy. But anyway,
he had a lot of people on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of people on there. Brian Garcia again, Rolly Romero, Teofimo. A lot of people on that list, man. And a lot of people turned down the fight. So, I mean, I got to give him the shot caller of the year award, man. He calling shots and people not paying him attention because they don't believe him or they don't make sense at the time or they just don't want to fight him. That's the way it looks. You know what I mean?
He put the list out. It is what it is. And like I said, both those guys seem like they want to fight each other. I think I'm fairly confident the fight's gonna come together. I mean, and like I said, there's little room to wiggle out of it. And I say that reluctantly just to say that I would never put that jacket. Devin doesn't and Bill doesn't have a history of wiggling out of things. No. And I don't see Brian Norman Sr. And Jr. wiggling out of this. And I say that just because the way they negotiated the last Jerron Boots and his fight, there's arguments out there to say that they priced themselves out to a certain situation. But I think that was just listen, man, that wasn't them getting out of a fight. That was just them trying to get their value. And it ended up getting in the way of the fight happening. But generally speaking, I don't see a reason or anything that shows me on the face that Brian Norman and Junior or Senior would do anything to get out of this. So I think there's a good chance this fight's going to get put together. I think it's perfect timing. I think Devin needs this fight. And yeah, I think Brian Norman needs this fight. You know what I mean? Or he needs a fight like this. And there's not too many fights like this available for Brian Norman. And what I mean is a fight with somebody like a Devin who has a history and a resume like Devin does, and also being able to get in there and inside the business of Turkey Al-Sheikh for the financing, the pricing, the pay that they're probably going to receive, the compensation that they're going to receive on something like this will set the pace as to what the future will hold for them as far as how much they're worth. You know what I mean? It will raise their market value in multiple different ways. And on the back end of victories, in a crazy victory for Brian Norman or Devin Haney, either way, that'll also catapult them to a certain level in certain conversations. So it's a beautiful thing to watch them come together and put this together, and wish them the best of luck of checking whatever boxes need to be checked so that can be put together. Right? It is what it is.
Right. Absolutely. And I mean, for the most part, Clay is great points. You know what I mean? And look. Hey, the action is where it's at, man. I'm with it. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I see only one way Bill would hop out of this fight if there's a bigger fight. You know what I mean? And it has to be something that's worth taking that lead for. And I mean, a bigger fight such as somebody if Javante moved up, wanted to catchweight fight at 142 or something like that, or 140 or 137, I could see them leaving that arena to go get because the bag is bigger. I don't think he would do it for Ryan. I think that ship has sailed. I think Tio would be another fight he possibly would do it for, but Tio don't want this fight with Devin, and this has been an ongoing scenario with him and Tio for 6 years. So I think they're done with that. That ship has sailed as well. So everybody else on that list is busy, as I mentioned earlier. So it kind of like makes sense for the Brian Norman fight just coming off this win. Hitchens is available, but I don't think it's a big enough fight. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think that's a big enough fight for him to leave to go fight Hitchens for. So it is what it is.
Yeah, it's the Brian Norman fight would be the more attractive fight. Getting Hitchens, you're also cross promoting more. I mean, Eddie Hearn will be willing to. It's a fight that could be made, but you're pulling them up from 140. I don't know. It's just Hitchens got Fisher Fry at 140. That fight with Brian Norman puts him with a title shot in a division that he's campaigning at. Gives him the opportunity to kind of like get into the conversation of where he's comfortable, which is legacy, titles, unification, adds more to the risk reward conversation as far as reward, risk. Just makes him a more attractive dance partner if he's able to secure all those different things.
Yes, we got a good question. Clay and Ray, what is Tim Tszyu spell check rank? Because why he got a shot at a title, thought he was fighting Keith Thurman. Great question, and there's a timeline to that.
Hold on, Clay and Ray, what is Tim Tszyu ranked? Because why is he getting a shot at the belt? Thought Tim was gonna fight Thurman. I mean, I definitely have some perspective on it, but it looks like you were about to go speak.
Yeah, no problem. I'm touching on it. So the whole point behind this was one, I think behind the scenes they had like that kind of hand agreement. One thing, two, it is a PBC fight to say the least, and three, Keith Thurman and Tim Tszyu probably wasn't a good sell. So in order to get Fundora back in the ring, they had to find an opponent for him, and the most common opponent for him would be at this time probably Tim Tszyu. So I think that because they had that handshake agreement. They probably went that route because he ended up having to drop his belt for not fighting the mandatory or something like that, right? So in order to take this fight, because remember he was supposed to unify, he's supposed to do this, he's supposed to do that, all these things he wanted to do, but they ended up going this route. Samson Ligowitz is moving a really odd way. Clay has spoken on this multiple times. So it's more the Fundora side, I think, than the Tim Tszyu side. Tim Tszyu is honorable. I think he was supposed to fight that Keith Thurman fight, but we don't know what happened on Keith Thurman's end either. If that was something that they were willing to do, even though he called it out, because Keith Thurman has been known to sell some wolf tickets at the same time. But I'm gonna let Clay elaborate some more, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. I mean, just add to it. I mean, I think the big thing that whenever you're looking at the PBC fighters, you got to kind of look at it a little bit deep, right? There's what's on the surface and there's what's beneath the surface. And I think what's consistent here is beneath the surface, there's always management of resources, management and concern with pay-per-view sales, fights selling. There's always that concern, it seems, with the PBC when they're putting together events. I mean, not for nothing. I don't know if anybody has seen it, but I don't think, correct me, I don't think at this moment the Gervonta Tank Davis Lamont Roach fight has even been announced for August 16th officially yet. We know that's probably going to be the date. We know that that's the date they're aiming for, and that's what they're letting us know that we should be looking for. But as far as Premier announcing it, why haven't they announced it? If you ask me, I can only speculate and guess. It's fights getting put together, undercard, money, right? And they're budgeting with these events. They're looking for the best way to deliver the best events possible, but they're also looking at how to pay the events. I think one thing that Tim Tszyu brings to the table for making a fight with a Sebastian Fundora and making it lucrative is that he brings a promotional company. He also backs a lot of the things he does out of Australia. So when you think about Tim Tszyu, you think about No Limit, and you think about the fact that they help finance these fights. So it helps alleviate a little bit of that pinch on the pockets that the PBC may feel when they need to put together these big fights. Now, also, Ray mentioned Samson Ligowitz. That's another point. He seems like he's on board and working directly with the PBC to help them campaign and get back up to the top of the food chain where they used to be. So when he's making moves with his fighters, And it does bother me a little bit, but I'll be honest. It looks like he's thinking about the fighter's best. He's trying his best to think of what's best for the fighter, but at times it does seem like he's putting priority on what's best for the company. He's become a company man promoter, where although he's running his own thing and has his own fighters, when it comes to the PBC, he seems to be taking their well-being into consideration. And not to say that he should be looking to F over the PBC, but at the end of the day, Tom Brown, Al Heyman, Ludacubus, the people who are really there on a corporate status with the PBC are there to cover and make sure they're on point. I think Samson Leakowitz is kind of selling his fighters a little bit short when he's making them compromise the integrity of what they're in the game for, and it seems to always end up benefiting the PBC. And you see Edwin De Los Santos, what he ended up having to do. He moved away from Samson Leakowitz just based off the fact that the money was just, what was being offered. He wasn't hearing was being offered. He was getting a fraction of that. And why was that happening? You see David Benavidez getting an opportunity to get a big payday, probably end up in a big time unification undisputed title shot, and somehow Samson convinced him that the best thing to do was to keep this fight in-house and get him elevated and become an email champion. And ultimately we see that they're trying to negotiate and put this Caleb Smith fight together, but once again we haven't heard the announcement on that. Now, I'm not saying that fight's not going to get put together. There's a good chance it can get put together. You know what I'm saying? Caleb Smith seems to want the fight. Eddie Hearn seems to want the fight to a degree, but are they going to be able to meet whatever terms or check whatever boxes need to be checked in order for Caleb Smith and their team to sacrifice not potentially getting an equivalent payday to fight a lesser opponent in their home city and push their market value up and also position themselves to getting a winner between Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol? We don't know, right?
Right.
And then you look at Sebastian Fundora and you say to yourself, well, what sense did it make for Sebastian personally, just for Sebastian Fundora to go ahead and vacate a WBO title when you saw him state that he had no intentions of doing that? And in fact, he actually wanted to go ahead and face and unify, and he doesn't want to give up any of his belts. And then 2-3 weeks later, you hear that he's vacated his WBO title, and we see that Xander Zayas and Jorge Perez Garcia, or whatever his name may have, will be fighting for a vacant title. So Sebastian Fundora ends up in the situation where he's fighting Tim Tszyu, which on the face, like I said, you got the surface level view of it. If you don't look under it, it just looks like it kind of makes sense a little bit, because Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora had a fight of the year candidate last year. And you would think that Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora should be a rematch, that it makes sense. But the thing that doesn't make sense is, was Sebastian Fundora willing to vacate a title to fight Tim Tszyu? I mean, he was barely willing to do that to fight Errol Spence, right? But you see he does it for Tim Tszyu, and you know what Tim Tszyu brings to the table. I personally believe that financially it's easier for the PBC to facilitate that fight and put it together. They can allocate the more resources towards the undercard, make it make more sense for them. If they would have had to pay for Sebastian Fundora to fight Xander Zayas, the price probably point would have been a little bit different. There'd have been across the street politics going on with Top Rank and the PBC. It'd have been just a little bit more expensive, and even the undercard at that time would take a little bit of work to put together as well for them, because you got to find the right people and pay them a certain way. They deal with that pay-per-view model with the back end money and all those things. They don't give big upfront guarantees, so it becomes a more difficult negotiation. Whereas with Tim Tszyu, No Limit can cover Tim Tszyu the way Tim Tszyu needs to be covered. The PBC can focus more so on covering Sebastian and covering the undercard, and I'm sure No Limit, Tim Tszyu, I wouldn't be shocked to see a 1 or 2 Australian fighters on the undercard. It just becomes a little bit easier for them to put the event together. I believe that's what we're looking at. You know what I mean?
Right.
And but like 2 Cents saying right here, they have unfinished business. They can sell it. They can sell it because they do have that history 100%.
That's where I was going. I was going to say, not to mention that, you know what I mean, it was a questionable fight in the beginning, and the fact that he literally, a lot of people thought he wanted to fight with a cut on his head. That's one point. And then the fact is, the other end of the spectrum is, somebody just mentioned, you have Virgil Cardenas said, you have Virgil Ortiz and Bayuchuk, right? Both of them are still in the running at the WBC. They have unfinished business. So what better way to put these guys on the same card to parallel these fights, to build up this fight for not only for a great WBC title defense, but winner gets winner You know what I mean? Loser gets loser. They move back in the bracket or they go somewhere else. But it gives Fundora the opportunity to redeem himself on people saying that he was, you know what I mean, he stole a fight. It gives Tim Tszyu the opportunity to say, look, you took my title when you shouldn't have. Even though his title was now going, he's fighting for the WBC. It still took his title.
Yeah, I mean, I think it does make sense on the surface of, like I said, they can check these boxes. But like I said, if we look deeper into it, we know that there's some inconsistencies there. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? That this fight had a lot more sauce on it before Tim Tszyu went and got stopped by Bakram, right? And then he had a little tune-up fight with somebody, with Joey Spencer, somebody who we never heard of, and he looked good in that fight. But then you look at the big picture of what Sebastian Fundora had to do, the price he had to pay, and you have to ask yourself, did this fight make that much sense? It makes sense, but doesn't make that much sense, right? And also, we know Tim Tszyu is also talking about going up to 160, right? He doesn't want to hang out 154 too much longer. He blames a rehydration clause on that fight with Bakram for his performance there. So, you know, this is a move for Tim Tszyu to where he either fights for a title, he gets a title shot, and he keeps his title. Now he's in unification conversation, so he'll hang it back a little bit at 154 to make the biggest fights he can. But his worst case scenario is if he loses this fight, he's going to go to 160 more than likely after this. And then on the back end of that, what do you do with Keith Thurman? Somebody mentioned Keith Thurman a little bit earlier. Well, that helps build a story there now. Now Keith Thurman is waiting on the sideline. They're still, I'm sure, having hopes of bringing Errol Spence back at some point. You've got the pieces in place to do a lot of in-house fights with the PBC, with this move that they did. This move benefits the PBC. It benefits Tom Brown. I don't know that it benefits Sebastian Fundora so much. I don't know that there was a demand to necessarily see Sebastian Fundora fight Tim Tszyu again. I don't know that the boxing space held the Tim Tszyu fight against Sebastian Fundora so much. I don't know that. I believe that the boxing space was comfortable with Sebastian Fundora being champion. I believe that on the back end of a loss that Tim Tszyu took from Bakram, that kind of went out of their minds as far as Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora fighting each other. They were more so looking forward to seeing Tim Tszyu probably fight Keith Thurman, to be honest with you, than fight Sebastian Fundora. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it is what it is, but I don't know. You know what I mean?
No, hey, man, listen, I'm all for it. It's still good quality fight, man. That's what it is. At the end of the day, we see the first one. We knew it was we didn't know what to expect. Let's be honest, Clay. When we heard the Keith Thurman versus Tim Tszyu fight initially, we were like, "What? For no belt? What? For the main event? What? On pay-per-view for $70, $80? What?" You know what I mean? A lot of questions, a lot of question marks, a lot of whys. So now we get to the point where they moved Keith Thurman off. He got hurt, whatever. They moved that fight off, and who did they put in place? They put Fundora, who was supposed to be fighting the dude, not the dude that knocked him out, the other dude for the WBC. Yeah, for the WBC, right? Mm-hmm. So they ended up moving that whole card around, making it work out. The dude that actually knocked out Fundora ended up getting knocked out by what's the name? So it ended up all balancing out, all moving Bayou Chuck, right? Bayou Chuck ended up knocking dude out. So he ended up with the intern, and all this stuff made the perfect sense, and it played the part. I say you have faith in the PBC because when that happened and it put all the pieces in a puzzle together at that division, it started making sense. So now we have more players from different promotional companies in this division. So now with those players also being moved around and able to get these belts and capture belts to force PBC to make some moves after their guys done worked it out on their side of the street, we got a lot of collisions going on, man. There's going to be some good boxing at 154. So we've been saying this for the last 2 or 3 years. Now that Boots is up there, it really makes some sense. So, and listen, I'm all for it. Let Tim Tszyu get that opportunity. Let Charlo come back and try to get one of his belts. Listen, man, maybe that's the fight. Tim Tszyu wins, we get Charlo fight. We don't know. You know what I mean? We left him off the plate. So, you know, maybe he'll come fight Keith Thurman.
Yeah, everything is
I
possible.
mean? Anything's possible, man. It's a lot of PBC guys up there at 154.
Yeah, I think all that is great. You know what I mean? But like I said, I think that the one thing that's just going to always sit there and look weird to me is Sebastian Fundora vacating his title.
Oh, yeah.
It just don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. It don't. And I mean, people can try to make it make sense. It's all good or whatever have you. But, you know, if we're going to hold people to their words and what they say, and which people love to do in the boxing space. And granted, people can change their minds, but what happened to change Sebastian Fundora's mind from I don't want to vacate any of my belts, I want to fight all the champions too. Yeah, let's vacate it so I can go rematch Tim Tszyu. I don't know how that benefited him. That sounded like, once again, and the reason I bring it up and I always stay on it as long as I do is to say that Samson Leikowitz, who do you work for? Do you work for the fighter or do you work for the PBC? Because how did that benefit Sebastian Fundora vacating his title to rematch Tim Tszyu?
Right.
Now, how about this, right? On the back end of a loss to Tim Tszyu, how does Sebastian Fundora look not defending his title against a recent prospect contender in Xander Zayas, a fight that he's probably going to be favored in? He would have defended his title right there and probably been able to move on to unify big fights. How does that benefit him to go back in time, fight against Tim Tszyu, a fight that was super razor close? A lot of people still felt like Tim Tszyu won that fight. You lose your title fight. What does Sebastian Fundora do at that point? So either one of these guys, in my personal opinion, I'm be honest with you, on the back end of a loss, I'm looking at the loser going to 160. That's probably what's going to end up happening, you know? And it is what it is. And 160 is a I don't want to say it's a graveyard division, but in comparison to 154, whoever leaves 154 to go to 160 is not going to better and brighter days. You know what I'm saying? They're going to have to go up there and they're going to get belts. They're going to do what they do, but ultimately preparing to go to 168 or being in a division that has no real dance partners to get you the paydays that you want to get. Correct. It is what it is.
Correct.
It is what it is, right? But I mean, look, it's a great fight regardless. The fight last year between Tim Tszyu and Sebastian Fundora delivered. It was a great fight. Blood, guts. Both guys put it all on the line. It was a great fight, and more than likely, it's going to be a great fight again this time around. So it is what it is.
So.
You know.
Well, he worked on the jab, Clay. So you know.
Yeah, he's evolving as well. We see Gabby, his sister. She's fighting. She's standing behind that jab, winning these fights, setting up these shots. It's not cutting down on the stoppages. The stoppages are still there. If anything, in my personal opinion, it makes the stoppages easier to get to. If he learns to use that jab and set everything up off that jab, it's gonna be a beautiful thing for him. It's gonna be a beautiful thing for him. You know what I mean? What's going on here? Oh, he's talking about Brian Norman. I think that answered the question for Devontae. I think Devontae got our perspective on it. At least, you know, it's not the end all be all answer. We don't know. We're not in their camps, but you know, from the outside looking in, that's what it looks like to us. It is what it is.
Correct. And I'm on board with that.
You know. But I wanted to get back onto this. Back on because we talked about it yesterday. I want to talk a little bit about this Floyd Schofield, Tevin Farmer situation. I also want to talk about 135. Right, because a lot is going on at 135 right now behind the scenes. So much is going on in boxing. 135 is just not getting the focus that it needs, and maybe that has to do a little bit with. I mean, obviously we have Gervonta Tank Davis and Lamont Roach who need to iron that out, whatever their situation is, so we can kind of figure out what direction that WBA conversation is going in at 135. Right, we need to get some perspective. It seems like the WBA at the lightweight. On the lightweight status is kind of frozen a little bit. You know, I don't want to say the cherry pick that went wrong, but I'm going to say that Lamont Roach came up there, shook it up a little bit. Now he has to rematch him. It's kind of put a pause on the Gervonta Tank Davis conversation as far as in reference to the rest of 135 and how it affects 135.
Listen, right? I have so much to say on this. Go ahead.
Right. And then we have Shakur Stevenson getting ready to fight against William Zepeda. That's a fight that was in the works for so long. It's good that it's actually going to happen. Shakur's looking very confident. I've seen him doing some heavy bag work. You know, he seems like the hands are coming together. I'll be honest with you. I have questions as to whether or not we're going to see a bigger puncher in Shakur Stevenson based on the fact that have the hands healed fully at this point. When he fought against Josh Padley, the hands weren't fully healed. He's really supposed to be in rehabilitation and physical therapy for a longer period of time. And he went into that fight a little early. So the hands started to hurt him a little bit. We saw him do that squeeze contest, that hand strength test. We saw how weak his hands were when you know what I'm talking about, when he squeezed that machine.
Squeeze that.
And the reality was, according to Moses and people who are close to that camp, was that Shakur's hands weren't 100%. Now, Shakur's hands seem like they're getting a little stronger. Still makes me nervous, but he plans on putting belt to ass on William Zepeda. And he's acknowledging throughout the interviews and the understanding that he can't have that game plan he had against De Los Santos, right? When his hands are hurt, he's not going to be moving around but so crazy. And he's welcomed the idea of this ring being a little bit smaller. So I really think he has all intentions on standing in there, fighting in that mid-range fight, and really just beating William Zepeda up. What do you think?
Yeah. I think he's going to attempt to do so. He said he's going to put a hurting on him, man. He said he's going to beat him up. Here's the problem I have with that fight. The motor of William Zepeda doesn't stop. And that's what comes to question. So I'm very questionable in this fight. Like, I think Shakur wins the fight, and thinking is not me picking. Let's be clear again. I think Shakur wins the fight. But I believe that William Zepeda is going to pose so much of a threat to him, depending on how this fight turns out to be. If Zepeda decides to put in just keep walking him down, walking through his punches or whatever the case may be, and Shakur starts getting nervous about him not being able to stop Zepeda from moving forward, it can change the complexity of this fight all completely. I think Shakur is going to use his range and his movements to offset Zepeda and punch through in between his shots as he's starting to throw those that high volume shot. But he's going to keep him where he's keeping his hands busy from moving forward, as I would say, as he's punching to hit Shakur. He's going to keep him busy, and I think that's what Shakur is going to should be working on is volume punching, in my opinion, to offset all these punches instead of trying to be like Tevin Farmer was. Tevin Farmer was definitely punching between the shots, but he was sitting there waiting for Zepeda to like launch his arsenal so he can catch him in between. I think Shakur has to be first here. And if he is, he has a really good shot of upsetting Zepeda and changing the complexity of this fight, like I said, and winning it. But we can see. It's a good fight, man. It's very unpredictable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that the thing I like about it, and shout out to Ill Will 85 with the $2 holla. I appreciate the support, man. Says don't sleep on Rel. He's a nasty coach. Coach Rel is ultimately Shakur Stevenson's team is about as sound of a team as you can have in boxing. And when we're talking about complete threats in a boxing space, I think it's understated a lot. Like when you think about Terrence Crawford and what he brings to the table against Canelo Alvarez, you have to factor in Bomac, right? Like the team makes a difference. When you talk about Canelo Alvarez, you can't not talk about Coach Eddie Reynoso, right? These make a big difference in who these fighters are. And Shakur does bring that type of team. And he brings a team that has to take into consideration. And at this point in Shakur Stevenson's career, he is working with the idea and the understanding that his hands may go left on him, right? Inside of a fight. There's no, they know that. And whatever game plan they're building, including that in the possibilities of what they might have to deal with in the fight. Shakur's had the hand surgeries, and if truth be told, and people want to be honest, we've not seen Shakur Stevenson work. We haven't seen and given enough time to allow the surgeries that he's done on his hand to fully heal. We haven't seen him perform yet. And that's going to be the question going into this fight is how are the hands healing up and have healed up? It's been about what? This fight's happening next month, July. So it's been about 10 months? Close to a year, 10 months or so since the surgery happened.
I think I mentioned that before. You're right.
Right? So the hands are probably a lot stronger. Let's see how the surgery treats his hands. His hands may be stronger than they've ever been since like the past 5 years, right? More than likely. So we're going to see Shakur, who's always been preaching and always been campaigning to be this puncher, to be this guy who's going to stop people. But there's an argument there to say that he hasn't been able to physically because of these hands. And these hands may be healed in a way that we've never seen Shakur have his hands. It could be both ways. It could be bad where his hands are fragile and break easily, but they could be also stronger than they've ever been. Deontay Wilder had some surgery on his hands and came back, and it seemed like the hands was even more dynamite.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When he came back off the surgery. And if that's the case, then what we're going to see is a Shakur Stevenson who can put his punches together in a way more confident way. Shakur's never had issues putting his punches together as far as mentally what he can do. It's physically what his hands were going to allow him to do. So if his hands are allowed to do more, we could see a very, very different Shakur Stevenson.
Yes, sir. Now, I got something that you said when he got his hands back, right? Mm-hmm. Remember you questioned if he came back too soon when he made the fight for like March or something like that? He was like, I wonder if he's coming back too soon. You know what I mean? Did he give his hands enough time to heal? Because he's already hitting the bag. And he had the surgery in like, September? And he's in the bag, punching the bag in like November, December. And you were like, yo, I think this could be too soon. I mean, you said the fight will tell us, right? Mm-hmm. And what did he do? He had said he had a re-injury or whatever, or occurrence where he had felt some pain. Because I think, to your point, he didn't allow his hands to heal. I think over this time now, he has allowed his hands to heal. I think he's a gym rat. And because he's a gym rat, he doesn't know how to shut it down. That can be costly or that can be helpful. I think now, I think it's the time where we do see his hands working well and his hands more healed. And I think they're stronger, to say the least. I think he'll find the right gloves to use, Clay. While he's looking and testing gloves, I think he'll probably go with Grant gloves. I don't know if he used them last time. I thought he used Rival before, but maybe he goes with the Grant gloves, and maybe that'd be a good fit for him, because I don't think he ever used Grant. And I think we'll see a different Shakur type of power coming out of him, because he was still knocking people down. Even with Padley, he was knocking them down. He just was saying that he had some little tweaks here and there on his hands. So let's see if Shakur's back and ready to go, because I think he is. I believe so. And like I said, I think he gets the victory. You know what I mean? Thinking and pointing it out. We'll wait till that day comes for me to make the call. But yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And we know that Shakur's not above selling us some wolf tickets just off the strength of the idea that he may need to finesse Williams Zepeda, right? But I think that he has to understand that there is no finessing Williams Zepeda. Mm-hmm. Williams Zepeda won't drink from the cup that Edwin De Los Santos drank from the night they fought each other. In other words, Shakur was able to get inside of Edwin De Los Santos's head via the press conferences and the build-up and the face-offs, letting Edwin know that he was going to stop him and he was going to do all these things to him, and it translated into Edwin De Los Santos fighting a way more reserved fight, right? That's what it translated into. It translated into feints holding a lot of weight with Edwin De Los Santos. As Shakur was feinting and moving around and threatened to hit him with a hand that was injured, Edwin didn't know how to process that correctly and ultimately ended up fighting way more reserved, and the fight was boring. Williams Zepeda is not going to drink from that cup. There's no feinting him into inactivity, if that makes any sense, right? There's no feinting him into inactivity. That being said, Shakur is very confident right now, and even on the tweet here, did I bring the tweet up? Did I have it up?
Shout out to True Stranger Jose in the building. Long time, my brother.
Yeah, salute, Jose, man, salute. Right here, let me pull this up real quick here. Bear with me. Present, share, boom, share, right? So right here on a tweet, and I'm guys might have seen this happen about 5 days ago, so it's not a brand new tweet, but he says right here, don't start backtracking now. July 12th, right around the corner. Stand on everything y'all said about me. He really, to me, what I'm hearing here is he's talking to the whole boxing space, right? And he's really confident. He seems to be very confident and very happy with the way things are happening in training camp. And more importantly, in my opinion, happy about the way his hands are healing up, right? He's loving what it's looking like. And he says, and he adds, and Williams Zepeda, right? So this was a statement that wasn't to Williams Zepeda. This part of the conversation is to Williams Zepeda, where he says, remember all that BS you said, how you stopping me? Let's see you do that, right? This man's not shying away from engagement in this fight. Shakur won't be shying away from engagement in this fight. And I'm excited but I'm also nervous because I don't want him to sell me wolf tickets like he did with Edwin, right? But I'm excited because if he's not selling wolf tickets, which I'm more than leaning towards the side that he's not selling wolf tickets, man, I think we're going to see this is going to be like a rebirth of Shakur Stevenson in this fight potentially, right? Like this is the Shakur Stevenson we may need to start getting used to mentally. And if we're factoring in this type of Shakur Stevenson, I think he sells a fight with Gervonta Tank Davis. I think he sells unification. I think we can talk about Undisputed. We can talk about some of the biggest fights that can be made with Shakur Stevenson. We could talk about him and Devin, him and Hitchinson, him and Gary Antoine Russell, him and all these other fights, Ryan Garcia, not Ryan Garcia, but we can start talking about maybe Ryan Garcia, right? But we can start talking about Shakur Stevenson in a lot of other fights if he's able to get over this hump, which is that hand injury. Because we know, if you don't know, if you want to say knock Shakur and you're just not a fan, you think he's a hype train, that's up to you. But I don't think anybody I know has ever said Shakur is a hype train. What we always said is physically, if those hands are not healthy, he can't give us the performances that we want.
Right. And I have a question.
If those hands have come full circle and they're healthy, I think we see something special.
Walaikum assalam to Idle Choice, for real. But go ahead, Clay. I know
man.
I want to ask a question.
Yeah. Walaikum salam. Idle Choice says Shakur over everyone but Haney. Okay, no doubt, brother.
I'm with that. I've been saying that. You know I said that before, so it's okay. I'm with him. Me and him, eye to eye. Salute. Yo, my question is this: if he does everything he says he's going to do to
not to cut you off, but 53 people in the building. Shout out to everybody in the building. Thank you for being here, guys. Please remember, as you come into the building, hit the like button. Let's help the channel get into the algorithm where it needs to be. I appreciate you. And of course, if you're not subscribed to the channel, don't waste another moment of your time.
No lurking, bro. No lurking. Anyway, back to where I'm at is if he beats Zepeda the way he says he's going to beat him, does that call for the Gervonta Davis fight? Because the fan base is saying he hasn't done nothing because Tank said he hasn't done nothing yet. Zepeda was number one across the board in every sanctioning body, right? He is now the interim WBC champion. He is now a guy that's in the top 5 or top 3 at the lightweight division. Does that lay something give thought to say now Shakur should be able to and be ready for a Gervonta Davis fight? He is able to bring some type of weight with him, because a lot of people are pushing back like he ain't do nothing. Is it D Block funny? Listen, if he does that, does that make this fight happen?
I think he's funny, but I think he believes that, and I think there's a good chance that it can happen. I mean, I think this is one of those fights, man. As far as the Gervonta Tank Davis conversation is concerned with Shakur Stevenson, I think if it happens, it happens. But I got to believe that most of the boxing space is past that, right? Shakur has done more than made an argument as far as to why that fight should happen. This is what the controversy is at, right? There's nothing left for him to do, right? I mean, maybe some of Gervonta Tank Davis fans may be looking to see something if they're not in support of the fight happening. But even the Gervonta Tank Davis fans exclusively want to see the Shakur fight, right? They'll put blame on Shakur and say the way he's moved, where he's at, wrong side of the street, the decisions that he's made in the business part of his career have gotten in the way of what's going on between him and Gervonta Tank Davis. But as far as the value of this fight, the competitive nature of the fight and what we know the fight is, and the reason why the fight is already, without Shakur Stevenson fighting not one more person, potentially the most asked for, anticipated fight in boxing. This fight is in the conversations of David Benavidez and Canelo Alvarez, and you know what I'm saying? This is where the Shakur Stevenson and Gervonta Tank Davis conversation is. So there's no more to add to that to make that fight or sell that fight. This is about whether or not a deal can come up that makes sense, or whether or not there's a willingness between both of these fighters to make it happen. I think Shakur Stevenson has done more than explained and expressed how much he wants the fight to happen. This is about Gervonta Tank Davis ultimately accepting, or if he decided to go ahead and move on. It is what it is. Right. This fight right here sets up the foundation for Shakur Stevenson to move forward without Tank. This fight doesn't sell the Tank fight because the Tank fight is already sold. What it does is it sells Shakur Stevenson's ability to be as successful as he wants to be to cross over into the casual fan base, to be must-see boxing for the whole entire space without Gervonta Tank Davis. If anything, maybe put shade and more shame on Gervonta Tank Davis if the fight doesn't happen, because now the casual space, which is what Turki Al-Sheikh is working on capturing the eyes of, right? This is why the the Fatal Fury, the spectacle in Times Square, the Alcatraz fight he's talking about putting together, the crazy trailers. Turki Al-Sheikh in the video game Undisputed. This is Turki Al-Sheikh trying to capture the hearts of the casual fan base. And in turn, Shakur Stevenson has an opportunity now to be on a stage tailor-made for the casual fan base, right? To see him. And if he delivers the performance that he's saying he's going to deliver and what we want to see him deliver, then this is a chance for him to catapult from this moment into a commercial space that he can operate on without Gervonta Tank Davis hovering over him.
Awesome. So with that catapult, does he become number one at 135?
100%.
Thank you. Okay. That's what I feel. I'm only asking you these questions because I've already in resolve with this. So
right.
I think that this fight right here is a make or break for Shakur Stevenson. I think if he dominates, it really propels him to number one. I think if he wins convincingly or just wins the fight, I think it puts him at number one for fighting not only the second or third best guy at 135 and beating him. I think it puts him in a category, especially that somebody that nobody wanted to fight, because a lot of people didn't want to fight William Zepeda, believe it or not. And I think this puts him in a position that most people want to be at. And I think he doesn't need Gervonta at this point. I think people will more likely want to see that fight because they want to see Gervonta get his position back. But as we move to Gervonta, I'll calculate my decisions there because I know you want to talk about that in a minute. But yeah, man, Shakur is definitely doing the right things to help his career and push himself forward. I don't see him going to 140 yet. I think he wants to wrap up a few things at 135, regardless if GTD is in the picture or not. I think it's just a matter of time, especially with Keyshawn elevating himself to 140. I think this is a good look for Shakur, and the time is now. And I don't know if that makes sense of me saying that, but the time is now for him. Do or die.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big opportunity for him. The only thing Shakur is missing is the entertainment value to the casual fan base, and he hasn't been able to do that in my opinion, because of these injuries. If he's conquered these injuries, if he's gotten these injuries at a minimum under some real control, and it doesn't get in the way of him being able to deliver fights like what he did with Josh Padley. And we saw him do that against Josh Padley, and we saw him still deal with the injuries, right? He still had moments where he showed the injury, but he used his grit and he weathered the storm and he pushed through it and he gave us a stoppage. But if he's better than that, which I don't see any reasons for him not to be better than that, he's got the best physical therapy, the best access to the best surgeons. He has access to whatever's out there at the highest level to give him the best opportunity to be a fully encompassed fighter, just a complete fighter. The only thing holding him back is that entertainment value. He puts on a performance like he say he's going to put on in front of William Zepeda. He definitely becomes the premier number one lightweight champion boxer in that division. And I know a lot of people will push back and still want to give it to Gervonta, but just to realize that people are starting to become, they're slowly weaning themselves off of Gervonta Tank Davis, because Gervonta's talking about retirement. He's not talking about making the fight you want to see. He's not talking about unifying. Believe it or not, the boxing space is starting to become disenchanted with Gervonta Tank Davis, in my opinion. I think it's something that's slowly happening. He's still a star. He's still a face of boxing. He still sells. But as far as people who are looking into the conversation about the future of 135 pounds, I think people are weaning themselves off of Gervonta being that future, because he doesn't seem to really want to participate in the conversation, to be honest with you. Now, he can flip that at any time he wants to. He can come out at the end of this Lamont Roach fight and say, Shakur Stevenson, you're next. He can go out and make a statement and say, Raymond Mortale, your neck. He can get into the conversation of 135 and get it all back, because he's that kind of a fighter. But until he starts talking that way, moving that way, and showing that that's his intentions, he's losing steam off of 135. And somebody like Shakur Stevenson, especially on the back end of Keyshawn Davis vacating his title and getting ready to move out the division, Shakur Stevenson is definitely putting himself in position to have a great performance and taking the helms of 135 and becoming must-see boxing. And then you add the fact that the reward is there now with somebody like Turki Al-Sheikh financing him. Yeah, nothing is stopping Shakur Stevenson except for potentially his dogs.
And let me tell you, I'm going to tell you who I think a potential opponent will be after Zepeda. It won't be a champion, but it will be a former champion. and it would be somebody that people would respect him fighting. And I think with Jose Venezuela moving back down to 135, that might be the matchup we might see. Another great fighter, somebody with a pedigree and somebody with a good resume to put in front of Shakur and make a good challenge for Shakur, especially a bigger fighter of that nature. Makes really good sense, in my opinion. But if he goes the championship route and goes for the champions, I'm not mad at him. So just stay tuned. Let's see what's in the works for Shakur, because this looks like Shakur season, man.
I mean, look, there's anticipation there for me personally, right? I don't know about everybody else, and I know for you, actually. I actually know for you as well. But I don't know for everybody else, but there is, because we know that this is culminating to this moment right here. This is what Shakur Stevenson has been asking for. You know, when he was over there at top rank and he was sitting there trying to push for a fight against Emmanuel Navarrete, and that didn't go through. And he tried to push for a fight, with Tank, obviously, and that didn't go through. And he tried to push for a fight with Frank Martin, and then that one didn't go through. And he was looking for the opportunity to be in front of these level opponents because he wanted to show and prove who he was. And then the hand injuries jumped in there, and it's been a long road to get to this point for Shakur Stevenson. And I think we all understand that after the surgery and after everything he's done, that this moment right now against William Zepeda has been in the making. And it has culminated to this point, because at this point, with the right performance against an undefeated fighter like William Zepeda, a pressure fighter, a flat-foot Mexican fighter like William Zepeda, sky's the limit for Shakur Stevenson, because he checks the boxes in every other category except for the entertainment value of his style of fighting to the casual boxing fan base. And I say that because I've always been entertained by Shakur. Outside of the Edwin De Los Santos fight, I have no problem with the way Shakur fights. But listen, man, money talks, and the business demands action. The business demands entertainment, and Shakur's fell short when it comes to that with the casual fan base. This fight right here puts him right in position where he needs to be. We can segue from this here, and we're still stay in the 135-pound division and talk about and go into Floyd Schofield getting ready to fight Tevin Farmer this weekend. 135 news. Things have changed in 135 a little bit. We already told everybody, and we already know Keyshawn Davis has moved out. Abdullah Mason is slowly but surely maneuvering his way to where he's probably going to be in the big conversations. 135 is going to kick up, right? Floyd Schofield Jr. tried to put his name there, did the work to a degree. We've seen him look messy and sloppy in the ring. We've seen holes in his games, and he hasn't shown us anything, or I'll ask you if he's shown you anything to show that he can compete with the top 5 fighters in the space. And my personal opinion is no. I see a lot of space for him to be taken advantage of. A lot of that has had a lot to do with his seemingly rogue mentality that he's brought into the ring, right? To where he gets into his emotions. At some point in his career, Schofield as a team got sold a story that knockouts was what was going to sell him. And it seems like he changed a little bit of the way he boxed. It got a little bit more exciting, but we also seen him take a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
In your opinion, where does this fight rate in Floyd Schofield Jr.'s career? And is he at a crossroads? Is this an opportunity for him as well to get into certain conversations?
Listen, I'm going to tell you something really funny. You asked me this important question. What changed for me rooting for Floyd Schofield Jr.? And I thought about and contemplated this question all day yesterday, Clay. I looked at it and I was like, I know I started answering it, and you was like, nah, I'm going to start talking. And I'll let you talk. I was like, I don't even want to answer this question because it's a lot to dive into. Number one, Floyd Schofield was a boxer at 126, moving up to 130, moving to 135. He became this, like you said, a knockout artist. I mean, late 130, he kind of did too. But as he started getting his name out there and started getting busier and things of that nature, it's not so much of his dad talking. It was so much of him being less defenseful when he's in the ring. Not showing defense, just showing the ability to hit as hard as he can and willing to take on whatever he can to get out there. Then when he started calling out all these people and saying how he sparred all these people, and I'm like, yo, didn't we go through this with Devin, with Devontae, with Rolly, with Ryan, with Shakur? Sparring don't mean anything. Did we not go through that? And then you're going to start bringing up sparring information and talk about sparring tapes and things of that nature, and then turn around and just like it just became ugly in my sense. I basically had the opposite effect of Keyshawn Davis. I know you know how I felt about Keyshawn prior to the Frank Martin situation and after the Frank Martin situation, especially after he got that no contest with Albright. I ended up coming around saying, yo, I think this dude is a different person. You know what I mean? I can rock with him. He's not doing as much nonsense as I thought he was. And, you know, we see how that turned out. I was wrong, but, you know what I mean? I think I could be right again. Because I think he's showing learned his lesson. I think our homie Schofield Jr., man, I think he's too much of he's coddled. He's coddled by his father. And I think this coddling is affecting his career. I think he wants to become somebody he's not. I think he sees all the bright lights and bright and the big money. And I don't think he's understanding that he has to fight for this. I think his mindset is not so much of boxing, it's more of celebrity. And being that was said, that kind of turned me away from him. So that's where I was going with yesterday. I think he has to win this fight. There's a good chance he can win, but he has to box. He has to show me he can still box. And if he can't box, bro, Tevin Farmer's gonna chew him up and spit him out. Pause on that, but he's gonna just leave him begging for another opportunity to fight somebody else. I don't think Schofield has what it takes. I don't think he's mentally ready. I don't think any of these things are in my world of saying he's ready for a championship. I think he needs to grow more. I think they moved him a little too fast, and I think they gave him too many cab drivers. I think now this is the time for him to show and prove. If he does not show and prove, I'm completely done with even thinking about him. He needs to go into celebrity boxing and just stay over there because
celebrity. Oh my God.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, because there's no coming back from losing to Tevin Farmer after you fought nobodies all this time, and then finally getting the opportunity when you ducked. Clearly missed weight with Shakur, purposely or not, and then sat there and said, I'm gonna beat this guy. I'm gonna beat this guy. And Tevin Farmer, who's now what? 30 plus years old and still able to handle you, bro, like that. Pause. I'm just thinking it's over. I think his career will be over.
Yeah, man. Listen, man. This is really an interesting build up here. Now, I don't agree with everything you said, but I think you hit on a lot of great points. First of all, Floyd Schofield Jr. is a young fighter, bro. You know, and we look at these young fighters like Abdullah Mason. We look at Moses Atuma. We look at these fighters who are showing the promise, Keyshawn Davis. And unfortunately, at times, some fighters really are their age. And we see them getting fast-tracked, and we see that their team come in from humble beginnings and they want to get fast-tracked. You know, Moses Atuma is being moved, in my opinion. You know, we'll see how that ends up turning out for him. I think he does well against Dillian. I don't know what happens once he starts getting into the conversations of the Martin McCauley's and Ajit Kabayels and those top guys. I don't know yet. I'm pretty optimistic about him though as well. Keyshawn, it ended up working out well, but it looked like his age caught up to him as far as the maturity is concerned, right? As far as the maturity was concerned, it looked like that got the best of him. Abdullah Mason, some people might say he got fast tracked, but I don't necessarily co-sign that because that man fought like 7 times in a calendar year, and then is on pace to be on his 4th or 5th fight this year right now. He's been active, right? But with Floyd Schofield, it was an interesting situation with him because I think you spoke about it very accurately when you talk about the fact that there was a point in time when he was being moved in a different way and he was boxing. He was winning fights and you saw him developing and getting better. And when you watch him, you said, he's going to give Keyshawn problems. Man, he's going to run it with Frank Martin. You were very optimistic. And not just you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying a boxing fan, me included, very optimistic about the future of Floyd Schofield. But something changed, right? Something changed. And I'm going to tell you where I think it changed for Floyd Schofield, Ray. I think Ricardo Lopez, right? December 2023. This is where things changed for Floyd Schofield. What happened in that fight? In that fight, he knocks out Ricardo Lopez and the crowd goes crazy.
Yep.
This during a time period where people were trying to figure out Gervonta Tank Davis was the ultimate blueprint for 135, and everybody wanted to match that energy. And you saw things change. You saw Bernard Hopkins celebrate him and say, that's what people want to see. And then I remember seeing an interview with Floyd Schofield Sr. when he said, that's what y'all want to see? Oh, we can give you that. We're going to start giving you that. And I think things change mentally. The psychology of boxing changed for these guys to where it went from legacy and building up my fighter and building up and move and having the confidence on the game plan we had. And all of a sudden, these guys, he wanted to get these guys out of here. You saw Abdullah Mason start to make his little entry into the game, and he was stopping everybody, right? Keyshawn Davis was stopping everybody. And Floyd Schofield wanted to get into that conversation, and it became paramount that he stopped everybody. And this is where it went left for him. Because then we saw him go into his next fight. Horrible matchmaking, in my opinion. But I kind of get why they did it. They wanted to get him on this campaign of knocking people, but they put him in the ring with a dirty fighter. You remember Story Suero?
Yeah.
This guy was just grimy, right? From the slums.
Didn't he get disqualified to fight before?
Yeah, from the slums or whatever city he's from. This guy comes out with the willing to do whatever needs to be done to win the fight. And this guy started cutting him under his eye, cutting him below. He's headbutting him. He's slamming him
up. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he got abused in that fight because instead of boxing, instead of taking his time and working everything he does off of the jab, he all of a sudden started not listening to his corner, and he started going for the stoppage by any means necessary, and we started to see him take damage. And now the magnifying glass got put on what is this that we're looking at. That was probably one of the first, like, yo, bro, you need to reel back Kid Austin. You need to reel him back. What's happening? Okay. Yeah. A bad night. All right. Then he jumps into the ring with Rene Gueron. Tellez Gueron, right?
Yep.
Same mentality. Pressing. He's moved up into the rankings and now in the conversations of maybe getting a Gervonta Tank Davis fight, even though nobody saw that fight getting put together, but at least he was a number 2, number 1 spot there, and he was getting closer to it. And he wanted to, once again, he's selling himself as a fighter that should be in the ring with the champions in the division. And look, aspirations, ambitions is good for a fighter to be ambitious, but there's steps to this game. There's steps to this game. And sometime, Ray, I don't know if you agree or not, the sanctioning body lies to these fighters, right? It lies to them. He puts him at number 2. I've earned it. I'm just as good as all these guys. So all of a sudden he's in conversations because the sanctioning body put him there on the rankings, but we know that the sanctioning bodies will manipulate and move things around real quick in order to get exciting fighters in these fights. He drank the Kool-Aid, Ray. Yeah,
he was like number 6, right behind Andy Cruz, and he just leapfrogged to number 2. I remember
all of a sudden. And he drank the Kool-Aid. Instead of seeing it for what it was, the politics of the sport, and committing to his journey, his path that he was already comfortably on, and he was going to get there eventually, he drank the Kool-Aid. So he fought Rene Gueron with this intense will to knock him out no matter what, and he refused to slow down. He refused to pump the brakes a little bit. He refused to take a moment to smell the roses. He refused to take in the scenery and take his time and savor that moment and fight the perfect fight for that fight that was going on in there, right? And he ends up getting put on his pockets. He gets put on his pockets in front of the world. He misses. He on the way back to the corner, he misses the stool, falls on the ground. We're starting to see things kind of fall apart a little bit here and wondering, well, what's really happening with Floyd Schofield? And then you have his father all of a sudden, ever since that Ricardo Lopez fight, there's also another chapter in the Floyd Schofield Sr. saga that started to happen where he's talking crazy and he's bringing up sparring sessions and he's bringing up how he's exposing these fighters in the gym and he's going to break Shakur Stevenson's nose and Gervonta Tank Davis knows who he is and all these champions and everybody know who Floyd Schofield is, and people had to start humbling this man. Devin Haney gets into it with him a little bit, right? Keyshawn Davis, he gets into it with Keyshawn Davis. He's getting into it with Shakur. He's getting into it with other trainers. People were having to humble him and be like, hey, bro, that's sparring, bro, but what are you talking about? You ain't, hey, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where's humility at? Because last time I checked, we was giving you an opportunity to spar. You weren't really like that. Now, all of a sudden, you're like that. Shakur Stevenson drinks from the cup. He's a little desperate. He doesn't have any fighters. He's had fights fall through the crack. Frank Martin falls apart. William Zepeda falls apart. Emmanuel Navarrete falls apart. His hands are falling apart. He's looking for somebody, a gamed opponent to get in the ring with. He's hearing Floyd Schofield talk crazy. He's seeing Senior talk crazy, and he thinks, you know what? Let me capitalize a little bit off the momentum. It seems like people think that this kid maybe, I don't know, this is not effort. Let's do it. He gives him an opportunity to put this fight together in Saudi Arabia, and we see what he does with it. He does with it. And I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, Ray, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say you got sick in Saudi Arabia. You ate something that didn't agree with you and you got sick. I'm going to give you that.
Okay.
But what exactly is the excuse for all the antics building up to the fight? To the police coming to arrest you, Shakur,
tires
in your camp, and
breaking in your house.
People breaking into your house and stealing your passport and accusing you of sex trafficking and all those different things that you were doing. What was the excuse for all of that? It became cringe.
Right.
At some point in the process, what the Schofields were doing became cringe. It became uncomfortable to watch, and it started to look like a big old clout chase. And it made the food poisoning look that much worse. Where even if it was true, that's why I said I won't even argue that with the Schofields. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say you're telling the truth. And I'm going to let you know it makes no difference. You made it so weird on the build up to that nobody was going to give you the benefit of the doubt one way or another. And you end up having to go back to America with your tail between your legs, as the whole space was ridiculing you. You had to apologize because you blamed Shakur Stevenson's team for food poisoning you. Oscar had to actually get on top of the situation and get you to kind of like concede and take a knee to the situation. You put everybody in a compromised situation. Oscar didn't even want the fight with Floyd Schofield and Shakur. He tried to get in the way of it. Hold on one second. He tried to get in the way of it, right? So you compromised everybody. Shakur, Oscar, Turkey Al-Sheikh, everybody now is doing worse off than they were before working with you and kind of having to, clean up this nasty mess. In my opinion, I think you wrecked your market value to a great deal, and you end up signing a deal for $5 million for 5 years. And I think that's what it comes down to when we see that. It's not like you had a lot of options, because who was really knocking at the door looking to get into the Floyd Schofield business, really, after all of that? Oscar had an opening. I'll shoot you $5 million for 5 years. That might be 10. It's probably going to be close to about 10 fights. You know what I'm saying? Or a little bit more, a little bit less. But, what are you going to do? Where you going to go? You going to Top Rank? They don't want to deal with that nonsense you just did. You're going to go to Matchroom? Eddie don't want to deal with that nonsense you did. You think Ring Magazine's about to give you an ambassador deal? They don't want to deal with that nonsense you just did. You might as well just hang back here. At least it's a paycheck. And at least you got a job and you know what you're doing for the next 5 years. It was looking bad for him. We come full circle now to this moment right now. You walked away from an Abdullah Mason opportunity for $1 million to fight Abdullah Mason, because Abdullah Mason did the work and got the opportunity from Turkey Al-Sheikh. And that was another opportunity. You turned it away. You're working with Oscar De La Hoya on that however many fights, 5-year deal. And now you got Tevin Farmer in front of you. Now, what you said, Ray, holds the weight, right? And what's the weight? Yeah, bro, this doesn't go right for you. Damn, this is going to be a big time turn in Floyd Schofield's career, bro. He is legitimately at a huge crossroad. And I think the sad thing about it is the young bull is only 22 years old.
Yep.
To be at a crossroads at 22 years old in your career? How did you do that? You're supposed to have room for error. You're supposed to be able to get knocked out and still be in the game. Take losses, get wins. You're supposed to have so much room for error. How did this man put himself in a position to where there's no room for error? I'll land my plane there, bro.
No worries. Listen, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I just wanted to correct you and say that Dubois had the food poisoning. He got rubbed on by some masseuse that worked for Shakur and got poisoned with some cream. That's what I wanted to clarify. But my bad.
Yeah, so this ends up being something that it shouldn't have ended up being.
Ultimately.
Right? It's culminated to a moment to where he has to show improve. The pressure has got to be there. Yes, you have a 5-year, $5 million deal with Oscar De La Hoya, but you still got to make fights happen. And the truth of the matter is, Floyd Schofield is a high risk, low reward fighter for most fighters, right? He just is, right? He can knock you out. No matter what you want to throw shots at him about, he can knock you out. But he's hurt his market value so bad to where the reward isn't there, and he needs to reinvent himself. Right. There's a conversation that's there that needs to be made on what is Floyd Schofield Sr. willing to sacrifice as far as his ego is concerned in the spirit of his son rebuilding his career.
And the crazy part is, man, he had the fight lined up with Lucas Body and just didn't make that fight. I don't understand. That's the fight that he called out sick or got hurt on or something. Remember that? Before Shakur. It was like November of last year or something like that. He refused to, he didn't take that fight because it was on the brink of the H2O fight.
The H2O fight. Right.
On the brink. So he was supposed to make that fight with them, and he pulled out of that fight, and that's when he fought homeboy you just mentioned, the dude that he went there and got dropped. He got dropped in the daggone 10th round. Talking about I didn't know it was a 12-round fight. I didn't prepare for it. Man, you knew it was a 12-round fight. They announced it was a 12-round fight, but whatever. Let it be known. Let it be leased. I'm not going to take that for granted. Maybe he did know or didn't know. I don't care. The point of the matter is there's been a lot of hoopla, a lot of misleading, a lot of frustrating moments from his team to the fan base where it doesn't seem like boxing with them anymore. It seems like I said, it seems like it's a global soap opera. It's like they want the celebrity, but they don't want to do the work to earn it. They just want the instant celebrity. And that's how I feel like a lot of boxers today are moving, Clay. And this is why I'm like not a fan of certain things. That's why I said the casualness of boxing is the celebrity side. The real boxers and the people that don't like the boxers, it seems like the people don't like the boxers because they keep it as boxing as possible. And yeah, some of them have some little blah blah blah. You know, they run their mouth, but still they get in the ring and they show and prove, or they give you something, which is entertainment of boxing, the sweet science. Not everything has to be knockouts. Not everything has to be, you know what I mean, a dominant performance. It has to be a matchup. The reason why we watch boxing is because it's a gladiator sport. You don't want to see rock'em sock'em, but you want to see two combatants either. Especially at high levels, you want to see them, especially contrasted styles, match up and make a good match. And that's it. End of story. Nothing less, nothing more. But I think with this gentleman or young kid and his father, I think it just got so salty. You know what I mean? It got so salty and as you would say, the soup ain't souping, right? You can say it in Creole.
Something in the soup. Something in the soup ain't soup.
Yeah, there you go. You can say it in Creole. If you want to say it, because I know you said that's a statement of your culture, but I just want to say, man, dude, they just went too. I think they went too far, and they have no legs to stand on. So now Oscar's taking advantage of them, and this is where we land. So he'll just be a journeyman at 22 years old. Somebody's pick me up board. That's all.
Yeah, man. So let's tap into the Tevin Farmer part of this conversation now.
Yes.
Let's talk about this part, because you know, with this Tevin Farmer Floyd Schofield fight, I look at it kind of like, and I'm reaching here, right? I'm reaching, but it does give me remnants of this. So try to stay with me, because I know it's going to seem like I went far left on this one here, right? But I'm bringing up Joseph Parker and Daniel Dubois. Right. And I'm going to tell you why I'm bringing them up. Both those guys, I'm comparing their last 3 fight resumes and how the fight was going to look when they fought each other. Now, we never got a chance to see them fight each other, but I remember on the buildup for the Joseph Parker Daniel Dubois fight that we were looking at Daniel Dubois' last 3 fights, which at the time, you know, off the top of my head, I'm gonna remember Anthony. No, it was Anthony Joshua, Philip Ergovich, and Jarrell Big Baby Miller for Daniel Dubois. Right. And for Joseph Parker, it was Zhele Zhang, it was Deontay Wilder, and it was an Eastern European fighter.
Piccoli was first. Piccoli, Zhele Zhang, then Wilder.
Right, Piccoli was his last fight. But at the time,
before that.
Yeah, because Martin Piccoli was a replacement for Daniel Dubois in their fight. Okay. Right. So it was Zhele Zhang, Deontay Wilder, in this Eastern European. And I remember stating that Daniel Dubois was more battle tested than Joseph Parker. And although the fights that Joseph Parker had were great fights, they were fights with asterisks next to them for me personally. A Zhilei Zhang who was old, on his way out the door, still dangerous, knocking people out, but regardless, somebody who, if you were athletic, you were able to do what Joseph Parker did. And considering the fact that Joseph Parker got clipped, sat on his pockets, was able to come back and win every single round pretty much after that and walk away to win. It was impressive, but at the same time, I still rated Zhilei Zhang differently than, let's say, a Philip Ergovich or an Anthony Joshua or even a Jarrell Big Baby Miller to a degree, as far as Jarrell Big Baby Miller's ability to work you out, stay active, test your conditioning, test your will, test your grit. Zhilei wasn't necessarily testing that. With Zhilei, it was more so definite danger of getting knocked out, but that's part of it. But other than that, he was pacing himself in a way that it wasn't going to test you physically.
Right.
And I'm bringing this up and bringing this full circle to say, and Deontay Wilder, obviously, we saw a shell of himself. He tried to do something that, well, I don't think anybody understands where that came from. That boxing made it super easy for Joseph Parker to take that fight, right, and get that win. But Deontay did bring the resume, did bring out the nostalgia of the knockout and then endangerment, getting hit with that right hand, and it was a good look for him on a casual level to the fans. A lot of fans watched that fight because of Deontay Wilder, but Daniel Dubois had that hard road back. You know what I'm saying? He really had that hard road back, and I felt like that was going to translate in that fight to where Daniel Dubois I really thought he was going to beat the brakes off of Joseph Parker. That's what I believed. It never happened. We never saw it, but that's why I saw it that way. Right. With Tevin Farmer and Floyd Schofield, let's look at Tevin Farmer's last 3 fights for a second.
You know what that is?
They're losses, but look at the fights.
Raymond Martala and 2 fights with Zepeda.
100%. 36 rounds of boxing cerebral headaches. 2 of those fights, arguably he won, but not on paper. So does the record speak clear about what we see in a Tevin Farmer? I don't think so. Because if you look at it on a surface level, you see Tevin Farmer lost his last 3 fights. But if you watch the fights, I think there's an argument to say that Tevin Farmer has gotten way better because of those fights. Has Floyd Schofield Jr. become better in his last 3 fights of Ricardo Lopez, Esterio Suero, and Rene T. Garon? I don't think so. I think he's looking worse.
Yeah.
There's something there for Floyd Schofield to learn from those fights, but is he going to take notes? And is that going to translate into a better Floyd Schofield on the night of the fight when they fight each other?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense, man. I mean, look.
Do you think that translates into Floyd Schofield being better?
Oh, no. I'm saying, like what you're saying is 100%. No, I'm not. Hell no. I don't think. Listen, let me be honest with you. Because Schofield had took that time off with the realization that he was not prepared for Shakur. Let me be completely honest, and let's just talk about what ifs for a second. I hate what ifs because it's not what we know to be a reality. It's only what privy people know, and we don't know this. What if he wasn't prepared for Shakur? What if he thought he wasn't mentally prepared, he wasn't boxing strong for Shakur Stevenson, he decided to bow out that fight. They decided to find a way to get into another picture. And they wanted the Andy Cruz fight, or they wanted another fight here in the States where they will feel more comfortable and have the time to develop. So let's just say that's the case. Now he's in a different sense of where he's been training and able to keep himself busy and keep himself to do get in the ring and get some more skills done, work on some things. Maybe he is ready for Tevin Farmer. I mean, he is in a stable with Oscar De La Hoya. What better person to know that you're going to be ready for somebody than getting some information from a even though I don't think they communicate, but from a campmate. But at the same time, watching those 3 fights with Tevin Farmer, you knew Tevin Farmer came to fight. You knew Tevin Farmer was in that ring. You knew he has a boxing ability, and you knew that guy was battle tested. So, with that being said, does he sit there and say, you know what, I need to go back to boxing, I need to work on these things, and I'm pretty sure he work on certain things, but does he really focus? Does he dial in? This is why I separate certain boxers, Clay, on the dial in, when they have to make the changes and the adjustments. Does he make the necessary adjustments? I don't believe so. I believe he got into his point of where he is and what he's capable of is I need to get in here, and this guy likes to slug it out because he doesn't realize Tevin Farmer can box. He's actually a boxer first. He just slugged it out with a guy that likes to have high volume punches, so he slugged it out with him. Does he believe that he can slug it out? If Tevin Farmer is going to slug it out, can he put the a boxing clinic on? Absolutely not. This dude's, in my opinion, I'm going to call Tevin Farmer cooks this dude. He cooks him.
And it's funny because I was actually gonna my next question after we, you kind of like segueing into it a little bit, but I was definitely going to ask. They got Tevin Farmer as probably the underdog in this fight, right?
Yeah, you gonna cook this dude.
Do they got it twisted? Is Floyd Schofield in real life the underdog in this fight?
Underdog, man. He's not even a dog in the fight. Forget underdog. He don't even put dog in his name, bro. He's way under.
I think there's an argument to say that. I think there's a legitimate argument to say that this fight is here for Tevin Farmer to win.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, it's also here for him to lose, right?
Yeah.
Because you can fight Floyd Schofield in a way that's not good, that could not work out for you. Tevin has a way to victory, but he also has a way. But I think it's on him, right? If Tevin Farmer fights Floyd Schofield Jr. like he fought William Zepeda, is that a good or a bad thing?
That might be a bad thing for him.
Yes.
I think
hold on, before you go any further. I say that because ever since Tevin Farmer's come back into boxing, keep in mind that Tevin was he was on his little hiatus, and what was his first fight at 135? I think it was that Raymond Moritalla fight. Yeah, it was a Raymond Moritalla fight, right? All of a sudden I started hearing the rumors about him in the gym, right? I started hearing rumors in Philly going around saying that this dude is this dog in the gym right now. He's on he's stopping everybody. He's fighting in a way that, and I don't know about you, but for me, Tevin Farmer was always a boxer to me. He didn't move too much, but he moved. You know what I'm saying? He used his athleticism a lot, but all of a sudden against Raymond Moritalla, against William Zepeda, the 2 times he fought William Zepeda, all of a sudden he became this boxer that stood inside. And we saw Philly do it, right? Philly all of a sudden became like Philly always have been known for their.
I think the Raymond fight, he boxed a little bit. I think he stayed on the outside and utilized certain points with Raymond Moritalla.
He boxed with Raymond Moritalla, but he acknowledged the fact that Raymond was so much taller than him and all those things. He really acknowledged that, right? So he respected Raymond Moritalla. But for the William Zepeda fight, he really decided that when he dealt with the fighter who was going to bring a lot of pressure and bring a lot of power, he seemed to have adopted the idea that he was going to smother these guys.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to smother their power. He was going to stay in the mid-range. He was going to punch them in between their punches. And he ultimately put himself there to where he became susceptible to getting hit. And it looked decent at times, but at times it looked bad too against William Zepeda. We saw him get wobbly legs against William Zepeda. It happened.
Right.
This fight is a fight where, depending on Tevin Farmer's mentality going into this fight and how he approaches this fight, can make the difference as to whether or not. I think there's an easy path for him to win this fight, but I also think there's a complicated path to. There's an easy way for him to get knocked out.
I was going to tell you that. I'm glad you said that. So I think that Tevin Farmer can overlook young dude, Floyd Schofield. And overlooking him can cause him some problems. The issue I have with that being the case is Tevin Farmer is a seasoned veteran. He knows how to box. I think he'll get a feel for what Floyd's trying to do, and he'll adjust. I think he has the ability to adjust back and forth with Floyd Schofield Jr. And I think him having those abilities to adjust is going to make the difference in this type of fight. I think him knowing, because he adjusted with that first fight with Zepeda. Look how he came out. He came out ready to box and being on the back foot or whatever. And then when Zepeda got into a mode, because remember, Zepeda didn't rush in either, right? And when he got into a mode where he started to come forward and put pressure on Tevin Farmer, he was prepared for that. And when he got prepared, he was like, okay, I'm ready for this. He got in there and he did that whole fight. So when the second fight came around, what did he do? They went right back at it, round 13, as you like to say, right? Same thing. So I think in this fight, you know what I mean? I think he comes out, he gets a feel for it. He sees what Floyd's trying to do. If Floyd wants to stay on the outside and use his jab, he's going to probably smother. He's probably going to look to get in there and counter a lot, and maybe try to smother some of them that range that Floyd Schofield may have. If Floyd Schofield decides to hold or anything like that, I think he'll decide to try to outbox Floyd Schofield and keep him at a distance and make, because they're about the same size. I don't know who has the longer reach. I can look that up, but that's going to be a huge. It's really a close fight, Clay. When it comes down to it, for advantage wise, right? But when it comes to skills, I'm definitely going to give the skills to Tevin Farmer. I think he has more skills to pay the bills in this fight. I think he has the experience, the skill set, the ability to adjust, and the eyes, and then the Terminator eye. That's actually funny. I was going to say that. The Terminator eye, you know what I mean? The Sarah Connor. Yeah, he got that eye right there. So he's going to see what this dude is doing when he's not looking. So at the same time, man, we'll see how it goes down. I think he gets the nod. I really do. And I think it hurts. It puts a big dent in Schofield's career. If Schofield makes it close, maybe not so much, but I don't see him making it close. I think it gets stopped, man.
Oh, wow. Tevin Farmer has to shout out to Tevin Farmer, man, because he made me a fan. I've become a real
warrior. Fan. Yeah, he made me a fan too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I've become a real fan of him, man. And you can't help. I can't help root for him, man. You just want to see him do. You just want to see him win, and not just win as far as a victory in the ring, but you want to see him win at life because he's such a fighter in his heart. He just keeps coming back after 3 losses, after 2 grueling fights, 24 rounds of boxing with William Zepeda. He could retire. He could walk away. Tevin Farmer is a successful person in life. He has a business that's doing well. He has a trucking business. He makes good money. He's not needing money. Like, everybody could use more money, but what drives him is his love for this sport. And you want to see him cross the finish line. And you know, shout out to his girlfriend, man, who's always there supporting him as well, man. You just see the will to want to win. When he loses, you see like, oh man, I really wanted this win. I really felt like I won this. I really put it all on the line, and you just root for him and you feel bad and you want him to do this. And my advice or my opinion is use that experience, Tevin. Make this kid fight on an elite level and you win this fight because he's not elite yet. Don't give him what he wants. Don't brawl with him. Don't fight in the mid-range. Don't slug it out and rock a sock with him. Bring him and force him to, and I challenge Tevin Farmer to bring him to that elite level. Show him why he needs to stop saying Shakur Stevenson's name, Gervonta Tank Davis's name. Show him that knocking out people is an aspect of the sport, but only one aspect, and show him where he's weak. Show him where he needs to get better. Do Kid Austin a favor, and at the end of this fight, force Kid Austin to become a better fighter. Show him the flaw in his game by showing him a wrinkle to his game that he doesn't have. If Tevin can discipline himself, poise himself, and not get so caught up on delivering this action-packed fight, the most important thing for Tevin Farmer in this fight is to win this fight. It doesn't need to stop Floyd Schofield. He doesn't need to knock him out. He doesn't need to do something spectacular. He needs to box this man, bro, and force this man to show the boxing world that he's elite. Force him to compete on an elite level, and let's see if he can hang with you there. That's your best chance at doing something significant Saturday night. But if you bring out that doghouse rules, if you bring out the fighter who fought against William Zepeda, and you can't remember who Tevin Farmer was at 126, at 130, we need that Tevin Farmer in this fight. And that Tevin Farmer, I don't think Floyd Schofield competes with this guy. I think Floyd Schofield's out of his lane and out of his league fighting that Tevin Farmer. Yep.
And not to mention the mass difference, right? I think the Schofield has always been known to be the bigger fighter, mass-wise, to a lot of these other fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to be able to bully Tevin Farmer? Because I think that rehydration going to make a big difference. I think Tevin Farmer coming in close to like 150, 152.
Without a doubt, also, and I like that you're hitting on that, right? Tevin Farmer, I think, is going to be in a way, he's going to be the stronger fighter.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's where I was going with. Yep.
Because I think that Floyd Schofield, listen, man, I think that he's hitting a place in his career right now to where I think he's outgrown 135. I think he's 22 years old, bro, or 23 years. How old is he? He's
23.
23 or 22. He's 22. He's 22.
Okay.
He'll be 23
sometime next year.
Yeah, they won't give his birthday.
You know, I was rocking with him because he's from Jersey and stuff like that. He was born in Jersey. Let's correct myself. He's born in Jersey. I was rocking with him, but no.
Yeah. So I think that he's hitting a growth spurt, and I think the rumors are accurate. You know, Shakur's team talked about seeing Schofield walk around in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh because he was there for like 2 weeks before, and they looked at him and they didn't feel like he was on weight. They didn't think he was on weight. They felt like even though he posted a picture of him standing on the scale and all that stuff, Shakur and his team were like, all right, they were nervous. And I believe, I'm gonna be real with you, I think they even started, that's when they started the mission to go find Josh Padley. They started that a week before this whole sick thing happened, and they already had Josh Padley ready. That's why we saw Josh Padley was in great shape, honestly, for Shakur Stevenson. He wasn't out of shape. They kind of foresaw something weird happening with Floyd Schofield. And you know, I think he had a complicated weight cut, in my opinion. I don't think it was food poison. I don't think he got poisoned. I don't believe it. Just for going on the record, I don't believe you got poisoned by no damn cream. I don't think you ate bad eggs. I don't think it was none of that. I think you was in the midst of a heavy, grueling, rough weight cut. And I think physically you took the knee, you know what I'm saying, to the weight cut. And that being said, this may be Floyd Schofield, one of his last fights at 135. He might be getting ready to go up to 140 anyway. So if we see a depleted Floyd Schofield who doesn't do the correct weight cut, that's also may play a factor in this fight. Go ahead. Yeah,
maybe that's why he got that $5 million deal. He's not worried about losing this fight, because if he loses this fight, he goes to 140. That can rejuvenate his career. You were talking about this yesterday. I just think there's more dogs out there, but there's more people at the bottom of the 140 division, which I said there's dogs in the top 10. But more in the bottom of that division, outside the top 10, there's more guys for him to fight and get his name back on track with. But we'll have to wait and see. I don't think he's, like I said, I don't think he makes any noise at 140 either. I think it's more dangerous. But as you notice, the older guys at 135 or 130, they kind of move up to 140. So he does have an older cast, per se, up there, or opponent. So he can take advantage of that. I mean, you're not saying like a Josh Hill, but like a Regis Prograde, somebody like that. You know what I mean? Jack Catterall probably. I think Jack Catterall beat him up, but I think that'll be a good fight for him to have eventually after he gets a couple fights up there. But we'll see. Time will tell.
You talking about for Floyd?
If Floyd moves up, yeah, I think there's only
Floyd has painted himself into a corner where he needs this win more than ever, because all those fights you're talking about are going to be in the back end of a great performance. But I'm telling you, he's high risk.
Yeah,
he's high risk, and if you don't have to fight him, you don't fight him. If you don't have to fight Floyd Schofield Jr., you don't fight him, bro. You know what I'm saying? Unless you really see a hole in his game that you want to take advantage of, which, you know, he's not above that. But he's a dangerous fighter. He's athletic. He punches hard. At 140, it'll be a little bit easier for him to get opportunities, because he's in a range of people who have the punching ability to hang with him and hurt him as well, and he'll take the advantage of a young, overzealous fighter like Floyd Schofield Jr. But yeah, man, his market value. You get into a ring with somebody like Floyd Schofield Jr., you want to get paid some money to fight him. Right. You don't got to be all the money in the world, but you want some money, bro. You feel me?
Right.
You want some money.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man. Salute to T.Y. Claim my ring. Salute my guy. I see y'all still working. Keep going, fellas. No doubt, T.Y. Thanks for being in the building. Ross Cott brought up a cool point up in here as well, saying that the wars may have had, you got to ask yourself, have the wars 36 rounds? He's gone to 12 rounds, and last two specifically 24 real rough rounds against a Williams Zepeda. That can change you. So is Tevin Farmer going to be You know what I mean?
I
You know
think
what I
he's
mean?
fine. I mean, he looked like he walked out of that ring with all his senses and his marbles intact. I mean, his eye didn't move, so I guess he's fine.
No, I agree. I think some people are also built different,
Yeah,
and I
that's what I'm
Kevin
saying.
comes
Yeah,
from
and he's a
that
veteran,
environment.
like 14, 15 years in the game. Man, like, I mean, he's ready for this. He's definitely more than ready for this. You can see it. He's on par.
Yeah, Tevin Farmer has that grit about him, and yesterday we were talking about that thug mentality, and that ability to weather through the storms. He has that. You know what I mean? He's built for that. So, but I agree though. I think a war like that with Williams Zepeda for 24 rounds.
Yeah,
We got to see what he looks like. We'll see, but I'm optimistic when it comes to that point. I think at the end of the day, I would put more weight on. I wonder if Floyd Schofield, how the weight cut went for him.
You know what?
And who he is in the fight.
If Tevin Farmer, because Tevin Farmer looked like he gassed out in that second fight, right? If Tevin Farmer gasses out, that's the only way I see Floyd winning. But Floyd has to be on point too, because if he have weight issues, like you're saying,
I don't know. I don't know.
No. I'm saying you're alluding to. Let's use the word alluding to, right? Like it may be a possibility.
I'm alluding to the possibilities. Of
right. Let me correct myself on that. So, with that being said, if that's the case, and they both may be having those same issues with later rounds and slowing down as it gets longer into the fight, depending on the punch output. But I didn't see Tevin Farmer throwing as many punches in the. That's what I'm saying. The Raymond Mortal fight that he threw in his Zepeda fight, both fights, because I think he wanted to be. He wanted to counter him. He wanted to be in that box with Zepeda, where I think on the what's the name fight, he was more like toe to toe. He wasn't really like on the box. He was more like, I can move a little bit. I got some, I can dance around this guy. He's tall. He's a little bit more sloppy. Whereas Zepeda was more like, man, I'm coming forward and you're going to stop me. So I think that plays a part, but we'll see.
Yeah. I mean, and I think Floyd Schofield can be a little bit more aggressive than Williams Zepeda. I think he can. He can put that pressure. He can do that, and he can. That's all I said. Tevin Farmer's got to keep his head on his shoulders, be disciplined. Don't let Schofield drag you into a fight, because that's too easy. That's how he wants. That's his chance of winning this fight, is you fighting him, because he's gonna want to punch on you and hit you with a lot of power shots. You can fight that way as well. I know Tevin Farmer can fight that way, but the question is, can Floyd Schofield outbox you? I don't know if he can, man. So
that's my issue,
right? And I think you should test that. I think you should test that and make him show you he can before you move on to a more aggressive, offensive style of boxing. Segueing from that, we're about to hit the 2-hour mark, guys. We got like 40-something people in the building. Please remember to hit the like button if you haven't done it. Take your time to make sure you do that for me. I appreciate you. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, obviously do that as well, man. I appreciate you guys, and thank you in advance for moving and helping us move the algorithm here. Let's dive into. We was at 135 pounds. We talked about Floyd Schofield and what he can do. I don't know. First of all, let me open up the panel a little bit. Is there something that you want to talk about that we didn't talk about yet?
I mean, we missed one fight, the one division fight at 135. We missed Tank and what's the name?
Lamont.
I mean,
I'm gonna be real quick. They didn't announce it yet.
Okay, no problem. But I will say this. About that.
Mm-hmm.
I had Tank winning that fight, but Lamont in his last interview convinced me that he's gonna win this fight, bro.
Hold it down for a second. Shout out Devontre. I see what you're going there. Yeah, we definitely could talk. I actually do want to talk about that. I love what I saw go happen.
Yeah.
Between Carmel and Zach Moses. We'll talk about it. I'll be right back.
Definitely. But I got it. But yeah, man, we'll definitely touch that fact. But I just seen something in the last interview, and I hope it's a good fight. Like I said, I see Tank winning this rematch, but this dude, I might put my money on Lamont, man. It's just like something about confidence. When you come out with a certain amount of confidence and flair, it opens eyes. And when you can see in somebody's eyes, and the other guys talk about retiring or things of that nature, or not being the same, it kind of puts different speculations to things. And I think that's where we're not realizing and recognizing that this fight's going to be more costly. I'm sorry, more attentive than anything else. But it is what it is. But as far as that Moulton fight, I can't wait to Clay get back. Oh, well, I don't know if it's a fight, but them beef getting in each other's face and them putting bets out there, Zaquan and Moulton and Moses, bro, let it happen. Let it happen. I am ready for that. That's crazy because with Turkey talking about putting prospects on and on main cards and building prospects up, here's one right here. Now I didn't think that would happen because you want these guys to get their licks in without taking any L's and meet at a later date. But this guy good cooking all over, bro. And I think this is the second time Kamel Moulton has faced off with somebody. Last time he faced off was with Vargas, right? He got out there with Vargas, the older Vargas brother, and that right there was saying something. So hopefully we get one of those fights soon. Moulton is on the brink of becoming a contender. I think he's got already 10 fights in, so he's on the brink of becoming a contender. And as soon as they move him and they find out where they're signing to, because I think he's just with Mayweather, and he fights on all these platforms. Whenever they get to the right promotional, if they're going to stay free agency, whatever they want to do, that's on them. But they need to make it move. Man. They need to get on the platform and make it happen. And I think Matchroom is where it's at right now, and I think that'll be a great opportunity. Zaquan Moses and Kamel Moulton to get into some battles. But go ahead, Clay. Let me hear your takes.
Well, Lamont Roach and Tank Davis. I see what you see. I see what you see.
Yeah.
Do I believe Lamont beats him? I think it's 50-50. I'm not all the way there yet, one way or the other. I still, if anything, I'm probably still leaning towards Tank a little bit.
Yeah, me too.
But I see what you see.
Yeah.
I see what you see.
That's that
I think that this is Lamont's. This is about Lamont more than Tank for me, and I'm going to tell you why. And like I said, the fight hasn't been announced, so I'm not going to get too deep into this. I believe they're going to fight, but until they announce it, I hold issue with the announcement not being. You feel me?
Right.
But I'll touch on it and say this, right? Who is Lamont now? And I think that plays a part into this because he got really popular overnight. Really popular.
For real.
That grit, that dog, that hunger, that underdog mentality plays a factor when we talk about fighters. And special fighters can compartmentalize that fame and put it to the side and still dial in and tap into that energy that made them who they were. Special fighters, Ray, can do that. Regular fighters who just happen to have skills don't know how to necessarily do that. And an experience like what Lamont Roach just went through, that could gas your head up a little bit. And that could put you in a position to be a little bit more confident and a little bit more dismissive than you should be.
Mm-hmm.
Tank Davis is a special fighter. And why is he a special fighter? Tank Davis, to me, is a special fighter because with all the fame and all the money and all the glory, he's shown over and over again that on fight night, he knows how to dial in.
Yep.
Now, against Lamont Roach, we saw a kink in the armor. We saw him not dialing, but he became disenchanted with the sport. He became disenchanted with the way boxing was treating him, and he really almost didn't want to be there, is what he sold us on the build-up to that fight. And in that fight, we kind of saw it as well. And we talked about it before the fight happened. We said, man, I brought it up for sure and said, is the mentality going to play a part here? Is this a vulnerable Tank? Yeah. And Lamont Roach be able to take advantage of this Tank who's talking about retiring and talking about, why should I fight Shakur? Boxing is BS. It's all the politics. Right. Was there space for him to be taken advantage of? And there's an argument there to say that there was. But that being said, we can't guarantee that same Tank to get in the ring with Lamont Roach on a rematch. If anything, there's a good chance that Tank Davis is going to be dialed in. You know what I'm saying, for this fight.
Right.
The question for me is, will Lamont be dialed in like he was when he fought Tank the first time? Who is Lamont Roach? I haven't heard from Lamont Roach. Has he been in the gym training like a dog? We saw pictures of him circulating, him drinking beers at a game, partying. I heard he added a couple of people to his security detail. I've heard rumors about him potentially not being as easily to access and do interviews with. He's a little bit more exclusive with his energy. He's not as connected to the people as he once was. He's become, he's a big star now. You don't just walk up on Lamont Roach today, because Lamont Roach is not, regular anymore. And that's okay, right? Like, that's great. But if it translates into the ring, when he fights Tank, that could be bad for him. But I think from what I saw him do against Tank, I think if he's dialed in and he's humbled and he takes it seriously and he adds to that, what he did that night, he adds to it and he takes the good things and leaves the bad things and still understands that Tank Davis is a hard opponent to prepare for, he can win that fight.
Okay. Cool.
Salute HLD in the building. Eastside Easy, the Cardenas. A lot of you guys popped up in here and I didn't get a chance to say how me and Ray just been going at it. You know what I mean?
I got one for you,
guys, with 50 people in the building, please remember to hit the like button. Please remember to hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, take an opportunity to go ahead and do that. Now, let me add to the Carmel. Well, you want to respond?
Yeah. So what I want to say is everything you're saying, I'm 100% with. And it's crazy that I say I'm 100%. There's something I seen with Lamont Roach in his last interview. Just this last interview, I know he's doing this training or whatever the case may be. But there's something that dawned on me when I was thinking about that last interview and I seen this look in his eyes as a fighter and what he just accomplished by going to a draw even with Gervonta Davis and putting the pressure on him to have to, because remember, the pressure's not on Lamont Roach to win still. It's on Tank now. You know what I mean? Before it was on Lamont to overcome the boundaries and win. Now it's on Tank to shut this guy up and take everything away from him. So I think with that pressure and this mindset of that you were saying, I think it had a catalyst. And I think there's something I noticed with Lamont Roach. There's something he's living with that Tank doesn't live with. There's something that drives him never to taste again defeat, a loss, something that he regrets having. He spoke on it before. And I think this is the standpoint and the marketing tool to himself as he sells to himself. I don't want to be on that side of the street no more. I don't want to feel that no more. I don't care who's in front of me. I don't like that feeling. I feel like it was unnecessary. And I should have took this fight. You heard him say it. I should have won this fight. But you know what? He went on his little press tour. He went out to his games. He did all this nonsense. Then he said, I'm back in the gym. And yes, this fight's going to happen. And I'm going to knock him out. Literally said it with thoroughness and with confidence. And I think he feels that because he knows there's only one way to win. And I think that puts a whole lot of perspective and thought into my watching this guy's eyes, pause, and listening to his voice as he said that. I'm like, yo, this guy's confident, and this guy's going to put in the work. He's going to put in the work. Now, does he do it? Is he successful? Again, I still see Tank winning. I think Tank wins, but that kind of.
I thought you just said that you thought.
No, listen. But there's always a but, Clay. The but is what I seen with Lamont changes that from I think in Tank win to, man, I don't know, 50-50, as you just said and alluded to. Man, this is more of a 50-50 fight than I ever thought. And I could see Lamont walking out this ring and that change of confidence has made me rethink me seeing Tank win this fight.
Yeah, because I think it's a good thing and a bad thing with Lamont speaking that way. I think there's a good thing that he has the understanding and that he's so dialed in and determined to do that. But I think it can also be a bad thing because I don't want to see you force a knockout. I don't want to see you force a mid-range fight. I don't want to see you put yourself in a position to where you're getting punched on more. Mm-hmm. You know, as your hands leave your face opens up to be punched. You know what I'm saying? So,
it's true.
You know, it's balance. It's balance. And and you know, you always appreciate the special fighters always let you know, all I'm telling you is I'm gonna win. The special fighters tell you, I don't go for the knockout. I don't look for this. I don't look for that. I'm gonna win this fight. Shakur Stevenson says it all the time. I don't care what I gotta do, what it looks like. What I can tell you is I'm gonna win this fight. Whether it's a stoppage, whether it's a decision, whatever, however you want to look at it, bro, I'm gonna win this fight. Right? Terrence Crawford said, I've never looked for the knockout when I've gotten a knockout. I don't look for it. I just fight. I fight to win. Everything else comes.
Right.
So when fighters sometimes talk the way they talk, they become one-dimensional. They become too focused on doing something, and that can present issues within itself, right? It is what it is.
Absolutely.
So, but let's not give this
fight.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to drag that on. I just thought that was interesting.
Let's let them announce the fight, and let's see press conferences build up. Let's see training camps start to kick off. Let's see things happening, and then we'll comment on it as it develops.
Absolutely.
Carmel Moulton and Zyquin Moses have a face-off like a week or so ago. I loved it. Love
the energy, right?
Yeah, I love the energy, man.
Paul Martin's a lot taller than I thought, by the way.
Yeah. You know, Carmel. Okay, so let's talk about that. These two young bulls are growing, bro. They're really growing, and especially Carmel. You can see Carmel has evolved. He's growing. He's becoming a man, and with that comes growth spurts, and with that comes you know, he has weight issues. You know what I'm saying? We saw him suffer a little bit on that Danny Garcia card, and you know, coming way over the limit. But I mean, there was also a story behind that about how, you know, he wasn't cleared medically to make that fight happen anyway, so he kind of just let it go. But at the end of the day, if they're gonna fight, they should do it now.
Yeah.
I know it sounds kind of crazy because a fight like that you want to build up, but I really believe that Carmel Moulton is bigger than Zyquin Moses, and I think he's going to grow. There's a good chance he's going to outgrow, and make it to where the longer they wait to make this fight, the more chance is going to be there's more of a chance for there to be a complicated weight cut that gets involved in the conversation, and somebody can get hurt. But that being said as well, I'd love to see them fight, but I don't need to see them fight. Carmel's growing and moving, and he's already at a certain space in his career right now where Zyquin needs to catch up a little bit. Zyquin doesn't need to be fast-tracked. He's doing a great job where he's at. Both those guys in their own rights are great fighters, but I loved what I saw. You know what I mean? It was good to see that. You know what I mean?
Right. No, you're right, 100%.
You know what I mean? Let me go ahead and put the I'm gonna hit the link up there if anybody wants to come up and build on anything, on any topics. You know, I didn't talk about Terrence and Canelo today. They got a press conference coming up tomorrow. It's gonna be in Vegas. I'll ask you this though, Ray. We saw them be very amicable in the first press conference in Riyadh. We saw them get spicy in the New York press conference. What do you think you're looking forward to seeing the Las Vegas press conference?
Oh, this is the one right here. This is the one where you start seeing the build to the fight, right? Then the announcement happens. So, yes, you're going to see these guys both going at it with each other. You're gonna, because you know, once one guy puts on the dance, leads the dance, as you would say, right? The other guy wants to take the lead back. So you're going to see a back and forth respect thing, though. You're going to hear some questions, maybe a various of questions that we heard already, but then you're going to hear some questions that come to thought, because now you have time to develop some of these things. Hey, Canelo, you wearing heels for this reason? Blah 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 blah. Like, you're going to hear things that we're not expecting to hear. So, yeah, man, interesting. I just think that we're going to get a little bit less pushing. We may get some people in between them. I think Canelo definitely wants to get that. Don't like getting walked down, right? So I think he definitely going to stand his toe. He might even throw a shot early, push Bud back, and I think Bud might get into a little okay, that's how we doing this, all right. But I don't think we see any hands thrown. I just think we see some like light aggressiveness, like some good sportsmanship.
What, the next press conference?
Yeah, there's a press conference tomorrow. I believe that Terrence may have some questions that people may perceive he needs to answer. I think his I think him making it a point to answer these questions and push back at these stories expose him to social media starting to get in his head. I think if he doesn't answer the questions, I think if he just operates and stays himself, I think the pressure for me, I want to see Terrence be Terrence. The more I see Terrence get outside of Terrence, the more nervous I get for Terrence. Because it starts to feel like he's letting the lights get to him.
What's going on, guys?
I want to see Canelo Alvarez take the lead in pushing this fight. This is his city. This is Las Vegas. This is like Mexico to him. He's the man here. Forget what he did in New York. That was nothing in comparison to who he is in Las Vegas. And I expect him to step up and take that shit. And I want to see Terrence Crawford. I'm going to be real with you. I want to see Terrence Crawford let him have it. I don't want to see Terrence Crawford compete with Canelo Alvarez for attention, because that's not who you are. You compete in the ring. You do your talking in the ring. You ain't going to let nobody put no hands on you. You ain't going to let nobody disrespect you, but you ain't out there competing for no damn attention on no press conference stage. If I see you do that, you are a fish out of water. You are out of your element, and I don't want to see that. That's where I'm at on that.
Claymore, you smell the issues, Claymore. You know what's going on. Yo, Canelo is gonna be so much in his element and all up in his head. I don't know what Terrence Crawford gonna do, because what happened this week was we kind of thought that like Terrence there was the push, but a lot of people also saying that he kind of stepped into Canelo, right?
Mm-hmm.
But bro, that interview this week that kind of came out and spilled all the beans, yo, it made him look goofy. I don't care how anybody want to take it. Ricky Burns, who? You got the two other goats on the table, bro. He looks silly all this week, and yeah, he did on social media. And if that affects Crawford, and Crawford's gonna come in and I'm gonna put my stamp on this on Friday, and you get him and he gets out of his element. Oh shit. I can't wait till tomorrow, bro. This is like a little mini series right now. You know what I mean? It's a little mini series.
It is building itself up into something very interesting, man.
It is interesting, but you're right. I think Crawford's already out of water, out of his element.
I think he got out of his water, but I think he can reel it back in. I think he can look at it. If he looks at it and watches it, I think he has a team around him and Bomac and he has access to mature, experienced people in the game. He's always been a leader. And I think the leadership qualities he have in him can look at that and take ownership and said, I don't do that. I'm not doing that this time.
I actually think the opposite. I think they're the instigators of all that bullshit. Bomac especially. And then you got Bernie the retard doing the same damn shit. You know what I mean?
But they always do what they do. Terrence was the one out of his. It's okay for. Matter of fact, allow Bernie to do Bernie. Bernie's been the guy who did that for Terrence. Yeah, Bernie was the guy who was
looking at these guys for the maturityness. I'm like, no, those are the wrong guys.
No, but those guys know who Terrence is, and they know who they are, and I could see them being like, "We do that, champ.
That's
not
exactly.
You. Don't do that. We gonna do that. We handle that. We get busy.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, let's let Bomac get at Eddie Reynoso.
You're right. That's exactly what has to happen for him to reel it back in. Let his dogs do the dog pounding over there.
Word.
Then,
let his friends in the crowd. Let Bernie be in the crowd and throw shots at Canelo. Yeah. Let the people in the crowd start with Canelo's fans. Let the presser build off of that. But Terrence, don't show me that, because if you do what you don't do, that means you're allowing somebody else to move your feet.
Do we get another face-off? My last question: do I land before we get? Do we get another face-off?
Yes.
And does Crawford try to do his thing, or is Canelo gonna give him a two-piece and a side biscuit?
If Canelo touches Terrence Crawford, don't be shocked to see Canelo get the shit slap out of him. Understand that Terrence Crawford has a gear. I will remind you guys of Jose Benavidez Jr., Terrence Crawford face-off. He has a gear he can hit where he don't play. We got to remember who Terrence Crawford is. He is not, people could think he's out of his element as far as the fight, as far as the element, but you're not going to out tough guy Terrence Crawford. He's with the what's
his name John before that. When him and Hank Lundy was up there.
Yeah.
Remember Bud and Hank Lundy, they pressed, that was before the Benavidez one. Yeah, he
Terrence got a switch. He got a switch.
He probably got a real switch too.
Yes. He got a
You know what I'm talking about, Clay.
Yeah, for sure. But no, I'm being honest that Terrence Crawford in this press conference, being that it's the last press conference, can put the boxing space on notice. All of the questions that you guys had as far as how I look at Canelo, the respect I've been giving Canelo, there can be a line drawn in this press conference to where it could be like, don't touch me, kid, son. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, don't touch me.
I don't know, man.
Hey,
Canelo's a proven guy who's drawn blood at press conferences. I haven't seen
you saw him do that with Caleb. Listen, this is two guys, and I can see Canelo popping off too. But I'm telling you, Bud, I don't need to tell you this. We all know Bud ain't soft, bro. Like, we can say whatever we want to say about Bud and in this fight and how you got. What he's not is a person who's there to be intimidated or pushed around. He's not that. And I think there's a narrative and a story getting pushed around potentially based on how much respect he's been given to Canelo on the build up to this fight, based on how he's acted in this press conference, that things may be a little twisted. And I think him putting hands on Terrence may have been where Terrence is looking back at that video like, I didn't act soft, but there wasn't nothing to smile about on that stage. Boy, don't put your hands on me. Boy, don't touch me.
Yeah, but he's the one who stepped into him.
It is, but I think that was him getting caught up in the antics. You know what I'm trying to say? I think he played a game that I've been in a situation. You got kids. Have you ever played with your kids or talked with your kids and gave them freedom to talk to you in a certain way, and you didn't think much of it until you really wanted to be serious?
You're a father, you know you have.
And they talk back at you in a certain way. You looked at them like, hey, bro, who you talking to right now?
Man, listen.
Stop, right? And you had to take ownership and remember, maybe your wife or somebody had to tell you that's what you get for playing with him like that. I told you, stop letting him. You feel me? You had
as a father, you want to test them. But as a father, you want to test them.
You ever had to put the volume down on the TV like, hey, yo, hey, who you talking to? Hey, yo, nah, hold up. Right? But you also had to take the ownership and say, that's what I get. You don't play with kids, and sometimes you play a little too much.
Son like that,
right?
He pushes, and then he goes in. He tries to go in extra gear to try to take Daddy out.
Yeah.
Like, hold on.
Wait a second.
What you doing? Not yet, Papa. Not yet. You're not ready for that. But
don't do that, because if I hit that next gear, they might call CPS on me, bro.
But then you
relax.
But then you love it that you tested him.
Oh yeah, I love you, but I might have to get you together. Because you what is it? You almost played with your life, son. I love you, but you were playing with your life for a second there. It almost went left for you there. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Shout out to Too Rich in the building.
What's going on, my
in the building as well, man.
Hey, what's going on?
Doing good. Let me let Anton tap in, and then we can get into Too Rich and go to Echo. But what do you think about this next press conference, Anton? What are you looking forward to see? What are you thinking? What we saw the nice Crawford in the first one. We saw.
I gotta drop down and come back up. My connection acting crazy.
Okay, so we can go to Too Rich on this one. Too Rich, how you doing, family?
What's going on, Clay and Ray and panel?
What up?
Man, I'm gonna give you my perspective. To me, the press conference, I seen all I need to see, right? So I deal with the psychological aspect, right? So I want to remind you of remember when Tank and Frank had a press conference, and we saw Tank make Frank flinch in the press conference, and then we saw the fight play out just like that, right? We saw Tank give Roach enormous amount of respect in the press conference, and we saw the fight play out just like that.
Oh, man.
In this fight, we saw Terrence Crawford push Canelo back. We saw Canelo try to respond with a push that had no type of power on it. This is important because I said for Crawford to win this fight, he gotta push Canelo back because Canelo cannot fight off the back foot. And I think we saw a microcosm of that in that press conference. And I'm expecting for Crawford to win. It's got to be an easy fight for Crawford. And if he's going to win, he got to push Canelo back. Even if it's just a show of strength. You remember when him and Errol fought, they locked up in about the second round, and Crawford threw Errol Spence out. And the fight went just like that. I'm looking for something similar for Canelo and Crawford to lock up and Crawford to show that he's stronger. And if he shows that he's stronger, the fight is going to play out just like that.
By the way, I like that perspective because that is true as well. When with the pushing happened, Canelo didn't punk Terrence. Terrence came forward, and his team forward. They hit Canelo's team went back, right? And Crawford was smiling like, "Oh, I love this."
Yep.
But I still feel like, I still feel like this time around, Terrence is not going to allow Canelo to. I think we're going to see Terrence getting ready for fight camp. You know, Terrence talked about when it's time to dial in, all respect goes out the window. And I think in this press conference, you're going to see a more serious Terrence Crawford.
Yeah. And like you say, it's a big moment for him, but he never had a real personality, because the way Canelo pressed him about the resume, I'd have pressed Canelo right back. Like, are you elite? You've been beat. We don't seen you get whooped before. Are you really elite? I'm not sure. Personally, I'm not sure. But,
you ain't been elite with me. You know how Terrence carries.
Yeah. So
you ain't done it with me, so I don't even know who you are. What you talking about? Well, I think we're gonna see Terrence. I want to see Terrence be serious because that's who I know him to be. He don't play. Canelo's gonna put hands on him as far as pushing him, and I feel like the competitive spirit in Terrence Crawford is not going to allow this circus to continue. As far as you thinking something that you don't need to be thinking about me. Shout out to Echo in the building. Echo, how you doing, man? How's the weather over there?
It's not too bad today, actually.
Okay, awesome. We're dealing with a heat wave out here, but that seems to be trying to calm down. So I think it's supposed to rain tomorrow, and the temperatures are supposed to settle a little bit. So we'll see what ends up happening. But other than that,
on the East Coast, Clay?
Yeah, I'm in PA, bro. I'm in Central PA.
Oh damn, I ain't even know that. Okay, it's bacon.
Oh yeah, man, it's bacon, pork bacon too, not turkey. So Echo, what are you thinking about this this press conference tomorrow?
I'm not going to read too much into it, to be honest, because
I figured you said that,
it's just people's opinions. That's all it is. And you can act, like I say, you can fake it till you make it. You can look confident. Doesn't mean you are.
Yeah.
I use the analogy about the duck, swimming in the lake. Just seems to be gliding along like this, like it's chilling. But underneath, it's doing this.
Right.
But we don't see this.
Right.
Because like the iceberg is more dangerous underneath.
Yeah, he looks like he's doing something effortlessly, but meanwhile, he's putting full effort to do what you're looking at him doing.
Yeah. So to me, it's just people's opinions. I've watched a few people talking, and they'll say, well, Crawford's looking nervous. Then somebody will say, Canelo looks nervous. It's perspective, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. Oh, definitely, because I definitely don't feel like I seen Bud looking nervous, and a lot of people felt like they thought that, and I didn't see that at all.
None of them are really nervous.
Yeah, nobody really looked nervous, but I do feel like Canelo, little things that Canelo did made me say, I wonder what Canelo's thinking to a degree. For example, him saying that he rates Terrence Crawford better than Floyd. I said, really? You did? You rate him that? Okay, all right. So that already lets me know that you're recognizing a legitimate threat in Terrence Crawford in a way that you didn't recognize in other fighters. I never heard him compare other fighters to to not Floyd or anybody else. I've never seen him, for him to say that. Also, his little snide remark to Turkey, his little slick comment to Turkey, like, Turkey, make the ring smaller so this guy can't run. I'm like, you don't like him moving?
I don't think it's that. I think he would rather just slug it out. That's what it is.
There's questions.
And that's not going to happen, is it?
No. And when you see what he did with William Skull, listen, we can criticize William Skull. Maybe William Skull deserves a criticism. Maybe he was moving a little excessively. But I don't shy away from saying it looked like Canelo didn't have no answers for cutting the ring off. It looks like he lost it. I feel like years ago he would have cut that ring off. There was a Canelo that could do it.
Clay has gotten lazy.
And that
it's laziness. It's doing just enough to know that he's going to win because he's not had the competition to test himself.
Yeah, well,
he's not gone into top gear yet.
Let's see if he can still go. And sometimes it gets rusty. Sometimes when you spend too long not going to top gear, sometimes when it's time to top gear, you start missing, you start slipping, right? You know how the sticks were. All of a sudden, you used to be able to. You remember when you raced, push the clutch, switch gears. But the real races, the people know how to do it. They know how to not even use the clutch, right? Right? They know how to just switch through gears without even hitting the clutch. They know how to hit it, but that's a timing thing right there. That's a skill set that you only as good as the last time you did it. Sometimes you need to push that clutch because you ain't got that feel. You don't got that feel for the engine like you did before. When you feel it's time to go ahead and switch it and you float the gears, you're floating gears. It takes skills to do that. You don't just come back to doing that and you ain't been doing that for years. I know as far as driving trucks is concerned, I don't drive manual anymore. I'm driving an automatic right now, but I've driven manual and I used to love driving manuals and I used to float the gears all the time. I was notorious. I'd float them. I'd hardly ever use my clutch because I know how my engine works. I know how my engine feels. I know when it's time to float it, when it's sweet and make it smooth like butter. But you put me in a truck right now, I'm not floating gears. I'm telling you, I'm pushing that clutch in and I'm putting that thing in the gear. I'm not floating gears and risking tearing up that transmission, Echo. I'm not going to lie to you.
See, it's the same thing, we're talking about stamina, like I mentioned the other day about one of the primary things that you need. Once you can go past that endurance and you can push yourself and throw them 1,000 punches or whatever it might be, that's within you to do it. But the less you do that, and the less you actually put that work output out, you get used to throwing 35 punches around or 25 or whatever, or even less, But when you've got a guy that's, full on, foot to the floor, like driving a car, he's just doing that. That's all he cares about. You've only got to look at somebody like Henry Armstrong throwing punches non-stop. A lot of boxers do this, in the past. And that's all they know how to fight. But once you start slowing down and you start pacing yourself and you become lazy, it can become a habit. And that becomes your character eventually.
I agree.
But first of all, you create the habit, then the habits make you.
For sure, man. So we'll see what happens, man. Press conferences tomorrow. I don't want to spend too much time on, like you said, it's opinion, but I thought I do feel like the press conferences have started becoming more entertaining, and I do question my mind. What are they going to do tomorrow? Because they did this, and then they did this. But tomorrow, what is? I guess to a certain point, what is there left to do, and will they do whatever there is left that hasn't been done yet, and what hasn't been done?
It's exactly what Echo is saying. It's basically what it becomes just entertaining for us. The battle of who won the press conference. That's it.
Right.
That's it. You know what I mean? The bragging rights of the fans. Yo, my guy look better. The guy looks better, and that type of shit. But does it translate exactly into that ring? No, absolutely not. But it's just fun for us. And then can you determine, like I think Tours was saying, psychologically? Come on, man. Canelo had some his team holding him back on the left side. It's not going to translate over there. Can it translate in some other fights? Yeah, I guess if you got a little puppy on one side and then you got a true veteran killer on the other, maybe you can see that there's the spotlight.
Like Tank, what Tank did to Frank definitely translated.
Kind of, right? You can kind of see that, but But does it mean that he's scared away in the fight? I don't think Frank's scared away in the fight. He just knows that he was outgunned. But I think this is braggadocious for us. For us, are here to talk that shit.
Oh, facts. Big facts. Big facts.
That's it. It's fun for us.
You can only put so much weight on it. So much weight on it. But like you said, fun. That being said, let's get into the fight that's happening this weekend. You know, me and Ray built on this. And I'm interested in the perspective of this because I think it's hilarious, but also tragic, the position that Floyd Schofield Jr. has found himself in. At 22 years old, this kid and his father have managed to make their brand so cringe that I don't know, got everybody give their own personal opinion, but there's a feeling of Floyd Schofield Jr. being at a crossroads in this fight. And that's crazy that he could even be anywhere near being in a crossroads. At 22 years old, this kid should be able to take a loss confidently, recover from that loss, and still be a must-see fighter. But somehow he's put himself in a position to where the boxing space seems like they're ready to get rid of him. They're ready to dismiss him. And he's in a fight with a Tevin Farmer, who is, for all argument's sake, definitely the more experienced fighter, and I think has had the better fights in the past 3 fights on the back of losses, of course. I mean, Floyd Schofield's gotten wins, but I think competitively speaking, Tevin Farmer's fought the better fighters, right? And this is Schofield's opportunity to fight a fighter with some credibility, to add something significant enough to his resume to where we can maybe start talking about him fighting top 5 fighters at 135. Because up until now, he hasn't done nothing to make me see him in there with Tank, Shakur, even a Keyshawn at one point when Keyshawn was there, or Vasily Lomachenko, or none of the champions that were really there. I don't see him competing at that level and winning. But this fight gives him an opportunity. He walked away from an Abdullah Mason fight for millions of dollars, or $1 million, right? And he walked away from it. It looked weird. And now he's got this 5-year, $5 million deal with Oscar De La Hoya, which I think he might have sold himself a little short. But he's getting in the ring with Oscar De La Hoya's gatekeeper, Tevin Farmer. And Tevin Farmer arguably beat William Zepeda once and almost beat and arguably beat Raymond Moratala. How do you guys, first of all, feel about Floyd Schofield, the brand of Floyd Schofield at this point, with all the antics he's been involved in for the past 6 months to a year?
I think those same antics is got him where he's at right now. Good or bad, we're talking about him. Good or bad, we're talking about him. Good or bad, we're talking about him versus the Shakurs, the Tanks, or whoever else. And he's not even a top 5 in the division. He's still, I don't know if he's still outside the top 10, but he's been spoken about amongst the top guys in the division. So, I mean, yeah, hate it or not, the way it looks, but we still talking about him. And so I think this fight in itself is yeah, it could backfire, but guess what? He makes a statement win and stops Tevin Farmer clean. Yo, he's gonna put this kid on the map, big time.
I agree.
Like, who's next? Who wants this? And so it could go either way. I think that's the problem with these high risk, high reward fights. You know, you could lose a lot, but damn, you do something right, you can win a lot. So I think that's where this young man is at. And I know, yeah, I mean, the brand and all that stuff by the perspective of it's cringe and what his daddy be saying and all that shit. And, you know, it's no different than what sometimes be like Teal be saying some stupid shit, right? It's cringe, but guess what? Y'all talking 3-hour panels about Teofimo Lopez. Good, bad, or ugly.
And so, as long as he delivers as a fighter, he has legs. Yes.
And that's where this young man is at. So I think it's a high risk, high reward. I'm expecting this young hungry lion, because we cannot confuse who the father is and who the son is. Facts. The son is a very different man than the father. And he's a fine young man. I
think I'll agree with you.
He's a fine young man, and he carries himself as such. So I think what he's gonna go in there, I think he's gonna take his head off. I expect a stoppage. I expect a stoppage somewhere in the middle of the fight. You know, that's what I'm expecting for him to do. And if he does that, then everything else that we're talking about with the cringe and this and that,
it doesn't matter.
It don't matter.
100%. I agree with you. I do think I don't think it had to be that way, but in a way, like you said, if he capitalizes on this and knocks out Tevin Farmer, he can end up being, a hated must-see fighter to a degree, and that makes money as well. That's a good thing. But he definitely, I feel like, put it on the line, because if he loses to Tevin Farmer, I don't know if you care to share on the back end of a loss to a Tevin Farmer. What does Sunday morning look like for Floyd Schofield Jr.?
Well, I do know is he's a fun action fighter to watch.
Right.
I don't have a problem watching Schofield. He's a fun fight. Give me 10 of his fights before I see one of Haney's and one of Shakur's, as we've been seeing lately. I'd rather see that I'm coming, we're gonna fight, and we're gonna do what we gotta do. He's exciting to watch. That I can say. Now,
he's exciting to watch. That's not what I'm saying or asking. I'm asking because he's a high risk, low reward fighter, right? Like, if you don't have to fight Floyd Schofield, you don't just fight him, right? It's either some money involved or he's the kind of fighter who kind of needs something to offer another fighter to fight him.
That's why they're giving him.
And if you give excuses, they'll use it and get out of fighting Floyd Schofield. And if he loses to Tevin Farmer and falls into that conversation of who have you beat, I don't need to fight you, do you just fight him anyway?
I think if he loses to depending how he loses. I mean, we got to see what happens Sunday morning. We got to see how he loses, if he loses, right? That's going to determine how everybody else is. Bro, you got a little name, but man, you got smoked by that old man.
Right, I'll take it next. Yeah, I feel you.
I'm taking your name. I'm the up and coming. I'm number 30 in ranking. Yeah, I want Schofield.
Yeah, it can go both ways. I agree with you. Too Rich, what do you think?
I'm gonna say Schofield's a little bit of. Now, first of all, I agree with what the panelists just said. Yeah, I agree pretty much verbatim. So I'm trying not to repeat some of the same thing he said. But I think it's a little bit of the carriage before the horse. That I know people, like you say, it's cringe, but through the, I'm gonna say, great promotion of his father, we're talking about him a little bit before time. He's in the conversation a little bit before his time. Now, even if it's because people want to see lose, whatever the case may be, I think this is a great fight for him. Now, I always talk about the two sides. You got a pressure fighter, knockout guy versus the boxer. Okay, who's the better boxer? Tevin Farmer. Okay, who got the experience? Tevin Farmer. But is Tevin Farmer an elite boxer? What I saw against Zepeda was an aging fighter that just wasn't able to pull the trigger when he should have. You know what I'm saying? Or as much as he could have, or what it looked like he could have done. So I also gave Floyd Schofield half a bit of chance against Shakur, if nothing else, to make the fight so ugly. That's how you beat the boxer. You got to turn it into a fight. You got to make it ugly. You got to take him to the ground. You got to twist his arm. You got to do something to make it a fight. Now, Tevin Farmer wasn't able to overcome Zepeda, even though we think he might have edged out that first fight, but ultimately he wasn't able to overcome Zepeda. I'm saying this is the style. If you want to see Shakur beat, if you want to see some of these elite boxers beat, I think Schofield has the style to do it. Can he do it? Is he ahead of his time? Maybe not, but it's a great fight for him. If he wins this fight, man, we got a new player in the game. We got a major, I would go so far to say a major player in the game, because people going to duck him. Like you just said, why fight him? If he wins this fight, who going to put their fight in the ring with him? Even if he don't do nothing but hurt him, headbutt him, damage him. So this is a good fight. I understand Tevin Farmer should be favored slightly in this fight, but I'm going with the youngin. I'm going with Schofield by stoppage.
I like it.
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
Nah, listen, man. This is very plausible, very realistic, and it's there for him. It can happen. I still think that he's at a crossroads, unfortunately, at 22 years old. And I think on the back end of a loss to Tevin Farmer, and like you said, HLD, what kind of loss? It does make a difference as well. But I think if Tevin Farmer forces Schofield to fight at an elite level, if Tevin Farmer brings elite boxing into that ring and forces Schofield to step up, I have questions as to whether or not that wrinkle or that tool is there in the box for Floyd Schofield to use against a Tevin Farmer. Echo, how do you feel about this fight, going into this fight, Floyd Schofield Jr., Tevin Farmer?
I was having a little chat with Rasclot earlier, and he mentioned the fact that it depends on Farmer how much those two fights have taken out of him, and I agreed with that. And also, in my perspective, because I've studied Schofield's fights, and I watched him fight Askell Rhodes when he that was quite a good performance, to be honest. Then he fought Rodrigo Guerrero. Then he fought Alberto. Was it Alberto Mercado? I think that was in 23. And each time I noticed when he was fighting, he was jumping in sometimes with punches. In other words, he'd cover the distance to throw a jab and a cross with one big step, like a gazelle punch. And this is the kind of thing that can get you countered by a good boxer. And also, many times when he throws his hook, especially when he's moving in, he raises his chin. So there's lots of things that Farmer could take advantage of. And Farmer's a seasoned fighter, as you know. I mean, he's got a lot of skill. But I question how much those fights have taken out of him. That's my only thing. But also, his dad, I think his dad could be not a good thing for him, you know, because his dad thinks he's probably better than he is, saying he's going to win this fight, then become, you know, the greatest fighter of all time. I mean, come on. That's just ridiculous. You know, those kind of things. So, strategy will win this fight.
Yeah. I think I want Tevin Farmer to be cerebral. I want him to tap into the space that Schofield needs to be tested in. I don't want to see him out dog or out. You know what I mean? Schofield. We know Schofield got that dog in him. We know who he is. He's got that dog in him. If you test it, you can get bit. But can he compete at the highest level of the sweet science?
One of the good things that Schofield does, he doesn't repeat techniques. He's got quite a good variety, and he's very explosive. He is. But he doesn't cover himself very well when he's punching sometimes.
Yeah, and I think he.
But he'll learn to get that better as he gets.
But I think that Tevin possesses elite boxing skills.
Of course.
I don't think he taps into it every time, though. I think he allows the dog to come out sometimes, and he doesn't tap into the elite. But when he does, he looks great. I think if he taps into that and he forces, if Schofield beats Tevin should lose in an elite way. Like, make this kid show he's elite. Don't let this kid out dog you and knock you out, and you try to stay in there too long and rock soccer with him. He just knocks you out. If you're going to lose this fight, make Schofield step up. And if you make him step up, I think this fight is there for you to win it. But without a doubt, you can't sleep on Schofield. He's just too explosive and too powerful to sleep on him.
Let me say this, Clay.
He picks his punches quite well, Clay, as well.
Say it again.
He picks his punches quite well.
Who, Schofield?
Yeah. But the good thing in Farmer's favor, that what he does sometimes, he jumps in with his shots. In other words, you know, like doing a jab and a cross, you step in with the front foot and your back foot will drag to get the hook off. But what Schofield will do, he jump in with both feet, a bit like a gazelle punch, a bit like what, you know, Floyd Patterson used to do, jumping with that left hook. Now, if you get caught walking into one of them shots, it doesn't have to be powerful, because your weight will create that power. I can put my fist out like that. If you run onto it, even if my arm is straight, it's just as bad as a punch sometimes.
Hey, I'm gonna say this too, Clay. It's definitely a path where Tevin can outbox him. Don't get me wrong. I just was watching this a pay to fight. I just doubt, like you say, maybe it's the wear and tear. Is he still elite enough to outbox or keep Schofield off him for 12 rounds? That's what I don't know. But what I see happening Is Schofield doing something crazy, maybe even something a little bit dirty that drags Tevin into a firefight?
Yeah.
And maybe even a scenario where Tevin even dropped Schofield one time. And I still think Schofield comes back in those later rounds and he stops him.
Yeah, I said that earlier. You know, I said, man, it's going to be up to Tevin to not allow himself to get dragged into that situation. But I agree with you. The way he fought, I said it already. If he fights Floyd Schofield the way he fought William Zepeda, I think he gets stopped.
I'm gonna counter that on all you guys. I'm gonna tell you this. I think experience matters, man. I don't think Floyd Schofield has enough experience. I think at the end of the day, what we're missing the point is that Schofield may have the opportunity to knock this guy out. But what, besides him fighting the fight that he fought with Zepeda, I don't think he does that. What makes you think that? And what elite boxing skill does Schofield have? He has nothing but what Echo was mentioning, jumping in and being reckless when he's punching, which leaves him open and available for the counter. When you got a smart boxer such as, and a veteran boxer such as a Tevin Farmer, and especially with the weight issues that Clay was mentioning earlier, possibly being a problem. What's going to happen when he gets put on his pockets? Does he come back into, if he does get put on his pocket? Does he make a strong comeback, or does that play a part in his head where he has to get his get back and he starts fighting more reckless? So yes, all those points and all the things you guys are saying are capable, but you got to look at the end of the road here. The end of the road for me is that I don't see Schofield no way, shape, or form beating the Tevin Farmer based on damaged goods or not, because Tevin Farmer, I think they both have an issue with going into the later rounds, especially if there's a weight issue on Schofield's part, and Tevin Farmer being the heavier fighter, they're both going to slow down probably by the 6th or 7th round anyway. So then it's going to, if they make it that far, it's going to come down to who has more grit. And I think when the grit comes down to it, Tevin Farmer's that guy, and I think he's able to handle and withstand all the onslaught of Floyd Schofield, unless he gets diabolically reckless in that fight.
Yeah, yeah, man. And I think I appreciate what Too Rich was saying as well. I really do, because the question of the matter is, does he have it in him to box elite anymore? Is there a reason why he's boxing the way he's boxing now? Is there a reason why he fought William Zepeda that way? Has the athleticism and the cerebral, like, is it not firing the same in between his ears, and has he found it easier to just sit on his punches and stay inside that mid-range and fight a certain way, because the energy, the cerebral energy needed to time and to move and to see things happening and to be as alert as you need to be that elite fighter, is that not there anymore?
Time is undefeated.
Yeah, man. Yeah, listen, man. This is a fight. This is a fight where if I see Tevin winning it, I see an older version of Tevin winning this, and I think there's a legitimate question as far as, does that version of him even exist anymore? Is this something that he can even physically do? It's kind of like what we see happening with Manny Pacquiao coming back. We know of a Manny Pacquiao that would spank Mario Barrios, but does that Manny Pacquiao exist anymore? Right? We know of a Manny Pacquiao, an athletic version of Manny Pacquiao that, timing and counter punching and speed and power, and we know of this Manny Pacquiao, but is that the Manny Pacquiao who's getting in the ring with Mario Barrios? Does that version of Tevin Farmer exist anymore? I mean, I guess we'll find out Saturday night, and 100%, if Floyd Schofield is able to capitalize on this and stop this Tevin Farmer, he can build some good momentum for himself going forward.
Ray was saying, does Schofield have what it takes to get out? That if he gets put in the pocket, can he get out? We seen him in dog fights where he's had to dig deep and come back to win the fight. And I think this is a hungry young lion, a very hungry young lion. And I don't think Farmer, he can have those elite skills at times, but he is not that dog to put you out. He's not that guy who's going to put you out the pasture. He is not. And so at this age, even less. My only concern really with Schofield is the perception of what I see. I think this kid works hard at the gym for conditioning, getting strong, explodes, but I don't see the same visuals that they put out there of what are you doing for your boxing IQ. I don't see the training part of boxing. I see a lot of the weightlifting, one-legged, balancing and all this type of stuff that he be doing, but I don't see the growth. Like, yo, where's the shadow boxing at? Where's the heavy bag workout at? I don't see who's training him for boxing. He seems like a phenomenal athlete. I can say he's a phenomenal athlete, but I don't see where. I need to see it for me to say, okay, he's growing. They're teaching him. They're teaching them this boxing game, the sweet science that we need to have also. And I don't see that consistently enough for me to say, is this kid on the right trajectory of growing as a boxer, or is he just growing as a good athletic guy? And that's my only concern about the growth of this young man.
We hit the nail on the head what J Bug said, right? Everybody compares him to Sean Porter. Prior to that, he was not compared to Sean Porter. He was known as a guy that can box. He had a plan. He went in there, like I said, when he started off, I think he fought like prospects at like, they were considering him 126, but he fought at like 129, 128. But he was fighting at 126, then he moved to 130. He was fighting guys that he was able to box. Once he got into that prospect realm, into this boxing realm, he became this artist. Clay mentioned it earlier. Once they told him, like, yo, this is the guy we need you to be. You need to do these knockouts. That's all he predicated his career on. He forgot how to box, it seems like. He forgot how to work on those things.
He put it away at least, right? He put it away.
It looked like he just changed altogether, and he became this reckless fighter. And when you become this reckless fighter and you put yourself at harm's way, harm happens. And we have to understand that. And when we also have a guy like Tevin Farmer, who I think has patience, that's experience, right? With experience comes patience. With experience comes ability to see things that you've seen before. There's nothing that's going to change from what you haven't seen before. And fighting a guy like Williams and Payne put him in perfect competition of this fight. He definitely got the matchup right, because if Floyd Schofield comes out trying to throw all types of blows and things of that nature, Tevin Farmer's been battle tested for that. Has Floyd Schofield been battle tested for somebody throwing back at him that has an elite, to me, semi-elite level of boxing.
Elite pedigree, right? Yeah.
Right? And somebody that's not going to have a motor that's going to give up. Somebody that's not going to fight dirty. Somebody able to punch between punches and be able to connect with them. That's where we have to answer those questions. I see Tevin Farmer stopping him. Only way he doesn't win this fight if it goes a distance, and it being an Oscar card is the only. I'm sorry, Oscar being part of the promotional team with MVP, and some of the maybe the naysayers or the judges may go that route. But other than that, I don't see him winning this fight whatsoever. No say, any way, shape, or form.
Dang.
Put some money on that, Ray. Then you might win some good dollars.
Yeah, because he's definitely Echo. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I saw him fight Alberto Mercado, he was getting hit with a lot of straight shots. He was, and the key to this fight will be strategy and using feints to draw that lead. Because what Schofield is good at is just pulling the trigger. You know, when he sees an open, he'll go for it. But if you're feinting, you're doing different things like foot feints, head feints, short feints, lengthening the feints. He'll bait on that. And I think if Farmer uses that and he gets that cadence down, that rhythm, so he can get the timing earlier on in the fight, he can win the fight.
Yeah.
My thing is this. If Zapata was a little bit more accurate of a puncher, he could have stopped Tevin, man. Okay. That's my thing. I believe he could have stopped Tevin if Zapata either had a little bit more power or a little bit more accurate. And I think Schofield is both of those. I think he's probably a little bit more accurate, less volume, but a little bit more accurate, and maybe a little bit more pop.
Yeah, I said that earlier too, Rich. I said to myself, can Schofield actually execute the game plan that Williams and Peta was supposed to better? You know what I'm saying? Does Schofield have the athletic ability and the boxing ability to actually do what it looks like Williams and Peta wanted to do, but just was limited to that point where he couldn't get it done? Because there were times when he hurt and put him on wobbly legs. He hurt Tevin Farmer at times, but he wasn't able to capitalize on that. And I think Schofield does have that when it comes to that, the pace of the fight, he has that second gear that he can hit when he smells the blood in the water. But also, shout out to Ant McQueen, who said something significant here. I put it on the screen here. And I mean, look, he can show us, but he says conditioning. He says he was gassed versus Giron and said he wasn't prepared to go the amount of rounds. Now, granted, you don't prepare to go to a certain amount of rounds. You spend a training camp thinking it's going to be 10 rounds and they flip it on you in the last minute, so he's going to be 12. I guess that can have an effect, but I mean, you are who you are. When the volume turned up with Rene Giron, it did seem like the conditioning, a little bit into question, just a little bit. It did look like he kind of started to taper off a little bit. Do you think there are any questions about his conditioning? And I'm going to tell you, before you answer that, I want to bring two pieces of the puzzle together. And this is me speculating, of course. Rumors were spinning around the space that Floyd Schofield may have had a complicated weight cut in that Saudi Arabia situation. That it wasn't food poisoning, that it wasn't all these different things that people were pushing to. That in fact, that he was in the middle of a very heavy weight cut, that he was still cutting a lot of weight, and that coincidentally, however you want to look at it, he ended up having to pull out that fight and having problems physically that he couldn't move forward. So that being said, have we noticed that Floyd Schofield is getting bigger? That he is a dude who's a big is he a big lightweight? Is Floyd Schofield Jr. a big lightweight? And that being said, he's only 22 years old. Could he be possibly outgrowing the 135-pound weight class division, and could we see him be a victim of somebody who's staying somewhere just a little too long, being that he's growing as much as he is? What do you guys think?
He's a muscle-bound kid. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Just too much muscle on that frame. And like I was saying yesterday, I think it was yesterday with the Crawford fight. You got to have conditioning with that heart to be able to pump that blood. You can't get oxygen out to them red cells. You messed up. So that can be a problem, and that's what I'm saying. I see a lot of working out type of shit from to get strong and whatever, but I don't see the other stuff. And so with this young man, that definitely can be a problem. And in boxing, you can't be the only guys who could be really muscle bound are heavyweights. You know what I mean? But and these lightweights, you need conditioning and speed. And power is great to have, absolutely explosiveness. But you got to have that conditioning to be able to throw those 800 punches in a fight and last 12 rounds. You got to have that. And if you don't have it, you're going to get cooked, and primarily by your own deed. So I think he is. I think he's a bit too big. I think they're too much focused on, like I said, he looks like a running back.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like a running back. And I don't think that's great for boxing. I mean, I think everybody will agree. Boxers who are like that they gas out in those late rounds, like my man was saying. They get knocked out themselves. So I think I don't think it's about his division. I think it's just that they're focused too much on one thing that is not what boxing needs. And I think he's overdoing it, and that's why he's having a hard time cut that weight, because to cut muscle, that's hard. Draining water is one thing, but when you got a lot of muscle, where it's going to be hard for you to, and then when you got a low, you see he's tight. He's not, there's where you're going to lose that from. There's hardly no water in your body as it is. And so I think there's that is something that they need to calibrate with somebody who can help them out to understand there's got to be a different way of training for him. But I agree. I think there's issues with his size.
How do you feel, Too Rich?
I would say, he might be outgrowing the business, getting a little. Well, he's growing. We know he's growing.
Chris,
so
before you go deeper, before you go any deeper, do you think he is a big lightweight in your opinion? Just as far as like, even if he's not cutting the weight hard, if it's not a hard weight cut, is he a big lightweight for you?
I personally don't think so. I think 135 is his division probably for the next 2 years. I just think he's muscular, and it looks like that. And I get it; it might be harder to shed that muscle, but the question is he really a 140 pounder? And I don't think so. Not yet. I don't think he's a 140 pounder. So he might have to squeeze down a little bit. But both of those guys are muscle bound. So I think it's going to negate each other. Like they're both going to lose some gas a little bit in those later rounds. So I think it'll even out. I think Tevin Farmer is more the one I'm worried about gassing because he got to keep Floyd off of him, which was going to gas him a little bit. Floyd is going to gas more naturally. And I think they'll even out in the later rounds. I don't think one will be more than the other that significantly. I don't think that'll be that much of a difference.
Yeah. I think we saw Tevin hit another gear against Williams Zepeda. There was a point in the fight where it was kind of like he looked like he was kind of gassing out, but then he hit that other gear and he kept fighting. I've never seen Floyd Schofield compromised that way, like gassed out and just fighting. I've never seen him do that, but I do question as to whether or not the weight class is starting to become the weight cut is the weight cut becoming a bit of an issue. It seems like he dealt with that in Saudi Arabia, according to people who were there who saw him. They saw him walking around. They're like, how's this dude going to make 135? And then we did, before that fight, we saw him kind of start suffering. A little bit of the conditioning started to kind of get exposed against Giron a little bit, and he brought it up that the 12 round affected him, that he they prepared for 10 rounds and they flipped it on him and gave him the 12 round situation, et cetera, et cetera. What about you, Echo? As somebody who I know is into the nutritionist and the cutting the weight, and you kind of have an eye for it, is there anything that stands out for you? First of all, the regular question I'd ask everybody else, do you consider him to be a big lightweight? Out of all the other lightweights in the division, is he one of the bigger guys?
He's pretty big. And he's not. But what I looked at when I look at a fighter, a lot of times you'll see boxers with big shoulders, but they don't usually have big arms because the shoulders support the arms. So it's not beneficial to have massive arms. If your arms are too big and they look bigger than the shoulders, and I noticed with Schofield, he's got very big arms. Same as Kermel Moulton and a lot of boxers like that. Usually you get people that are able to box and continually punch. They've got long muscles. They're more longer. Their insertions are longer. They've got the origin, which is the shoulder, and the insertion is in the elbow. Now, a lot of the people that are speedsters, like a Tommy Hearns, even though he had big arms, he had long muscles. A lot of boxers nowadays, they're developing short muscles. And this is the biggest problem. So when you've got shoulders that are not as big as the arms, or the vice versa, your arms are too big, the weight of the arms are carried by the shoulders. Mm-hmm. Same as your forearm is carried by the bicep. Same thing. Why do you think Manny Pacquiao gets tired? Because his calves are too big. Mm-hmm. And he's using his calf muscles to move himself around the ring. He's not doing pendulum footwork. He's bouncing up and down on them calves. He's not using the muscles that he should do. Like what somebody like Al Usyk or maybe a Bivol, who uses purely the right muscles. That's why he doesn't get tired in the legs.
Right.
Look at Manny. He was getting more tired as he got older and older because his calves are too big, and he's using his calves all the time for moving around. When you're moving around, especially when you're doing like pendulum footwork, your ankles don't collapse. They're fixed, and you're utilizing different muscles. You're not using the soleus, you're not using the gastrocnemius too much. You're using the peroneus longus and the peroneus brevis. So then those muscles work as stabilizers. That's why a lot of runners work on that muscle, which is on. That's why you see people training like runners. They'll do certain exercise where they do it on their big toe. Mm-hmm. Anytime you rotate your feet, so it's what you call inversion, it takes that strain off the calf. It does, but also you can't move forward.
Okay.
So there's lots of reasons why boxers, get tired. I mean, like having a big chest don't help either, because you need to be able to bring your arms in like that to protect you. If you've got a big chest, you can't do that.
And if you are doing it, you're probably sacrificing a lot of flexing going on right there. You know what I'm saying? To do it, that within itself is building up acid in the area as well.
And also, that's the object of the chest. The object of the chest is adduction. To bring this is what your chest does. It does this. It doesn't do that. It does this. That's the object of the chest. Adduction, not abduction. Abduction is that. Adduction is this. So all boxers should be able to touch their elbows.
Yeah. Let me. I do have two more topics I want to go through before we close up. I'll give you a heads up. One of them is going to be Shakur Stevenson, and William Zepeda. We're going to talk about that a little bit as far as what we're expecting from Shakur and what a great performance here could do for him at 135. Taking into consideration, Keyshawn Davis is on his way, has left the division, and Gervonta Tank Davis doesn't show any wanting to do anything in the division except for get some money. And then also we're going to talk about this Devin Haney, Brian Norman fight. I'm interested, and we'll probably talk about that first with HLD and everybody on the panel. Are we convinced that this fight is coming together or not at this point? It seems like these guys are selling this. Is it? Are we heading in the right direction, or are we still in the dark? How we feel about it?
Turkey Al-Sheikh is on his revenge tour. You stole my money May 2nd. Hold on. I got a fight for you, Devin Haney, but I'm not telling you yet. Yo, Turkey went. See, there's a lot of stuff going on there and a lot of posturing by Mr. Billy Haney trying to act like he a boss. And he ain't. What it comes out to about is that Turkey went behind the Haneys, talked to the Normans. Hey, you guys want to fight Devin Haney?
But HLD, are we going to discount the fact that Bill Haney was chasing Brian Norman?
No, that's a cat. That's cat. That's cat.
What's going on?
That's cat.
So put some perspective on it. Go ahead. So what were we watching? What happened?
Well, I mean, hey, you saw it right now.
What it looked like to me was Bill came out with a hit list, and that Bill was trying to make the fight with Brian. But you tell me what
Norman,
you know.
They didn't want nothing to do with Norman, and they still don't. Turkey Al-Sheikh went ahead, spoke to the Normans, spoke to Top Rank. Yo, would you guys willing to fight Devin Haney? And they had that in the pocket quietly. And they're like, yeah, we'll take the fight. But then out here, Bill Haney acting like he's the one trying to we're D-bum. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So let me just get some perspective from what you're basically saying is Bill got in front of this because Turkey already had it in motion, and once he figured out it was in motion, he got in front of it and steered the narrative into the Haneys are trying to get Brian, but in reality, the wheels are already moving. The wheels on the bus go round and round.
He did not expect that. Bill Haney did not expect that the wheels were already turning before he even knew, and they already had that rolling. And they're like, "Yeah, keep on." The Normans are like, "Keep on talking your shit."
That's interesting. So that's why Brian Norman's like, yeah, bro, you ain't make this happen. Stop acting like you did. He seems very adamant about telling Bill that, like, you didn't do this, but thank you. We gonna make the fight happen, but you didn't do this. Stop making it. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna pause you right there, HL, and I want to pass it to Too Rich a little bit and see. Too Rich, what do you think about that? Do you think there's some relevance to that, or you think HL is just reaching? Do you think that Bill and
it's crazy. I'm agreeing with HLD today, man. I think it's exactly what it is. I think Turkey had already offered it and Bill got in front of it. But with all that said, I'm finna be like a real fucking hypocrite, man. I don't like the fight. I'm a Dev guy. I'm from Atlanta, so I'm a Norman guy. Oh man, I do not want to see this, man. I do not want to see it. I think Haney should be facing his contemporary in T.O. You see, I know T.O. didn't take the fight, man, but damn. But if Haney do take this fight, man, you got to put some respect on his name, man. You got to put some, win or lose, you got to put some respect if he take this fight, man. But I think they should wait, man. I don't know, man. Like I said, I'm being a real hypocrite when I say that, man. But damn, they just like Errol Spence and Crawford, where they was my two favorite guys, and now they got to fight. You got to pick one, and I don't even want to pick one,
That is so interesting, and I'm not gonna lie. As HL was saying it, I started playing with it in my mind, like, damn, hold up, like I don't know yet. I'm not there yet all the way, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I was really giving Bill and Devin a lot of respect to say that they would go ahead and push to make a fight like this, because I think this is the most dangerous fight that there could be at 147. I think Brian Norman Jr. is 100% the most dangerous fighter at 147 right now, with especially with Jerome Boots Ennis leaving and going up. And I thought that was so courageous of them to go at the to go into the belly of the beast and jump into a fight with the predator. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want you first. But so you believe that you're co-signing and you kind of seeing this playing out to where this is a fight that Turkey put together. And do you think this was in response to the performance he had against Jose Ramirez, or do you think this was in a move anyway?
Not definitely Turkey trying to get some jokers knocked out. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, that's what he wants. He wants to see jokers' head smashed in. And I'm for that. Normally, I'm for that. You know what I mean? It's just that, damn, I'm like, damn, man, with the Ramirez fight, man, get one more in, with somebody else. I don't know. But with that said, okay, say if the fight is going to happen. It's going to happen. Now we got to really look at the fight. Okay. Is it a path for Dev to outbox Norman? Yeah, it's a path. It's a path. I consider Norman not a knockout guy. I consider him a boxer puncher. But does he have the experience? That we don't know. But the knockouts he's getting, he's not trying to knock nobody out, man. He's touching these guys, and they pretty much are going to sleep or quitting. That's dangerous, man. That is very freaking dangerous. Dev, man, so I don't know, man. We'll see how it play out, man. But I gotta get out here, Clay and Ray, man. I appreciate y'all letting me come up, man. But if it happens, it happens. We're gonna have to pick it, once it happens, man. But I wish they would wait, man. I want to see Dev fight somebody. What Tank at, man? Fight somebody else, man.
They don't want,
man. I'm gonna get out
here. We want to see a knockout too, Rich.
Huh?
We want to
say it again.
We want to see a knockout.
I know, right? Damn, man, I can't take seeing Devin hit the ground again, man. God damn.
I'm
get out of here, man. Appreciate y'all.
I appreciate you too, Rich, man. Wow, man. Let me tell you, man, Too Rich is really, he really rock with Devin. For him to say that is a very significant thing to hear him say, man. It really is. If you follow and watch Too Rich on his panel, man, for him to say that, man, powerful. Pop Shop Talk says HLD isn't right. Norman ain't signed yet. Haney's signed. So, but once again, that plays into. Shout out to Pop Shop Talk. But even if he has signed, this is right up what HLD was saying, and what Too Rich was co-signing is up depth. Like, Bill would get in front of something like this. If this were to be what it was, he's not going to come off and make it look like he's being forced into a situation. He likes the idea of him, like he said, Debo. He wants to keep pushing that he's chasing dudes down and he's making the fights happen and that he's moving forward. And I'll be honest with you, I'll add to that and say, on the Boxing Voice conversations that were happening between Bill Haney and Brian Norman Sr., he was really pushing for, tell them I did this. Tell them we looking for it. He really wanted that to be that way. And Brian Norman Sr. was very much smiling at him like, bro, no, you didn't. Like, no, you didn't. I remember I even saw Ness confront Brian Norman Sr. and be like, come on, man, this wasn't happening if Bill doesn't put it in Turkey's head. But the question is, did Bill put it in Turkey's head, or did Turkey say, because you guys, Turkey is notorious for this. He will put you in the ring with somebody who can whoop you. I don't want to bring you down memory lane to Jared Anderson. I don't want to bring you down the memory lane to Raymond Ford and Nick Ball, right? I don't want to take you down the memory lane. I think that's what makes this fight significant between Hamza Shiraz and Edgar Berlanga. I think that people are looking at it a certain way and not realizing that the matchmaking over there is diabolical and that there's a good chance Hamza Shiraz can flatten Edgar Berlanga. But at the same time, there's no question that when Turkey put that fight together, he put Hamza Shiraz in the crosshairs of getting knocked out. And is it coincidental that Hamza Shiraz gets a hard fight like this on the back of a performance where he wasn't engaging with Carl Sadamas, and here Devin Haney getting a fight against Brian Norman on the back end of a fight where he wasn't engaging with Jose Ramirez?
Claymore, there's more to this that happened beyond the TBV bullshit show. There's more to it. I don't know. Did you see Do you see what Norman Jr. said late last night in an interview? There was no contract to be signed yet. There is no contract. But then you got Norman Sr. with True Media. What's his guy? Coach
Malachi?
Malachi. Did you see what Norman's? Yo, there's massive disrespect, bro. Bill Haney started talking about his mother and all that stuff. You didn't hear that clip?
No.
Oh, let me send it to you in the private chat so you can play it.
It's something.
They went off crazy, and then Norman Sr. That what I'm saying is because it came out of Norman Sr.'s mouth. But let me. I'll put it in the private chat. If you want to play the audio, you could.
No, I'll play it. I don't care. I'll play it. I don't give a damn.
Okay,
Put it up.
Here,
I got it right here.
Right now.
I got it, HLD.
Let me go do something real quick. Hold it down for a second. I'll be right back, and I'll hit play. I definitely want to see it, man. I'll be right back. Hold it down, guys.
Oh man, that's crazy work. But yeah, I'm putting it in the private chat right now. It is what it is, bro. Look, yeah, Bill cross the line sometimes. We all know that HLD ain't nothing to expect anything different. But you know what? He's also a sensitive dude, and he protects his son. So I mean, it is what it is. I'm not telling you that he should do that. I mean, that's signs of weakness in my opinion. But at the same time, I don't really, you know what I mean? That's why I say I don't pay attention to certain things in the media anymore. Because certain energies are just not warranted. And I think sometimes you do stuff like that to draw attention. Let me tell you, him and Coach Malachi, bro, they cooler than you can imagine. It don't matter what he say. Now, if he crossed that line, I'm pretty sure they had a conversation about it because Coach Malachi is definitely not that dude to be up there to be to hold people not hold people accountable for what they do and how they react.
So, you know, he got disrespectful because Norman Sr. called the bullshit out. And guess what? The Haneys do not want this fight.
So what did he call out?
What did he call out?
That he don't want the fight?
I got the two perfect clips.
I'm asking you. What do you believe that this fight not going to happen?
That the Haneys were trying to act like the big bosses, trying to act like they want this fight. And it was never like that. It was never like that. And Norman Sr., he put the cards on the table, and Bill Haney got crazy pissy about it.
If it's not like whatever you saying is like, because I'm gonna find out when Clay drops it, what you're saying is like.
No, I put him in the.
Why did he accept the challenge? And why are they trying to make this fight happen?
They do that all the time. Yeah, we want the fight, and then
it's not gonna happen all the time. Like when? Because every time they had a negotiation or they wanted a fight, they kind of either made the fight happen or the opponent never accepted the fight when they made the offer.
Hold on. Listen. Right? I'm gonna tell you like this. If Bill Haney, and I'm telling you, the reason why I'm laying this out, I'm not committing to believing it one way or another, but I think what HLD is tapping into has some legs. I don't know, like I can see it playing out is what I mean, right? And let me put some perspective on this to say that when you add Turkey Al-Sheikh to the equation, things can get shaky, right?
Yeah.
Turkey will put you in the ring with somebody based off of the strength that person can knock you out. Period. This is right up his alley. He does this. I gave you the example of what happened with Hamza Shiraz and Edgar Berlanga. Now, Hamza Shiraz is Turkey Al-Sheikh's supposed fighter, right? Like that's who Turkey Al-Sheikh supports. But on the back end of a fight that he had with Carl Sadamis, to where he wasn't engaging, he was moving around the ring a whole lot. It could be coincidental, but Hamza Shiraz's next fight is in another weight class and against a very dangerous fighter like Edgar Berlanga.
Exactly.
This is Turkey's response to the performance, in my opinion.
Oh, you want to steal my money? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. There's a response here. Now let's move over to the present time where Turkey makes it clear, I'm not with the Tom and Jerry antics.
I hate this.
Now, we spoke about this on his channel already, and we said, listen, that probably wasn't directly to Devin. He's promoting a fight between Terrence Bud Crawford and Canelo Alvarez, so he's putting it out there that he doesn't want to see this happen anymore, but he repeats it over and over again. And then what does he do? He puts Devin Haney in a fight with Brian Norman, the most dangerous fighter at 147. on the back end of not being able to coordinate a fight with Teofimo, on the back end of a Ryan Garcia performing the way he did and not being able to put that fight together. He doesn't give Devin a soft touch. He doesn't put him in the ring with what's a 147 pounder. You know what I mean? He doesn't put him in the ring against somebody light. He doesn't put him in the ring with somebody kind of heavy. He puts him in the ring with, quite frankly, the heaviest fighter in the division right now, Brian Norman Jr., coming off of a knockout of the year against Jin Sasaki. So there's an argument there to say the whole boxing space is buzzing, saying Bill don't want this fight. But we see Bill Haney, and Bill Haney is a marketing genius. He's not to be played with. He's the type of person who's going to find a way to make this work for him. He's going to find a way to make this work for him and Devin. I can see Bill jumping in front of this. And I can see Turkey giving Bill a list, by the way, as well. I can add that to you. I could see Turkey telling Bill straight up, this is who I want to see you fight. And I can see Bill saying what he said in that interview, which is, whatever Turkey like, I love.
Yeah, he didn't like this. He didn't like this.
He could be taking it upon himself, put that hit list out before Turkey puts out any information, and jumping in front of it and saying, these are the fighters that I want to see my son fight against.
But
and the way Bill can be turning this and twisting this over into something to where it looks like Devin is hunting people down and being a Debo and trying to make the best of something that's not good for that he wouldn't do, to make the best of it and be like, Devin is hunting down these dangerous fighters and have us like, yo, Devin is back. That's what I'm talking about. He don't turn down those. He could. I'm not saying he is. I'm saying he could, right? It is what it is.
Yeah.
But no, I'm gonna take a moment.
But Turkey went behind their back. That's what I'm saying. He's setting it up first so that they can say, "Oh no, I got the fight ready for you guys." Sign.
Hold on. Don't go any deeper, Ray. Don't because I definitely want to hit play on this. I want to see what this is about real quick here before we go any deeper.
The whole thing is a fucking facade. That's why I just told him, make sure you, all that shit you talking, you kind of got to stand on it now. If you don't stand on it, you make sure you show all this shit, you let all the world hear this shit and show him he a bitch ass nigga. This is the real, bro. The real, man, you know what, fuck that shit. The real is, we was offered to fight first. He didn't even know about it. Turkey was trying to find him a fucking opponent for one of his cards. He didn't even fucking know. He did not know. All that old this and that. That's where the first tweet, Twitter, whatever the fuck that was that night came out because they said, okay, we got y'all. Now we have to ask them. They asked us first. They asked us first to make sure we would before they even brought it to him. So what he did was when they brought it to him, his ass tried to get in front of the ball and make it look like Devin was looking for us, but that ain't the truth. Devin wasn't looking for us. It's just like he told Kay this morning, they wasn't looking to fight us right now. He wasn't looking for us. That's just what Turkey came up with. They came up with that shit. You feel what I'm saying? Now, like I said, I ain't gonna be doing all that goddamn talking, but you know, they always fuck with me and get me out of pocket, get me out of line, and that's what it is. I mean, you know, so like I said, I got all the motherfucking facts. You ain't never caught me in no lie. You know me, coach. I would come on that bitch and I'm gonna tell it like it is. I'm trying to spare the nigga. I'm trying to spare the nigga, tell him to shut the fuck up, but leave me alone. Go on about your business. You draw that personal attack. Fuck you, nigga. Yeah, you can put it out, nigga. You the one making whole ass moves. You calling Tate talking about, man, look, I ain't gonna lie, we weren't even trying to fight him. We weren't even trying to fight him, man. Look, he fucking up our brand. He's fucking scared, bro. He listens to everybody else. He ain't stupid. Especially if Turkey put us in an 18 by 18. That nigga's not gonna get in the ring with us. That's why I said, well,
okay. Only question I have to dispute that is why, when Bill was on the Boxing Voice and he was about to fight Jin Sasaki, right? He didn't fight him yet. He says, listen, after this fight, we want you. You ready to make that fight, King? He was like, yeah, respectfully, Bill, I'm ready to make that fight. Yes. See, this is where I had the problem with, because I think both of these guys like to push the envelope and say things. Now, that may be true that this fight came about because we seen a video back in May or April of Brian Norman watching Loma versus Devin. So we've seen that video. So that may be true. I'm not going to take that away from his credibility. But also it may be true that he put this list out, and as he went down the list, he came upon Brian Norman, and he seen Brian Norman on the Boxing Voice, and he decided to say, yo, let's make it happen. So I could be wrong or right. HLD could be wrong or right. We don't know for sure, but I just think it's funny that you never mentioned that this was a fight that was already in the works prior to this. When you're on another channel, except saying that you will make the fight after this happens, when you were asked about the fight happening with your son and between their sons, rather.
I'm gonna tap in and give my little 2 cents on and say this. I have never looked at Brian Norman Sr. as somebody that lies.
I agree.
He's never shown me that. I didn't like the way he negotiated the Jerome Boots Ennis thing. I wish he would have took the 1.7. Hindsight, I think he's winning off the strength of the decision he made there. I think it worked out very well for him. But at the time, what I'm saying is at the time when I was looking at the way he negotiated it, I was like, damn, man, you kind of messing up. But I ain't never put no line jacking on that, man.
Right.
I've always believed everything he said. I think he's given accurate. He's been known to give accurate depictions of the way he's seen things happening. I don't think he's ever lied, bro. I don't think he's ever lied yet to me. I mean, in life, I'm sure he's lied and we've all lied, but I've never seen anything to make me doubt that man. So that's number one. Number two, I didn't even see that video yet. I was just giving my perspective on how I could see it happening. He almost verbatim gave it the way that I said it could happen. Bill Haney, I got respect for Bill, right? I'm not going to say that Bill Haney has lied before, right? I'm not going to say that.
Oh, okay.
A lot of people would confidently just say he's lied. I'm going to say, I'm not going to say that he's lied, but I am going to say that Bill Haney is a wordsmith.
Like a lawyer.
He knows how to play the wordsmith game, and he has been known to steer narratives. And I don't say he's lied off the strength of, I know that he's selling fights, that he's selling and marketing his son, and lying is such a jacket. Like, as a man, I don't like calling other grown men liars unless that's what you've done, because I'm telling you, I'm not with that BS myself. You ain't coming to my face calling me, you know what I mean? I'm a very prideful dude. I'm prideful. I don't lie like that easily. I'm not gonna say I don't never lie. I'm not perfect, but I'm so prideful that it's difficult for me to do it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a very prideful person. So I don't want nobody playing with my face and calling me no lie. I don't like it. So I'm not going to put that jacket on somebody else. But I will say that Bill Haney is a very skilled wordsmith. He has played in the past with the wordsmith game. He's done these things, and it's not past his he's not past doing something like getting in front of Turkey Al-Sheikh, putting together something, and him, because I think they're very business orientated, and I think they're very money driven, and I think that Bill wants nothing more than to be in the Turkey Al-Sheikh business of getting money, and I think the choices and options are very limited for Bill Haney. I don't think Top Rank is out there trying to shoot him a bag. I don't think Matchroom is shooting him a bag. I don't think PBC is shooting him a bag. I don't think there's all these offers. I'll never forget, and I always bring up that these guys were this close to headlining a Black Prime card. This is what they had to resort to. Black Prime being the what was the name of that record label? Being the Koch Records of boxing, right? Some people call it the graveyard, right? This is where they were ultimately going to go to, because nobody wanted to give them their paydays, not even their beloved Eddie Hearn. So then they're going to protect. Bill's going to protect, and he's going to make sure he preserves this relationship with Turkey Al-Sheikh. And what Turkey Al-Sheikh has shown is nobody is above the game. Nobody,
of course,
is off limits. And he's showing and proving that with the way he's moving with Hamza, somebody who's a Muslim, who's Middle Eastern, Saudi Arabian. Hamza had a performance against Carlos Adames that he wasn't too proud of. He didn't like the performance. I remember seeing him on the side of the ring screaming at Hamza, "Come on, you're losing, blah, blah, blah." He's not playing that game. And his response to what Hamza did was, "I'm going to throw you in the ring with Edgar Berlanga. Your first fight at 168, which is crazy." So he's putting him in position to barbecue a mildew. You either gonna barbecue and show us that night against Carlos Adames was a fluke because you had some injuries, or we getting you cooked up out of here. Nobody's bigger than the program. And here we are in another situation off of Devin Haney coming off of a super lackluster performance off the back end of Turkey Al-Sheikh making remarks about Tom and Jerry antics. And what do we see? Devin Haney getting ready to get put inside the ring with the most dangerous, heaviest puncher, and not only the most dangerous, heaviest puncher, but coming off the momentum of knocking a guy out so bad he don't remember what he did for the last 6 weeks. And this is the fight that Devin Haney is volunteering for. Bill Haney's this the
Yeah.
Yo, Turkey.
Clay, I want to point you in the direction too to watch Brian Norman Sr. I think when I checked it out this morning, it said 20 hours ago. So it had to be late yesterday or early yesterday, whatever, afternoon. Brian Norman Sr. was on Mill City. You got to check that one out too. I don't know if you already saw it.
Yo, Claymore, you got to play the next clip because now here's where you see where Bill Haney is frustrated. He don't want this fight, so he's gonna say anything and everything to insult.
Oh yeah, there's another one. I forgot. There's another one. You're right.
That's the one.
All right, let's watch it.
Hold on. Oh man, I don't like to be the one doing this. Bill,
It's boxing, man.
You got to, Claymore.
It ain't personal. It's boxing. It's boxing.
It's my job. I'm telling you, nobody's above the game, bro. I'm sorry, nobody. But Bill. Bill. That's what I'm gonna say. Damn it, Bill. Damn it, man. You make
See, I'm not gonna lie to you, Clay. I like you, Clay. Because you listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I go to some other channels and I see that Bill Haney be on there and they kind of let him use those word solids and beat around the bush. But when some other people come on them platforms, they hold their feet to the fire. I believe you, Clay, if Bill was on here, I believe you would ask him questions that need to be answered. Yeah, I do. I believe that. Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I promise you that. That's no, yeah. That's
all I know is the Haney voice and Bill Haney. Woo, they quiet today. They quiet.
Hold on. Let me just see if this is it. Hold on. Let me see something here.
We up next. Fuck wrong with you?
Okay, here it is. I found it. Okay. Because they look similar. So, all right, here we go. Oh my God, Bill, no.
I didn't see this either, by the way. So
yeah, let's see.
Let me get my sour patches.
Next. Yeah. What's wrong with you?
Nigga, your mama's a bitch, nigga.
Ooh.
Don't do that.
Oh.
Nigga, I just did it, nigga.
You know what? I'm not even gonna do that because I respect him. You know what? I'm gonna let you have it.
Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah, all right.
Oh.
The reason I just said I ain't gonna do that because I know what your mama.
Nigga.
Yeah, it's all good. No. It's about the personal shit. I ain't gonna do that. All right, it's cool. It's cool.
Nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga.
It's cool.
Everybody gotta go, nigga. Everybody that came, nigga, everybody gotta go, nigga. Fuck you.
It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Fuck you too. It's fuck you too, nigga. And get the fuck out of the phone. I was up there first. Get your bitch ass out of here. Nigga, go spout some motherfucking coke. Nigga, go get your 8-ball, bitch. Bitch, go get your 8-ball, man.
Nigga,
your motherfucking mama, nigga, go dig that bitch up. Nigga, your mama. What's wrong with you? Nigga, your mama. Stupid ass nigga. Run it, nigga. I tell you what, run it. I'm gonna be right in your motherfucking face. You talking a whole lot of personal shit. I'm gonna be right in your motherfucking face, and we gonna see how you fucking acting. Fuck wrong with you?
Nigga, listen. Nigga,
doing a whole bunch of niggas and niggas. What we doing, bro? We fighting or we on here cackling like bitches? What we doing? You on here cackling like a bitch right now. This ain't got nothing to do with boxing. Get the fuck off the phone, ho.
Man, fuck you, nigga.
Fuck you, nigga. Best I heard. We up next. Fuck wrong with you?
Nigga, you.
Oh. Hey, Clay.
That was
Clay.
Yo.
Hey. Matter of fact, not even Clay. Ray.
That's crossing the line.
What was that, man?
What is that? That's disrespect and something I don't agree with. See, here's the thing.
Wait, hold on. Before you go,
you don't agree with that. I know you don't agree with that.
Not only is it disrespect, but he's triggered.
Right.
And that's important to highlight. Triggered. And the question is, first of all, Bill is not a type of person that I've seen be triggered before. He's always been in control. He's been confronted and he's always been in control. What is this triggered energy about? He's triggered. Brian Norman has pressed the button on Bill Haney's. He's pressed the button. And what did Brian Norman in real time say to press a button on Bill Haney like that? Did he cuss him out? Did he say he's whack? Did he say he's soft? Did he say
no?
Go ahead, Bray.
No. Listen, man. This is the part, and Clay knows I spoke on this multiple times. This is the part of Bill that I don't even rock with Bill like that. I support him as being the coach and the trainer of Devin Haney management team, whatever it is. But as far as Bill Haney, I've been on the record of saying that I don't support what Bill Haney does. First of all, it's not boxing a lot of times. It is promoting, but it's not boxing. And this is a new era of bullshit. Excuse my language when I say bullshit. You don't do that to another man, especially on a channel like that when you know. I mean, you're doing it for clout chase. Now this is a clout chase, right? So this is now me trying to get you off your mountain, right? Me trying to move you and get you in your feelings because whatever it may be, whether I'm afraid of what's going to happen, or I'm trying to see how you're what do you call it? Check the temperature, right? I don't know what Bill's doing. I'm just gonna tell you this, uncalled for. I don't even have an answer for this, man. This is so disrespectful, bro. On a whole nother level.
Hold on a second, Ray. Babe.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen that.
Right?
On a whole nother level of BS, bro.
Go ahead.
On a whole nother level of bullshit. And to everybody that supports Bill or rocks with Devin, I ain't apologize. I apologize on behalf of Devin Haney and you guys having to endure this.
Hold on, Ray. Nick.
Right.
Right.
This is crazy. Matter of fact, I should type mine in the chat.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I'm fucking excuse my language. I'm appalled, bro.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you why I'm appalled, because I don't be on Twitter a lot. But I scrolled through Twitter the other day and I seen Tank putting up some stuff about Richard Hitchens. And I seen Bill Haney on there talking about Tank mom, calling him a crack baby and all of that. So to see this,
that was different. I'm gonna tell you why. That's
he called him a crack baby. He didn't tell him to go get an 8 ball.
I'm gonna tell you why he said it. Nope. So
we don't need to defend Bill. We ain't gonna do that.
No, I'm not gonna defend Bill. I'm gonna tell him. No, we're gonna talk about the conversation because that's one part of the conversation. The whole conversation was, Bill jumped in his conversation. He called Bill a cokehead. And he said, "Shut up, you crack baby." So it was a response to him calling him a cokehead. So I get that. But yeah, go ahead, continue.
Right, but you said he jumped in his conversation, right?
Yeah,
so he was wrong for that.
He
was wrong from the rip.
He don't need to be defended. He's a man, and he said what he said, and he can stand behind it on his own. At the end of the day, I'm with where Anton's going with it, to say that it was one thing for that to happen, but when you add this, it compounds it and it puts perspective on the whole thing. Now it turns it into something, and it turns into a pattern. It becomes consistent. But I'm not here to judge Bill necessarily off the strength of where he went. That's a whole nother conversation. What I am going to say is that he was triggered. A button was pushed, and you got to ask yourself, watching what Brian Norman said, what did Brian Norman say so bad that would trigger Bill to go there?
You guys are not getting it. The Haneys are fucked. They are corralled. The only person who's willing to give him a payday is Turkey out of Sheik, and it's at his motherfucking conditions. And they can't have no damn say about it. That's the problem. They don't want this Brian Norman fight. Anybody knows this is not the right fight for that young man. You know, I'm still gonna say Devin Haney needs to rebuild, and I don't understand what is the issue with being humbled to say, look, I need to rebuild my son. When you want to act all cocky like a motherfucker, like you want to be Debo, I want to see Debo get knocked the fuck out.
Right.
Put him in there with Norman Jr.
So
that's what's gonna happen.
Wait. Before we go deeper, hold on. Let me just put my guy Fly Frequency give him some perspective. And I want to also say this, because Fly Frequency said something. He says, "Why y'all think the fight not happening?" I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm 100% believing this fight's gonna happen, because I think the cost of this fight not happening is not something that Bill or the Haney team want to pay. So whether they want this fight or don't want this fight at this point, it don't make no difference because this is what they have on the table for him. This is where the money's at, and this is where they have what they have. The question is, A, did they want the fight? B, does this put perspective on, is Devin ready for a fight with Brian Norman or not? Because if they're getting, there's a difference between you getting forced into a fight and looking for a fight. See, when you're looking for a fight, I start to believe, oh man, Devin really a dog. He really built like that. When you're forced into a fight, well, I got to take a step back and look at things from what it is. Because I'm going to tell you straight up, off face value, I wouldn't believe Devin was ready for a fight like this. The only thing that makes me believe Devin is ready for a fight like this is because Devin and Bill say they are and that they want the fight. Outside of that, Brian Norman is dangerous, bro.
Okay.
I'm scared for Devin a little bit. So, and especially if you're getting forced into the fight.
Let's
now
circle the wagons a little bit.
You think you're ready for the fight?
Wagons. Let's circle the wagons. Before Bill and Brian got into their little dispute, right? Devin and Brian Jr. were on Twitter going back and forth with each other. So they were talking about they want to fight each other prior to all this going down. So this is just being escalated. So this fight was, Devin was seeking this fight on Twitter. He was telling them like, yo, that guy you just knocked out ain't nobody, blah, blah, blah. Like they were going at it. So, and I think for like 2 weeks now, they've been going at it. Bill and Brian just now escalated into this nonsense because the fight is on the table. Bill always turns up against his constituents when the fight is about to happen. If you notice his track record, whenever there's a fight about to happen, Bill gets very disrespectful, very personal with the opponent management. He did it with Ken Wilson. He did it with what's homeboy Lomas people. He did it with hold on, listen, hold on. He did it with Regis and what's the big dude with Regis? The one that looked like looked like Apollo Creed's trainer. Yeah, he got it out with him. He got at it with a lot of people. He always gets at it. With Brian, he did it with Bernard, right? So
and get this.
Hold on. I'm gonna rock real quick, and you got it. So he always seems to get into it once the fight is on the table and they're about to sign these documents to build up the fight. Whether he's building it off the strength of him wanting to fight or not wanting to fight, that's up to subjection. I'm not going to judge anybody on their opinion. But I'm telling you, Bill has a track record of doing this every time that pen's about to hit that paper. I mean, look at his last statement he put on Twitter yesterday. 20 people staring at a pen. What did that mean? Is he in the room with them about to make it happen or what?
I agree with you. I agree with you, and I'm gonna pass it off. I agree with you that I've seen Bill, when it's time to sell a fight, he will go into certain places, right? In certain arenas, he will go there. But there was definitely there was a different feel to this one, man. There just was. Call it what you and he's a Muslim, man. You know what I'm saying? There was
crossing the line.
There was a different feel to this one, man. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like I said, I think the fight happens no matter what anybody says because I think Turkey's involved in it. I think the bag is too significant. I think they're cornered. And like I said earlier, when we started this before we opened the panel up, Ray, there's only a little bit of wiggle room for Bill right now, and then there's a little. They can't get out of this. They've already talked in a certain way. Certain things have been put in motion. There's not too much wiggle room. This fight is happening, whether or not this story of them calling it out was true or not true, or whether Turkey forced him or didn't force him. Whatever it is, the fight, in my opinion, is moving forward because I don't think there's a lot of options on the table for.
Correct. I agree.
Let me go ahead and pass it off to
Clay.
Wait, hold on. Let me salute to two people in the building. Salute to Adel. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Salute to Pop Shop Talk in the building. How you doing, family? And I'm gonna pass it off to Pop Shop because I'm not Pop Shop, to Adel first because me and him we're on the same path in life, and I know that he's going to be very. I have a feeling. I'm going to go with the feeling. I'm going with
that. Ain't fair. Hey, look, that ain't fair. But go ahead.
Hey, it's fair, man. It's fair. Don't worry about it. I'm probably going to say the same thing you're going to say. I promise it's going to be like an echo chamber. Number one, I saw it live, the back and forth.
Okay.
And it was beautiful. It got real ugly, and then they called each other back and basically kissed and made up and called each other kings and gods.
Okay.
And blessed their moms and said, listen here, man, It's about the fight. I know, man. I apologize. So if you don't show that clip, you just probably think it's still tension. But they about to give each other roses and flowers when they meet each other.
Right.
Okay. The funk is over with. The tension was who did what first. Like y'all having a conversation about.
Right.
Who did what first. And Bill was like, you don't know what I did. And then Brian said, well, I heard. And then Bill like, well, so that became a back and forth, you a liar, and that's how it blew up. But the beautiful thing about it was they kissed and made up. That's what I really wanted to just, solidify right now.
Thank you. Thank you. Because I definitely didn't see it. That was definitely all I saw in that video, and I was flabbergasted.
Syllables is that? Always leave half the conversation out. Always leave half out.
I know.
I was. What did you say, Anton? I was appalled, bro.
Yeah. I was shocked too. I was like, look,
I was shook, low key. I didn't know how to.
Antoine looked at me like, great. I was like, whoa.
I don't want to say anything. Bill Haney the same way as before.
I'm defending that at all.
I was going to say anything. Even Ray tried to defend. I'm like, don't do that.
No,
bro. Hey, look, Coach Malachi. Let's speak on Coach Malachi.
No defense on that one, bro.
Coach Malachi did not want some Vlad TV incident going viral. He felt bad about it. When he got both of them off the phone, he didn't try to Don King it and say ooh and ah and get his popcorn out. He wasn't immature like that. You know what I'm saying? So he made sure that they both got on the phone again and said, "Hey y'all, let's do this again, okay?" And so he was a mature man also. He wasn't trying to, go world star with the situation because he said he don't need no type of platform like that. That was a bad.
Makes sense.
No doubt. Let me shout out Jared Too Easy real quick. $2 holla. I appreciate you, man. Says both Brian and Bill was on 78 Sports Today casual. No doubt. All right. Hey man, I reserve judgment. I tried not to judge. I ain't gonna lie, but
that was crazy. It
was crazy to watch. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not the type person to. I don't kick people's backs in like that. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to keep it surface level. But I'm not gonna lie to you. It shook my spirit. It shook my spirit to see it happen.
I've known Bill Haney for about 6 years now, and I've been on panels, bro, with him till like 4 fucking o'clock in the morning with Senior Lopez and I've rocked with Bill, and all these long panels for hours and hours. And both of these, the Lopez and the Haneys, there's that feud, but I've never seen Bill Haney triggered like that.
So let's say this, right? Alhamdulillah. They did the right thing.
Yeah.
They did the right thing.
For the community.
But
for the community.
that being said, it doesn't change that Bill was triggered.
Hey.
He went hard. He went triggered. And although we can get past, listen, we're not here to judge because that's not our job. That's not what we're here to do. But at the end of the day, did Bill's reaction and what it seemed to be triggered, does that represent some sort of truth to the story that Brian Norman was saying, that maybe he does not want this fight, and maybe Brian Norman exposed something that Bill didn't want exposed?
Let me give a little perspective. Because everybody spoke on it. Let me give me a little perspective on it. Now, I think that it's not triggering. What I think it is that Bill and Senior knew each other for a long time. They already been stating that. What Bill was pissed off, the fact that when Senior said nobody know nothing about it, it's like Turkey came to Senior, Brian Norman Senior, like behind closed doors, like, do you want to fight the Haneys? Like, Bill didn't get a chance to get in on that conversation. So it's like Turkey came to Senior first. So now he's putting it out on the public. So now Bill's looking like, I thought we was cool. So you coming like you knew all this going on. So you make this deal. I'm out here, you making me look like a fool, and you ain't even had the decency to come to me and say, okay, well, let's make a deal. We've been seeing Bill throughout his dealings with Devin. Follow the characteristics. anytime there's a fight to go up, Devin don't turn down the fade. We say this. Devin don't turn down the fade. So all he had to do was come to him. The list was out. They put the list out. My thing is this: the only thing that I feel Brian Norman is not being truthful about is that he knew about the contract. He didn't sign the contract. Bill signed the contract because when they were on Boxing Talk, when they were on that the Boxing Voice, Bill said, "Okay, I'm signed. I'm ready." So Senior said, "What? Oh, you ready for 18?" The only holdup with him was he wanted the 18-foot ring. That's what he wanted. So Bill said, "Yeah, everything is signed. We're ready." Even when he came on Champ Side Live, you know, Champ Side got a lot of credibility. He came up on Champ Side Live, said, "Yeah, the contract is signed. We waiting on them," and that's still what the same case is. We waiting on them. Brian Norman said, "All we waiting on now is for the two parties to agree, and then the contract's gonna get sent out. Then we're going to talk about the when and the where." Bill said that my part is signed. So he's like, oh, you signed? So yeah, and he said it's on Champ Side. So now we just still waiting on Brian Norman Sr. to do what he's supposed to do with Boots, sign the contract.
There is no contract yet.
You keep saying that, but Bill keeps going on multiple shows.
No venue.
Go ahead, hold on. Wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on. Let first of all, salute to my brother, freaking fly. Assalamu alaikum, King. And no doubt. And I want to let Anton tap in right quick because I know he got something he want to go his chest, and then we can go to frequent. And then I don't know. I'm gonna figure out what we're going to.
I just want to give a perspective to what Clay was saying. Far as I do feel as though Bill was triggered in the video, and I don't think he was triggered by Brian Norman being approached by Turkey first. I think it has everything to do with the fight and the public having the eye on it to possibly try to label somebody as a. Bill know what this social media stuff is. He plays with it all day. But I just want to give another perspective to the point where, though, we all come from certain places. And we know certain things that you say to certain people is off limits. And that was one of those situations where that is off limits. So you could apologize, make up and everything on the phone to get your sons a payday. But when I see you in person, we got to have a conversation.
Yeah, of course. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We got to have a conversation. We this ain't no, especially like if Pop Shop just said that they've been knowing each other and they got a relationship. Oh, you don't do that on no internet, man. And I have a problem already with grown men playing on the internet, playing on the internet. Period. Because, man, I'm gonna leave it at that.
Right? No, we good. I definitely feel you on that. Shout out to Aunt McQueen. And Aunt McQueen's vibing with me right now, man. That's why I try to say, right? I don't call no grown man no lie easily, man. It takes a lot. If I do, it's probably a lot of stuff that went out the window between me and you. Trust me. Right. He said Bill also told Richardson Hitchens that he spoke to Peter Connolly. Although Hitchens' manager name is Keith Connolly, Bill says a lot of things. He means no harm. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, right? But let me go ahead and pass it to my brother. Frequent, go ahead. Frequent, you're muted. Yes.
You y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Y'all had me lost up here, man. I'm trying to figure out what the heck is going on, what y'all mean by that video. But I heard Brian Norm saying that he was offered the deal before Devin and Bill was. How would he know that? I mean, it's not about him lying or not, but how would he know that? Like, he always acting like that was like a piece of concrete evidence that made him.
Listen, we're not saying we necessarily believe it or not. HLD believes it. I'm not saying that. I
know that, but
I'll take it.
Listen, hold on. Wait. I want to be clear. What I stated was on the facts of this is what I stated. Brian Norman has never said nothing online that I've seen him say that I felt like he lied. Number one.
Right.
Number two, Bill Haney has been known to be a great wordsmith. I will never
Instigator.
call him a liar.
Use the word instigator.
That's number 2. Number 3, it triggered something crazy out of Bill. So sometimes when you see stuff like that, you start to ask yourself if there's some truth to what Brian is saying, because why did it pull that kind of energy out of him? I don't know who's telling the truth and who's lying. And I'm not calling nobody a liar. I'm not doing that. But I'm just stating the facts of like how it looks on a surface level. I'm just being honest, right? That's all I'm saying.
Right.
But that was the thing, though, Clay. I feel like that's out of context to even think about, juggling around who's lying and who's not, because that's not something that you can say he's telling the truth or lying on, because he simply said we got the offer before Devin and Bill. The thing is, how would he know that? To say that he's telling the truth or he's lying, how would he know?
Maybe Turkey
told him, look, we want to know.
He didn't say. How is it? No, that's it. Now you're pulling for excuses. You're reaching for excuses, for him to say, oh, maybe he did. Maybe he heard this. Maybe he heard that. But he didn't say those things, no. You got to go. We only have what they said, and he just said that he got the offer first. And so looking at, hold on. And so putting that in perspective, for him to say that he got that offer before Devin and Bill did, then, you're going way back before the whole hit list and all of that stuff, because Bill already had him on the hit list already. So why would Bill be not wanting to fight or trying to back up out of the fight? That didn't make sense to me right there. And then on the point where y'all were saying that Bill was triggered, but B Norm was triggered too. He was triggered to the point where he was triggered. Hold on, he was triggered to the point where he was disrespecting his mom. His mom passed away. He was disrespecting the deceased, bro.
No, hold on.
He told Bill. He told Bill, dig your mom up. He told Bill, dig your mom up. I did hear it. Did I hear that wrong?
Your timeline is messed up, bro. Let me get you up to speed because I could play it back for you, but I can also give you what he said. Matter of fact, Brian Norman said, I'm not even going to go there with you, bro, because I know the way it started was Bill said,
I know that.
Bill said, F your mom. He said, your mom's
Is his mom, did his mom pass away?
Wait, hold on. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Listen. He said, your mom's a bitch, right? I'll say the word. Your mom's a bitch. And Brian said, oh, that's where you going? That's messed up. He said, you know what? I'm not going to even go there with you because I know about your mom. I'm not going to go there with you. And then he said, I don't give a damn where you go. That's what Bill said. He said, bro, I don't care. I'm not doing that, bro, because I know how that goes. He tried to pull back on it.
But he couldn't, though.
Then Bill doubled down. Oh, hold on. We cannot disregard what Bill did.
Bro, listen. If somebody's mom passed away, and it's
the wrong thing right
hold
now.
on, listen. If somebody's mom passed away, and it's not in my morals to talk about the deceased, can't nothing you say get me.
That's not the point.
Listen to me. Hold on. Let me get this out, bro. If somebody's mom passed away, and if somebody's mom passed away, bro, listen. If somebody's mom passed away, look, this guy triggered right here. HLB triggered right now.
Go ahead. Let him go. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, if somebody's mom passed away, I know they're deceased, and it's below my morals to disrespect the dead. Can't nothing that somebody do get me to disrespect the dead. So he had to be triggered too. I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that Bill was triggered, but he was triggered too.
Without a doubt, Brian Norman got triggered and he got upset. Yeah. That's why he said it. He wasn't calm, and he took all he could take, and he said what he said. But at the end of the day, the weight of the actual level that the argument went to falls on Bill Haney.
Yes,
he took it somewhere that it shouldn't have been, and he didn't want to. That's why Bill Haney and them got back together, and Bill Haney apologized because he knows he went somewhere and he stayed somewhere.
They both apologized.
I know. Yeah, not only, but not only as a human being with morals, but as a Muslim, he knows he went into a space that he should not have went there, and he should be held accountable as such. There should be no excuse that we're putting fingers at Brian Norman somehow and excusing in any kind of way to make it look like what Bill Haney didn't happen.
I think you got
Norman did.
So
yeah, you misunderstanding what my point. My point wasn't that Bill Haney didn't do no wrong. I was talking about, it sounded like y'all were saying like Bill Haney was triggered. So
let me add context. Let me add
he was triggered that he was telling the truth.
Hold on. Let me add context to the triggered and why it's significant. Here's why it's significant. We know why Brian Norman was triggered. There's no questions. The question is, what triggered Bill?
Exactly.
That's what I was trying to say.
Both of them were triggered. We know what triggered Brian, but what triggered Bill?
We had to hear what happened in the conversation before that. So you can't just stop in the middle. You can't just drop down in the middle of the conversation and see.
Hold on. We got somebody who was there for the whole live. Adel was there for the whole live. Put some perspective on it for us, Adel.
The perspective was this. Mr. Senior was already on the show, and Mr. Coach Malachi asked Mr. Senior, I heard you hiding from the pen. Bill Haney said, y'all hiding from the pen over there. Basically saying, like, sign the contract. That's what Bill keep telling everybody on social media. So Malachi said, man, Bill full of this, full of that. And so Bill pulled up. Like, I ain't full of nothing. I signed my part. And then Senior said, first of all, there's two things when you have a fight. And I've been involved with certain events. There's terms that you have to agree with. And then there's actual contract as far as compensation and things of that sort. So Bill has signed terms. He has not signed venue, places. He's not signed, time and date.
I just said that.
Yes. So then that back and forth exploded to told you Bill's a liar, and Bill's like, I ain't no damn liar. And so then it just exploded from Bill saying they ain't signed the contract, so Bill had to pull up and go back and forth with with Senior. So that's how it exploded.
So Adam, let me ask you a question. From everything that you saw, was there anything going in the back and forth which seems to have been a boxing conversation, contractual conversations, making a fight conversations? Was there anything that was said by Brian Norman that you feel warranted your mama? I
don't never want to go put other people in the room and start insulting them because they're not in the room. You know what I'm saying? Yes, so I'm from Oakland, California. I'm from the same spot that Bill from. I got that same energy. So people think Bill on coke and all. Now I get like that too. I'm reserved right now, respecting Clay, you know what I'm saying, platform. But that's how we act. We are so active, we in your face and aggressive. If you ever come to Oakland, that's our culture. We don't mean anything by it. You know what I'm saying? So that's just Bill's demeanor. And I know he comes off as an asshole, and I probably do too if you have certain friends that we can only have, right? But the point is, Senior really felt like Bill was lying. So he kept calling him, you a liar. You're a liar, and I'm not a liar. You're a liar. Ain't no contract. Bill's like, man, I'm going.
Adil, how does this equate to Bill's side not wanting to fight though? That's what I want. That's the point.
You're moving the goalposts. We can talk about that too, frequent, but that's moving. We're moving forward now.
An asshole. Me and Claymore go at it all the time. But
yeah,
damn, I've never
I will
mentioned his
never
mama.
play with
No,
HLD.
I don't. Yeah,
like
I
that.
think what he's
that
saying.
energy
And
that
let me
my
Addo,
man
I
from
was looking
let
for
me
your
put
that
answer
energy
perspective.
to
he
the
talking
question,
about,
Addo.
I
Ain't
got that
nothing
I
wrong
mean,
with
but
energy.
But
Let
HLD
HLD
was
But that
saying
energy
that
is
Bill's
special
side
energy.
doesn't
Nah,
want
that
to fight.
don't
How
work.
does that equate to that?
Hold on.
It
Let
don't
me
work.
tap in.
Only one
Let me
person
tap
at a
in.
time. HL, go ahead. Finish what you were saying
I'm
right
just
quick.
saying, I understand my man when he's talking about the culture and the energy, and I'm gonna get right in your motherfucking face about talking my point. I stand on what I say. I have no problem with that. I've been at it with Claymore many a time.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and shit, and my boy right here, Ray. But shit, I've never fucking said, yo, man, never. There's no need for that. That was beneath
Yeah, that was
what Bill
across the
Haney
board.
did right there. That was disgusting. There was no need for that. You know, and we over here talking about, oh, we gotta be all, one in a family, right now, this shit. And here he is, one black man disrespecting another black man. Huh? I know that's what
Yeah.
Claymore's trying to preach at, because he holds him to a higher standard, because he's a Muslim. On top of that. So come on, Bill. That's just out of pocket. It's 100% wrong. Yeah, blah, blah, they made up. That's because Norman Sr. is the bigger man to say, yo, all right. But you know what? What Bill did was outright wrong. And anybody trying to defend it by any fucking way, bro, you got issues. My man, freaking Flower, you got to be under 25 years old.
No
you
way.
Gotta be
Nobody's trying to defend what nobody's trying to defend what he said, bro. I'm trying to figure out how does this equate to Bill trying to get out of the fight? Like you're trying to paint this picture. You're trying to paint this picture that Devin don't want to fight.
That's a
That's a
personal
whole
opinion,
different
right?
question.
Everybody on the panel don't feel like he's trying to get out of a fight. I don't think he is. I don't think he can get out the fight. So there is no getting out of the fight. The question is, did he want the fight? Was this fight a fight that because Bill has sold us a story of he picked Brian Norman. This is the fight he wanted. He sold us this fight as if he didn't want Richardson Hitchens. He wanted Brian Norman. Now, that's what's up, that he had a list that he came out with. But if the story has some consistency to it, which is that Turki Al-Sheikh gave Bill the fights that he was interested in Bill being in, it does change a little bit about the confidence that we thought he had. A little bit, just a little bit, not a lot. In other words, there's a difference between taking a fight because that's what's on the table and the money is there, and you're taking the fight. Brian Norman Jr. is the most dangerous fight that Devin Haney can be involved with at 147 pounds right now, bro. And him wanting to fight Brian Norman Jr. spoke a lot to Bill Haney and Devin Haney's character and the dog that's in there. But if this is not the fight that they really wanted, it becomes a little different. It just does. It has a little bit of a difference to it, because now you have to ask yourself, well, if this is Turkey's doing more than the Haney's doing, we back to square one. Is Devin ready for a fight with a Brian Norman Jr.?
So this is where I was going with this earlier. But what I was saying to you guys is, it's very possible that it was a list that he triggered to Bill. Bill probably went down that list. He posted the list, right? Remember, I called it a wish list, Clay, right? And I said, people on that list, as he's putting it out there, is to respond. And people weren't responding. The people that Turkey tried to make this fights with that were on that list backed out. It was 4 fighters, if I'm not mistaken. Rolly Romero said no, he didn't want it. Tio definitely did turn down the fight. Regardless, hold on, HLD. Ryan said he didn't want to fight. And then you had the other dude, Shakur and Tank. They're obviously busy in their own situations. So then it came to Boots, who moved up out of the division. Next in line was Brian Norman. I think Bill was soliciting fights. I think they added Hitchens to the fight prior to him running up on him in the gym. And I think he put him as an honorable mention, he said, or whatever the case may be. And I think that's what it was. I think Hitchens took some type of offense to that, because they probably wanted that fight over a Brian Norman fight. Probably. I don't know. With that all being said and done, the fight that came across the board that probably got the interest of Turki Al-Sheikh was probably that Brian Norman fight. Why? Because, like I said, if they did mention it to him, that explains why the video of Brian Norman jump roping and watching Loma and Devin fighting in that ring. This is back in May or April. They're watching this information on the board, and this is when they said Devin's going to 147. This was the clip on that. Now, with that being said, now it brings to the whole circle around of, did Bill go on Boxing Voice before anybody heard about this fight really being something of fruition besides Devin and Brian arguing in Twitterverse, right, on social media? The Junior, by the way. It just have any sense when they were on the Boxing Voice and both of these guys were on there and they agreed to a fight after the Jin Sasaki fight if he wins, and Bill blessed him for winning and said, yo, I hope we can make this fight next. So my point is, what point did he know that this fight was going to happen on Brian's side? And what point did Bill not know that Turkey had this plan in place for them before Bill knew about it? So I'm thinking that if it was brought to Brian, it was brought to Bill. Bill tried to solidify this fight publicly on the Boxing Voice, and Brian said, okay, you know what? Whatever, we'll take the fight. Because remember, Brian Norman was talking about fighting Boots. Let's not forget about that. So there's a lot of things that a lot of pieces of this puzzle that goes around. Now, I'm not giving an excuse for the name calling and talking about people's moms, bro, because my mom is deceased and I wouldn't have had that either. And I won't talk about nobody's mother, I promise you. That's just ignorant and that's very middle schoolish. So on that note, man, I just think that trigger that you guys are talking about, I think the trigger was being called a liar. And regardless of being called a liar was a trigger, Bill went too far because he could have defended that without having to go there. He's smart enough not to go there. And I think he was trying to get some riles out of him, as he did with other fights and promotions. Like I said, he's done this multiple times. Once fights are on the table, he tries to get under the skin of the opponent, even Robert Garcia. We've seen it all happen. Regardless, I think it just went too far, and I don't think it was necessary for him to say. And it's very sad for him to deal with that and have to say that to another man.
Not calling Bill a liar, but we all was taught growing up, the truth hurts. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
What would his lie? What would his lie be in this situation?
I didn't call him a liar. I said not calling him a liar. I just said the truth hurts. That's it. I didn't call Bill a liar.
With the weight.
So to respond to that, so the truth of the matter is, you're saying that because he said something about Turkey that triggered him?
No, what we're saying is there is a narrative that's been moving around the boxing space for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that Bill Haney is seeking out some of the most dangerous fights that may be out there for Devin Haney. This is a narrative that has been pushed by Bill. Mm-hmm. It's been a narrative that's energized the Haney fan base to be like, this guy's a dog. I told you guys he ain't ducking no smoke. That's awesome. Right.
So
hold on. What would have triggered Bill? What would have potentially triggered Bill? Maybe, we don't know. But what could have triggered Bill is that narrative got a hole the size of Texas shot through the middle of it. If the case is that he wasn't searching for those fights, that Turkey indeed may be forcing his hand into those fights, that could hurt the campaign. That can hurt what I've been moving, and that could trigger me to attack maybe. Maybe, I don't know. But if you're asking for what could have triggered him, maybe something like that could have triggered him, being that he focused so much energy on, if you watch the conversations between him and Brian Norman, Brian, tell them, let it be known we were looking for you. Debo, pop, all these different angles, and it turns out that he's playing the cards that somebody else dealt him, and he ain't got the option to do anything else.
But Clay, if you pull up the hit list right now, Clay, if you pull up the hit list right now, Clay, it makes all of that seem like a far reach, bro. If you pull up the hit list, because you had look at the list, look at the order of the list, and the order of events that we know about.
I'm a psychological, like I read, like,
you read thoughts. Yeah.
To me, what I'm seeing is not read thoughts, but I look at actions, right? And it's not far-fetched at all, bro. Like, I'm not saying it's true, but I promise you it's not, because let me tell you why. If Turkey Al-Sheikh indeed, in reaction to Devin Haney's performance against Jose Ramirez, talking about Tom and Jerry antics, did in fact speak to Bill Haney and told him that, listen, we're gonna let that performance go. I'm not with that performance. I don't like what I saw, but we're not gonna have that anymore. So this is what we're gonna do, Bill. I'm gonna tell you, whatever fight you fighting next that I'm gonna pay for have to be competitive fights that Devin can actually lose. I'm not signing up for no fights that aren't going to deliver anymore. And those fights, each one of them better deliver to a certain degree, or we can stop. I'm telling you right now, I'm not moving because nobody's bigger than a program.
This is Turkey.
If Turkey gives Bill a list of fights that he's interested in getting involved with, and Bill now has a list from Turkey Al-Sheikh of an understanding of, if I'm paying for it, you can do whatever you want anywhere else. But if I'm involved in it, these are the guys I'm interested in matching you up with. It's not far-fetched for Bill to take that list and promote that list as a list of a hit list that he's interested in doing. It's not far-fetched.
Is that what B Norm said? Did Brian Norman say that that's the case? Or like, I'm wondering where you pulling that from.
Brian Norman said that
that's just his thoughts, Flyer.
That list was created with Nestor Gibbs on the live. That wish list was created with Nestor Gibbs on the live. Now I just want to get some perspective on the weight, because the problem with the weight class is that when it was with Tio and Devin Haney, now it was not only about the money, but Tio's like, yo, I'm the champion. You got to fight me at 140. I'm the lineal champion. What are you telling me? I got to go up to you. That fight fell apart. Richard Hitchinson, same thing. Bill Haney pulled up on Richard Hitchinson's over there at the Canelo press conference, and what they said, the Hitchinson told him, yo, why not at 140? I'm the champion. That fight is not going to happen. So what's Turkey left with?
HLB, slow down though.
Yo, listen, you tripping. Hold on. Let me get to
Jr. All right, you want to fight?
He tried to speed past something though.
You want to fight at 147? We're gonna make you fight a solidified 147. Are you gonna take it?
So all right,
hold on, slow down though. He sped past something though, Ray. The first thing that he said was that list. The first thing that he said was that list was created on the Boxing Voice with Ness live. So how could it come from Turkey Al-Sheikh if it was created live right there on the fly?
It wasn't created. That list that
he's
put out there, but that was created.
That's what I wanted to say. What I need to say, Clay. I knew it was going to go.
We try to speed past it.
All right, let me
actual opponents. Right. That's what Clay is saying.
You're right.
You know what I'm
what did you say?
Wait, listen. Everything, it's like magic, right? You get too caught up in looking at one hand, you're not looking what the other hand is doing. Right. Just because Bill it looks like this list was created on the Boxing Voice doesn't necessarily mean it was created on the Boxing Voice.
Correct.
I think a better word to describe it is the list was revealed on the Boxing Voice. Yes. It can be made to look like it was a freestyle and let's find a fighter, and it can be made to look like that, but in reality, we don't know. That's why I said, first of all, we don't know one way or the other. I'm not calling nobody a liar, and I'm not saying one thing is absolutely one way or another. But what I am saying is that the pieces can be put together, and it does make it shaky. It makes it shaky because Brian Norman has credibility with me personally, because I have never seen him do anything that I feel like he lied on. He's given his perspective. I could disagree with things he's thought of, but he's never been a liar to me. Bill Haney, on the other hand, although I'm telling you and I'm going on record that I don't feel like he's ever lied to me, I have seen him play with the words. He's a wordsmith. I've seen him do it, man. You know what I mean? He's done it. And that's nothing that I'm trying to hold against him necessarily, but just to say that it's not above him to deliver something like this in a way to look the way he wants it to look. It doesn't mean that it happened that way necessarily. So the theory is Devin is out there looking for the craziest fights, and his fan base is bolstered off of it because they're like, yeah, Devin is back. If it was true that Turkey is more so pushing for these fights than Bill is, it hurts the narrative. Right. It does. It hurts.
It makes sense.
Okay.
It makes sense.
To your
point.
sense. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna lie to you. We're heading at 4.5 hours, so I'm gonna let Ray close it out, do what he does, and then I'm out of here. We continue this another time. I think Thomas Hill said it best. He said, "To be continued." That's how this is turned out. Yeah. At the end of the day, we won't know until we know. But we're having a good time speculating up here. Go ahead.
And I definitely want to hear from Echo, but it is what it is, Clay. When you turn,
I definitely want to hear from Echo.
I definitely wanted to tell you.
For sure.
Yeah. So what I wanted to tell you, Clay, is that I think you're right. I think two things could be right at the same time. I think that he did get a call from Turkey about a potential fight. Not saying that was something that they had lined up on Brian Norman's end, because Brian Norman was seeking a fight with Boots. That was the fight from Eddie Hearn that he was approached with. So he probably had that lined up in his eyes and had no idea that he was going to end up in some type of fight with Devin Haney or Bill Haney or anything of that nature. There's also the same settlements that, okay, Bill was approached, as Clay is saying, with a list. And when he was approached with that list, which I honestly believe that's probably the way this is going to go, is that Bill promoted that list to try to see who can get pulled off that list. Or possibly he gave these names to Turkey, and Turkey agreed to those names because of what Clay said also, you better find me somebody that's going to be worth this fight. I don't want to see you fight nobody that you can just back up or whatever time of Jerry, wherever the case may be. But at the end of the day, what we have to look at here is that both these fighters were, again, face-to-face on a channel, and they had this conversation, and the conversation was brought forth to one fighter. Now, maybe it was planned or whatever the case may be that this was going to happen on the Boxing Voice, that he was going to say, hey, we'll fight you next, whatever. I don't know. I don't care. But the point of the matter is, was he triggered? He was probably triggered, and like I said, he's probably triggered because this man didn't want to be exposed at the same time, didn't think he was being exposed, as Brian Norman was like, I was through this. Basically, altogether, two people being right at the same time, but Bill trying to prove that he's a bigger right than Brian Norman. And I think that's the catalyst to him being ignorant. And I didn't like that, man. At the end of the day, I don't buy that and I don't rock with it. But go ahead. All
right, let's land it over here. Echo. Any this is not Echo's realm. He doesn't like
he don't like this.
But I'm gonna still challenge him to get into it. You never know. I'm gonna get him to say something. Go ahead, Echo. You got closed mouths don't get fed. So go ahead, Echo.
To be honest, this doesn't bother me at all. I'm not interested in this kind of thing at all.
I know. But
it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, my thing is, don't tell me, show me.
Bang.
Boom.
Leave you the Echo, the man of short of words.
Don't tell me, show me.
That's what it comes down to. I agree with you on that.
See, also, if somebody gives a quote or a statement, it's not for you to prove me wrong. It's for me to prove I'm right.
Right.
You understand what I'm trying to say? If I say I can do 100 push-ups with one hand, it's not for you to prove I can't do it. It's for me to prove I can, because the onus is on me. So when people say all these lists, I've got a list, I mean, Tang had a list. Where did that go?
True.
You know what I mean?
All right, hold on. This is the last one, and we out, and you guys can take this with you. For whatever it's worth. We're not going to even talk about it. We're just gonna play it, and then we out of here. We just gonna play it, and we out of here. Hold on one second here. Bomb. Is this it? No, is this it? Yes. Here we go. All right. Let's see what's said here. Let's see what's said here.
But like I said, things have developed over the last few hours, and so I want to go ahead and ask you right now, Brian Bartholomew. Okay, I'm giving you a middle name, Norman Jr. Have you signed a contract to fight Devin Haney?
There's no contract to be signed just yet, so that's all we waiting on. I know Bill tried to put it out there, but that boy just over here lying. Ain't no contract to be signed just yet, but when the contract does come out, of course, we're ready to sign that thing. We cool with all the terms. We cool with everything. All we need is a date and a venue, and we on go.
So we know what Brian Norman Jr. feels about it. We know how he feels about it. Bill, like you said, Echo, show me. And I think Brian Norman seems to be on the same time as you, Echo. You know what I'm saying? He's waiting for somebody to show him the contract and the paperwork to sign it. He's ready for all terms and conditions. There's nothing stopping him from making this fight happen except for the real offer being made. And you know, on the Haney side, show us. Show us. And I agree with you. And I'm gonna tell you, this is a lesson that I myself have taken from this experience in this conversation today. Yeah, you got to show me, man. We can't go off the talk, man. The talk is cheap. The talk is extra cheap. You gotta show me. And when you show us, we right here to talk about it, man, and build on it because we love this boxing game. Shout out to everybody in the building, everybody who hopped up on the panel today. My guy Anton, my guy Echo, HLD, of course, my co-host Ray Davis, Too Rich Boxing came up here today. Pop Shop, my brother Flyer Frequency. Listen, everybody in the chat. From Nick J and the Queens of Boxing to Ross Clyde to East Side Easy. We have some new guys in the building. Guys, hit the like button if you haven't done before you leave the building. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed to the channel. Until the next one, guys, I appreciate you guys and thank you in advance for seeing you guys next week when we come back on. It's an 18 Combat Media Show, man.
You late, Blue.
At this point,
alaikum.
Walaikum salam to all my brothers in the building, man.
Take care, everybody. Have a good day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thumbs up. We out.
Enjoy your weekend, man.